Chapter 439. Yin placed his palm gently on the altar and took a deep breath. He lifted his hand slightly, and the ball of light that had just disappeared appeared on his palm once again. Everyone perked up when they saw the ball of light. They quickly sat down and stared at the ball of light without blinking. Phew! Yin exhaled. Golden energy flowed out of his arm and poured into the ball of light. He didn't know how to break this formation and could only try it step by step. The golden origin energy poured into the ball of light and caused a change in the ball of light. The ball of light that was originally rotating slowly sped up a lot after the origin energy was poured into it. Then, under the gaze of hundreds of pairs of eyes, it slowly expanded. There's a change. The sudden change made everyone happy. Yin also stared at the ball of light in the center with a serious expression. Those light spots grew bigger and bigger, and even their trajectories expanded a lot. In just a few breaths of time, they had already exceeded the range of square. Moreover, they were still rapidly spreading outwards. In fact, as they spread outwards, there were even many more light spots moving around the huge ball of light in Yin palm. Come and help me. He was shocked by the origin energy that was disappearing rapidly in his body. He quickly transmitted a message to Xian and the others. When they heard his voice, they couldn't be bothered to look at the beautiful scene. They quickly walked to Yin side and placed their palms on his shoulders. The 10 or so waves of energy gathered into a massive flow of energy and ferociously poured into Yin body, causing him to tremble. Feeling his body become filled with energy, he let out a sigh of relief and continued to control the energy to pour into the orb of light. Buzz! The ball of light that was revolving around the ball of light spread rapidly. The number of balls of light increased as the ball of light grew larger. In the end, half of the Night God Mountain was covered by the ball of light. The people on Night God Mountain were startled by the spectacle. They could see the dancing light spots in the air from afar. Their gazes all turned to the center of the spectacle. They all realized something and hurriedly flew in that direction. Soul power spread out along with the light spot. When Yin sensed that no matter how much energy she injected into the light spot, she could not make it expand even a little bit. She knew then that the light spot had expanded to its limit. At this moment, the light spot had already covered the entire Night God Mountain. The vast scene made everyone raise their heads in shock. At this moment, the movement of the dots of light became extremely slow, almost to the point of stopping. The huge dots of light danced in the sky like stars in the sky. Even the thick layer of energy tide was pushed far away by the balls of light. Seeing everyone raise their heads in surprise, Guyu frowned and his face darkened. Just as he was about to say something, he shut his mouth and snorted coldly before sitting back down. It's a star map. Zi saw this scene through Yin eyes and could not help but exclaim in surprise. Star map. Yin was startled and quickly asked. Zi nodded and explained, this is a record of the movements of the surrounding stars, with the realm of the gods as the center. The ball of light in the center should be the realm of the gods, and the ones outside should be the many stars in the starfield. Hearing that, Yin also opened her eyes wide and looked carefully. The rotating light spots in the sky varied in size and brightness. They really were like stars in the night sky. Night God Mountain, Night God, Eternal Night Forest, Night God Spring. Suddenly, Z pinched her chin and muttered to herself. She seemed to have thought of something, causing Yin to hold her breath as she waited for her to say something useful. I can't remember. But if you stuff that ball of light into the engraved formation, the Night God Mountain should be able to come out. A moment later, Z stuck out her little tongue and laughed, causing Yin to almost fall over. Yin was speechless as she looked at Ziyi, who shrugged cutely. She nodded in annoyance and held the huge ball of light with both hands as she slowly moved it near the altar. When she looked at the altar, she was stunned. The originally dim altar lit up with an unusually bright light at this moment. The formation lines and ancient words on it seemed to come alive as they slowly squirmed. Yin wrinkled her nose. There was no such change just now, but she did not think too much about it now. However, when she saw the size of the ball of light, she was stunned again. It's so big. How do we stuff it in? Yin Nuashing was a little dumbfounded when she saw the difference in size between the two. I had just stuff it in. Zi smiled and waved her hand. Hearing that, Yin Nuashing continued to move the ball of light downward suspiciously. Just when the ball of light touched the altar and she thought she would see the ball of light pass through the altar seemed to have a suction force that sucked the ball of light in. Seeing the ball of light being sucked into the formation, Yin Nuashing hurriedly let go of her hand and stared at the huge ball of light. She watched as it was completely sucked into the formation and disappeared. The formation on the altar also gradually calmed down. It's gone? After the ball of light completely entered the formation, Yin Nuashing raised her head and saw that the surroundings were still calm. The ball of light in the sky was still hanging high in the sky. She could not help but be stunned. Why was there no change at all? Boom! Just when Yin Nuashing thought that her method was wrong, a loud boom suddenly exploded like a shocking thunder, causing the ground to tremble a few times. Everyone lost their footing and was directly thrown to the ground, forcing those who were intoxicated by the scene in the sky to regain their senses. What the hell? Why did it suddenly shake? What's going on? At the same time, many cursing voices could be heard. However, before anyone could stand up, an even more intense tremor came from afar. Boom! The entire ground was shaking as if there was a sudden earthquake. It caused those who wanted to get up to quickly lie down on the ground. Their vision was blurry and trembling. They could not even see clearly what was in front of them. The sudden tremor was accompanied by an enormous pressure that descended from the sky. Everyone was shocked to find that the energy in their bodies could not leave their bodies. It was as if their cultivation had been sealed. They could not even use the slightest bit of strength. Yin Nuashing, who was also under this pressure, was shocked to discover that the silver-blue zither in her heart was suddenly vibrating at a high frequency, as if it was going to break free at any moment. Seeing the strange movements of the swirling dragon zither, Yin Nuashing clutched her chest in shock. The swirling dragon zither would not have such an automatic defensive action unless it was under the pressure of a deity. The deterrence of a deity. Quick! Use the swirling dragon zither to protect everyone around you. Seeing the strange movements of the swirling dragon zither, Z immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and shouted in a panic. Only a deity could make a God's Park weapon react. Yin Nuashing was just about to ask how to protect them when a layer of silver-blue light suddenly surged from his body and enveloped him. Instantly, the palpitating feeling gradually disappeared. Gritting her teeth, Yin Nuashing hurriedly reached out and grabbed Zian. Then, to her delight, she discovered that the layer of silver-blue light followed her arm and extended to her body. Little star. The sudden appearance of the silver-blue light stunned Zian. She hurriedly turned around and was stunned when she saw his serious expression. Quick! Everyone, squeeze over here. Quick! Without having time to answer Zian's doubts, Yin Nuashing pulled her into his arms. With a flick of her right hand, a golden chain shot out from her sleeve and wrapped around Yuan Shi and the others, who had yet to react. The sudden appearance of the chain around their waists startled everyone. Before they could react, the silver-blue light surged along the chain and into their bodies. Then, everyone reacted and heard his shout. Before they could ask anything, they hurriedly rushed toward Yin Nuashing. Looking left and right, Yin Nuashing saw Mo Yin squatting on the ground as though he was facing a great enemy. Yin Nuashing frowned. However, he still threw out a chain and pulled Mo Yin over under Yin Nuashing's surprised gaze. When everyone gathered together, the silver-blue light slowly wriggled and turned into a thin layer of silver-blue barrier in front of Yin Nuashing and the others. Boom! Crack! The moment the barrier formed, the entire ground shook violently. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Those with sharp eyes could even see cracks in space. Buzz! A soft buzzing sound pierced through Yin Nuashing's eardrums. She raised her head abruptly. The star-like light spots in the sky suddenly vibrated at an extremely high frequency. She didn't know if it was because her eyes were playing tricks on her, but the brilliant light made it seem as if a dozen suns had suddenly appeared in the sky. Then boom, tens of thousands of specks of light suddenly expanded before exploding. Hundreds of thousands of high-frequency shockwaves descended from the sky and crashed into the night god mountain. The entire mountain range shook violently as a result. Outside the mountain range, the dark mist and forest within a 500-kilometer radius were almost instantly annihilated. The drifting smoke and dust enveloped the entire night god mountain. After the shock waves passed, the entire world quieted down. Buzz, the energy tide floating on top of the night god mountain, was also completely destroyed by the shockwave. What appeared next was a dazzling starry sky. Under the starry sky, an abnormally tall mountain appeared in his line of sight, and there were crackling thunderbolts lingering around it. The mountain was tens of thousands of feet wide, and its height reached the sky. Just like the night god mountain, it was dark in color. On the precipitous mountain walls, one could see many uneven areas and many huge rocks jutting out of the mountain. The higher one went, the sharper the mountain peak. However, one couldn't see how tall it was. It was like a pillar supporting the sky. Night God Mountain. Although the Night God Mountain suddenly appeared in front of everyone, it was unusually quiet. The entire god's offering altar fell into an eerie silence. A gentle breeze blew the scattered dust away, revealing the situation on the god's offering altar. In a huge square, hundreds of people were lying on the ground. In an instant, it was as if a pile of corpses had appeared. If there was a bit more of the smell of blood, it would be more realistic. However, the chests of the people among them were still rising and falling slightly. It seemed like they had only fainted. On the stone platform in the center, a silver-blue barrier stood tall, and some light flowed on its surface. The barrier lasted for a few minutes, then slowly dissipated. Inside the barrier, more than 10 figures were squeezed together, and they seemed to have fainted as well. Ugh! A low moan quietly sounded. Turning his gaze, he saw a black figure slowly sit up. There was a petite figure curled up in his arms, and he was slightly taken aback. "Xian, wake up!" Yin Nuoxing gently called out to Xian as she placed her palm on her shoulder and shook her gently. A stream of energy flowed into her body through her palm. After carefully circulating around her body, she heaved a sigh of relief when she found that there was no problem and that she had only fainted. "Yuan Shi, wake up!" Patting Yuan Shi, who was lying beside her, Yin Nuoxing hurriedly called out to him. "Wood Spirit, Jining, Huoji, Nightmare." She called out their names one by one, but not a single person woke up. She didn't know how much a shock they had suffered. Moreover, Yin Nuoxing was shocked when she saw the crisscrossing corpses in the square. So no one died? Scratching her head, Yin Nuoxing was a little puzzled. The shock wave that contained the divine right had even caused the swirling zither to act on its own. She didn't expect that no one would die. That is, looking around, she saw a huge pillar suddenly appear in the distance. She couldn't help but be stunned. She quickly opened her eyes and even opened her evil spirit eye. She remembered that there was definitely no such pillar just now. After using her evil spirit eye for a moment and confirming that it wasn't an illusion, she heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she suddenly thought of something and muttered in surprise. Night God Peak. Chapter 440. I spent so much effort to summon Night God Peak, but Yin Nuoxing was slightly delighted when he saw Night God Peak. However, when he lowered his head and saw that everyone was sleeping soundly, he couldn't help but frown. It wasn't easy to summon them, but they were all unconscious. What should he do? Just as Yin Nuoxing was about to carry everyone up by himself, a soft moan suddenly sounded out from his chest, causing Yin Nuoxing to be stunned. He hurriedly lowered his head and saw that Xian's slender eyebrows were slowly trembling. "Xian, wake up!" Yin Nuoxing was slightly delighted when he saw this. He quickly lowered his head and called out to her softly. He even patted her shoulder gently. As if she had heard the call, Xian's jade-like hands trembled slightly. Her eyes also struggled to roll up her eyelids. With great difficulty, she opened her eyes. Her deep purple eyes were still filled with confusion. She did not know what had happened. Thank God, at least one of us is awake. Yin Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief when he saw her open her eyes. His body relaxed as a result. He even wiped the cold sweat off his forehead with his right hand. Xian saw him heave a sigh of relief as soon as she opened her eyes. She blinked her Mei Mao and turned her head slightly. When she saw the people lying on the ground, she was also stunned for a moment like Yin Nuoxing. Then, she turned her head and looked at Yin Nuoxing. She murmured, "What happened just now?" Yin Nuoxing said with a smile. The shock wave formed by the stars contained divine power. The swirling zither automatically defended itself. I pulled you all in, but I didn't expect that you would still faint. However, no one was hurt. They just fainted. Don't worry. After he finished speaking, he finally blushed when he saw their postures. He coughed dryly and was about to help Xian stand up when the latter suddenly asked, "Everyone fainted?" Mei Mao was still staring at his eyes, as if she didn't believe him. "Yes, I did faint. I was thinking about how to move Yuan Shi and the others up to Night God Peak. Just a moment ago, and Yin Nuoxing nodded with a red face and pointed in the direction of Night God Peak. Before she could finish speaking, she saw a pretty face rapidly magnifying in her line of sight. Ugh! Yin Nuoxing's eyes suddenly widened. His lips touched something soft, causing his head to explode with a bang. His outstretched hand froze in midair, and he even felt a little dizzy. He almost fainted on the ground like Yuan Shi and the others. We haven't had any time to be alone lately. After a gentle kiss, Xian reluctantly let go of Yin Nuoxing's mouth. She leaned her head on his shoulder and even rubbed against him a few times before she murmured. Ever since Yuan Shi followed them on the road, she hadn't had much time to be alone with Yin Nuoxing. Although she still had Ming with her at that time, this little girl seemed to have done a few good deeds. "Is this why you sneaked an attack on me?" Yin Nuoxing opened her mouth and wanted to say this, but her throat was numb. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make a sound. Her cheeks twitched, and in the end, she could only laugh bitterly. To him, there was no time to be alone with her. She didn't care about Ming beside her, but he cared. Moreover, there was still two people in his body. He lowered his head and saw Xian's intoxicated expression. He didn't want to disturb her, so he shook his head and didn't say anything. He just let her fingers intertwine with his. He seemed to have gotten used to it and was already obedient to whatever she did. It was rare that Zai didn't say anything and didn't urge him to hurry to the Night God Spring. After a while, Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath and stroked Xian's head with her left hand. Her soft, long hair slid down. After a while, she said softly, "Little girl, let's go to the Night God Spring first." Hearing this, Xian opened Mei Mao's eyes. She raised her head and looked into the pair of light purple eyes. She smiled gently and nodded. Seeing this, Yin Nuoxing also smiled and helped her stand up. He turned around and looked at the group of people lying on the ground. He scratched his head and nodded. His 6 wings slowly spread until they were about 10 feet wide. Endless wind elements gathered from afar. With the disappearance of the godly right shockwave, the suppressed power also recovered. Yin Nuoxing also breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that he would have to climb the Night God Peak. If he really had to climb that mountain, he definitely wouldn't have wanted to feel the wind elements gathered around him. Yin Nuoxing exhaled softly. With a thought, the wind element spread out and carried Yuan Shi, Jining, and the others. He even included Nightmare. Xian looked at the last passenger in astonishment. She didn't know why she had to bring him along. "Yeah, I don't know why either. Maybe it's because he's fighting for justice for me," Yin Nuoxing said as he spread his hands. Xian shrugged and smiled faintly. Yin Nuoxing was a little worried when he turned around and looked at the people being carried by the wind elements. He was afraid that they would fall. After thinking for a while, he shot out a dozen golden chains from under his windbreaker and wrapped them around everyone. Only then did he nod. Yin Nuoxing turned around and looked at Xian, who was looking at him with a pair of moving Mei Mao eyes that seemed to be able to speak. He was stunned. A thought appeared in his mind. and his face turned slightly red. Yin Nuashing nodded and took a deep breath. Under Xian's astonished and shy gaze, he stiffly picked her up in a princess carry. He even said in a trembling voice, "Let's go, princess." Xian couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. She nodded and hugged Yin Nuashing's neck with her lily-white hands. She pressed her cherry lips against Yin Nuashing's ear and murmured, "Let's go, my prince." A gentle fragrance blew past his ear, and Yin Nuashing's body trembled. Especially when she added the word "my." His face turned even redder. He kept asking himself, "Did I do something wrong?" "Little star, you actually took the initiative." "Oh." Zai finally couldn't help but burst out laughing when she heard that self-questioning that sounded almost remorseful. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes. He coughed dryly and hurriedly led everyone to Night God Peak. As for the others, he didn't have the energy. Whether or not they could catch up before the Eternal Night Forest closed would depend on their own luck. In any case, they were going to leave first. The fierce winds stirred up by the six-winged wings blew the surrounding trees askew. A group of figures flew through the air close to the forest. The air was filled with dazzling golden specks of light. They dissipated not long after appearing in the air. Every time a speck of light disappeared, a weak speck of light would take its place. Rumble. The fierce winds stirred up by the six-winged wings were accompanied by bursts of thunder. The five elements filled the six-winged wings. Every time the wings flapped, the elements in the air would churn slightly and create a series of sonic booms. The faint power of time circled around his body, disrupting the energy that was oppressing him. Sensing the increasingly weak elemental power, Yin Nuashing frowned. The usable elemental energy is getting weaker and weaker. I can't even use the light element. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. He flapped his six-winged wings, causing the fierce winds to push his body and push him far away. His rapidly flashing figure suddenly stopped at the foot of Night God Peak. He stretched his six-winged wings to their maximum extent and then flapped them down fiercely. Boom! Under the effect of the six-winged wings, the compressed air suddenly exploded beneath his feet. Yin Nuashing and the others flew into the sky like a cannonball. The vibrations in the air even caused cracks to appear in the space. Even the forest below couldn't withstand the force and snapped in half. As soon as he approached Night God Peak, Yin Nuashing sensed that his connection with the light element had been severed. He was slightly shocked, but he didn't think too much about it. He turned his head and looked behind him. The ground was already far away from them. He sighed softly. He turned his gaze to the front. A galaxy hung high in the sky. It was eternal and brilliant. Billions of stars sparkled under the night sky. Where did that galaxy come from? And where did it flow to? Xian raised his head and looked at him. His eyes reflected the deep light of the stars. He also turned his head and looked at the sky. The boundless galaxy was still beautiful under the night sky. However, there was something different about it. "It's not," Yin Nuashing murmured. Xian turned his head in confusion. "What's not?" Yin Nuashing shook his head. He pointed at the galaxy in the sky and said, "This galaxy isn't the one I usually see. I've never seen this galaxy in the night sky." Yin was stunned when she heard this. She looked at the river of stars in the sky before turning her head to look at Chun-Shi. Chun-Shi didn't seem to be joking, so she couldn't help but support her forehead with her hand. Exactly how much do you like to look at the starry sky to be able to notice that a change has occurred in this practically unchanging and almost eternal river of stars? This isn't the galaxy we've stayed in for more than 10 years. Hearing this, Ziyin felt that she had really lost to him. Although she followed his temperament and liked to gaze at the Milky Way with him when he raised his head to look at it, she actually didn't pay much attention to it. Well, only an idiot like you can detect the abnormality of this galaxy. Zai's helpless voice rang out in her mind. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. Is it wrong that I'm used to looking at the stars? This is indeed not the eternal starry sky. This starry sky is the starry sky of the past. Or rather, it should be said that this is the place of the past. The night god Peak was still here. In the spiritual world, Zai sat on a chair. She rested her chin on her hand and played with a strand of hair in boredom. Question: I don't understand. Sitting across the table, Yun Nuoxing raised his hand and said with a smile. Zai rolled her eyes. She raised her teacup and took a sip. She sighed and said, when the night god peak was still on the night god mountain, this state was engraved in a formation. Along with it, this galaxy was also engraved. When the formation was activated, I sensed the power of time and space. It was a formation weaved by two primordial powers. I'm guessing that the night god peak collapsed a long time ago for some reason. What stands before us now is the former night god peak. Well, I don't know the exact reason either. Z took a sip of tea and slowly finished his explanation. After listening for a long time, Yun Nuoxing still had a dumbfounded expression on his face. It was only when Z used her jade finger to poke his forehead that he came back to his senses and muttered, "There's actually such a thing, but you don't have to worry about the night god spring. There's an extremely condensed energy on it. I can sense it." Zai smiled as she retracted her hand. "No, I'm not worried at all." Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. "Didn't he say he didn't care at all? I think you should still be worried." Zai stirred her teacup in boredom. She said with a faint smile, "The night god spring is formed from extremely condensed energy. It's formed at night, or in other words, from energy that leans toward darkness. It has the effect of helping people break through bottlenecks, including the barrier that's troubling you." Chapter 441. The breakthrough barrier was an expansion of capacity due to the oversaturation of energy. Breaking through the barrier required energy several times higher than the current level. Yun Nuoxing carried several divine rank and profound arts. The power of the stars in his body had been condensed into a crystalline state, and he also had the protection of the purple night flame. His cultivation speed was already slower by a large margin, and now he was unlucky enough to encounter a breakthrough barrier. It could be said that the energy required was increasing rapidly in a straight line. According to his and Purple Knight's estimation, the energy required for him to advance from the 51st Immortal Transformation Stage to the 12th Immortal Transformation Stage was estimated to be enough for an Immortal 6th Immortal to advance to the Immortal 9th Immortal Transformation Stage in one go. When the results of the deduction came out, he was almost scared to the point of insanity. After soaking in the diluted night god spring, Xian, Yuan Shi, and the others had all advanced to the second immortal transformation stage. However, Yun Nuoxing's body did not move at all. It was like throwing a stone into a bottomless pit. No matter how long he waited, there was no response. "Are you sure?" Therefore, when Yun Nuoxing heard Purple Knight say that the night god spring could help him break through the barrier, his eyes lit up with a frightening light, causing Purple Knight's jade-like hand to pause while stirring the teacup. "When have I ever lied to you?" Purple Knight put down the spoon and rolled his eyes at him. "How would I know?" Yun Nuoxing muttered. His voice was so soft that only he could hear it. Yun Nuoxing's chaotic thoughts lasted for a while before he came back to his senses. He blinked a few times, but his line of sight was still the unfamiliar starry sky and the huge mountain peak in front of him. Because he was afraid of suddenly crashing into a rock protruding from the mountain wall, Yun Nuoxing did not fly close to the night god peak. He kept a distance and stared at the distant sky, but he could not see the peak of the night god peak. When he turned around, Yuan Shi and the others were still unconscious. The surging wind elements and golden chains dragged them along as they followed Yun Nuoxing. His gaze swept past the dozen or so people behind him and looked down. He had no idea how long they had been flying, but the ground had long disappeared from his sight. Even the god of Night Mountain had shrunk to the size of a grain of rice. In the distance, there was a dense, dark fog. He did not know what the engraved place was like under the cover of the fog. In the sky, the energy tide had long been dispersed after the magic circle was fully activated. As for the fog, perhaps it had existed since long ago. In the cloudless sky, there was only a dim golden light speeding along a black stone pillar. The fierce wind had turned into a substance, spiraling high up in the sky. If anyone saw this, they would inevitably gasp in amazement. Only when the wind element was compressed to a certain extent would such a scene appear. Thousands of miles up in the sky, the air gradually thinned. He took small breaths and spat out a layer of white frost. Yin Nuashing was also sensitive enough to feel that the surrounding air had become much thinner. He did not know how high this place was. However, even at such a height, he could not see where the peak of the God of Night Mountain was. Only when he saw that it was gradually thinning did he know that he was flying towards the peak. The energy barrier of the Nethervoid sword had long been activated. The bone-piercing cold wind blew past his ears, causing his cheeks to hurt. However, he still did his best to protect the person in his arms. As the cold wind blew past, Xian buried her face in Yun Nuashing's chest. She only felt that it was very warm, without the slightest bit of coldness. It's already beyond the height that I can fly at. After a long time, Yin Nuashing suddenly flew onto a huge platform formed by protruding rocks on the mountain wall. As soon as he stabilized himself, he trembled. His 6 wings curled up weakly. Within the range of his perception, the wind element had become so thin that it was negligible. In other words, even with the help of his 6 demonic wings' powerful perception, he could only reach this height. Looking up at the sky, he did not know how far he was from a peak. When he looked down, he could not see the scene below. He could only see the fog in the distance. The road ahead is probably going to have to climb. After taking in deep breaths for a while, Yun Nuashing wiped away his sweat. He looked at the night god peak that he still could not see the peak. He could not help but curse. Damn it, what kind of lousy peak is this? Why is it so high? Little Xingxing, put me down. I'll go with you. Ziyin gently caressed Yun Nuashing's face with her jade-like hands as she shook her head and gently said. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing lowered his head and looked at her. However, he smiled and shook his head. It's fine. After saying that, he did not wait for Ziyin to resist. He waved the golden chain behind him and slowly squatted down. A moment later, he suddenly kicked off. His body transformed into a black arrow and shot straight into the sky. His 6 wings slowly hugged in front of him, completely covering Ziyin. Without the support of his back, his body that was shooting into the sky quickly weakened. Huh! With a soft shout, a golden chain shot out from his sleeve. Then, Yin Nuashing threw it toward the top of Night God Peak. Clang! A soft sound of impact was heard. The golden chain embedded itself into the mountain wall. Yin Nuashing smiled happily. While his body was still moving slightly upwards, he pulled with his palm and used this force to pull his body up into the sky. The dozen or so chains hanging behind him clanged against each other, producing clanking sounds. Little girl, hug me. He took the time to say this to the person in his arms. Then, 2 soft, jade-like arms wrapped around his back, causing his heart to skip a beat. He hurriedly composed himself and freed his other hand. Suddenly, he shot out another chain and threw it towards Night God Peak. His hands pulled the 200-meter-long chains and danced under the night sky. The sound of the wind caused his long hair to dance wildly behind him. The cold sensation was transmitted to his palms through the chains, causing his hands and feet to gradually turn cold. Fortunately, there was someone in his arms, so his entire body did not turn cold. Ah! An angry roar pierced through the clouds. Yin Nuashing suddenly pulled on the chain, and the air around his body became solid. The cold air that licked his body made him shiver uncontrollably. He waved his hands up and down, and every time he did so, his speed of ascension would suddenly increase, and he would leap a few hundred meters in one leap. After an unknown amount of time, his dancing hands stiffened and his ascent came to an abrupt halt. The chains embedded in Night God Peak also fell down due to gravity. Carrying Yin Nuashing, they crashed towards the hard mountain wall. Bang! Yin Nuashing gritted his teeth and hurriedly turned his body around. His back crashed into the mountain wall with a dull thud, causing some blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. Xian was not injured. I finally know how difficult it is to ascend to the 9th heaven. Yin Nuashing took a few breaths with difficulty. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his shoulder and could not help but smile bitterly. You haven't reached the 9th heaven yet. Your current position is at most the 6th heaven. Every heaven is like ascending to the heavens. it will be very difficult for you to ascend the rest of the journey. Of course, we're almost at the top of Night God Peak. It was rare that I did not speak out with a smile. A hint of worry flashed across her charming face. Sitting opposite her, Yin Nuoxing curled up. The coldness caused his lips to turn black and his face to turn snow white. There are still 3 more heavens. It can't be calculated like this. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly as he trembled. It's just a meaning. It doesn't mean that you'll reach the 9th heaven. After taking a sip of tea, Zai walked over and gently hugged Yin Nuoxing in her arms. Feeling his coldness, even she was shocked. She could not help but say, "You're almost at your limit. Why don't you give up? The top of Night God Peak is truly at the top of the sky. You can reach out and touch the starry sky. It's very difficult to ascend." Cough. You didn't try to persuade me in the beginning. Now that I've reached this point, you want me to give up? It seems a little difficult. Yin Nuoxing forced a smile and shook his head. How could he give up now that he had reached this point? After panting with difficulty for a while, Yin Nuoxing hugged Xian's slender waist with his left hand and murmured, "Lass, although it's a little difficult, you should climb behind me for now. You have to climb with your hands now." Hearing this, Xian raised her head worriedly and opened her mouth. She also wanted to persuade him to give up, but both she and Zai knew that it was harder to persuade this guy to give up than to ascend the 9th heaven. Thus, she nodded and held on to Yin Nuoxing with her jade-like hands and began to move gently. As she moved, her soft and boneless body rubbed against Yin Nuoxing's body, making him feel as if he was floating in the clouds. It was extremely uncomfortable, and his body could not help but tremble. "Xing Xing, why don't we give up?" Xian, who had just steadied herself on his back, could not help but speak up when she saw how badly he was trembling. She thought that Yin Nuoxing was about to reach his limit. "Lass, stop shaking. If you keep rubbing against me, my beast blood will boil." Unexpectedly, Yin Nuoxing only laughed bitterly and shook his head. This caused Xian's beautiful face to instantly turn blood red. Even her ears were completely red. She was extremely beautiful. She took a deep breath and suddenly moved her small mouth close to Yin Nuoxing's ear. She smiled charmingly and said, "You can boil when we get back." Hearing this voice that could make anyone's bones go numb, Yin Nuoxing could not help but tremble violently a few times. His entire body felt weak, and he could not help but turn around and roll his eyes at the delicate girl. She was fine. She had been protected by his aura and did not feel the coldness at all. However, he was the one suffering. His body and mind were both suffering. If there's a chance in the future. Yin Nuoxing shook his head. His murmur stunned Xian. You asked me in the past what kind of girl I liked." He grabbed onto the stone wall and pulled his body up to a new height. He stepped on a hard and cold stone and used all his strength to push himself up. Xian could not help but lower his head. Mei Mao's eyes flickered slightly. Her heart was beating very fast. He turned around and looked at Yuan Shi and the others who were dangling below. Their bodies were also swaying along with Yin Nuoxing's climb. They would occasionally bump into the mountain wall, so he did not dare to make too much noise. "The girl I like, Ningjing, I'm a madman. When I'm active, I can make the heavens and earth tremble. But I also want one." He took a few quick breaths. The pressure at high altitude made his chest feel stuffy. The lack of oxygen made his brain almost faint. He did not even know what he was muttering. "I also want a peaceful embrace to be able to suppress my madness." Yin Nuoxing used all his strength to climb onto a protruding tree branch. He murmured painfully, "To suppress my madness, just like a sword needs a scabbard." "Who am I? Where did I come from? What do I need to do?" Yin Nuoxing gasped for air. He squeezed out the exhaust in his lungs and forced himself to take in a mouthful of turbid air. His eyes were blurred. He looked at the mountain peak that seemed to be within reach. He tirelessly reached out his hand. In the spiritual world, I was also looking at the mountain peak with incomparable nervousness. The person in his arms was gradually becoming cold. She was so nervous that she could only murmur, "7th layer? 8th layer? Maybe all of this isn't important." His climbing arm suddenly dropped, and his body shook violently a few times. Only one hand was left holding the stone, and this was also the hand that held the lives of more than 10 people. Xian was shocked. He hurriedly reached out to grab the mountain wall. One of his hands was also anxiously holding onto Yun Nuashing. However, before she could touch him, his other hand climbed up again. She was stunned. Tears flowed uncontrollably. I don't know. My heart seems to have been frozen tens of millions of years, tens of eras, hundreds of eras ago. What am I looking for? Nothing seems to be important. Ninth layer. Zai hugged the person in her arms tightly. His body was like ice. It made her want to cry. In the face of the suppression of the ancient god's divine right, she was completely helpless. As she listened to his nonsense, her heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. It made her suffocate. His arms unconsciously moved up and down slowly. Although his movements were slow, they were very steady and incomparably firm. In fact, they were even more steady than before. If one could see Yin Nuashing's face, they would realize that he had already fainted. What supported his hands was will. Chapter 442. Endless starlight descended from the star field, turning into specks of sparks that landed on the mountain peak. The specks of fireflies shone on the lake, illuminating the boundless starry sky. The starlight was extremely beautiful. The dense energy settled on the purple lake. The lake's surface was suffused with specks of starlight, and the waves were still. If one looked out from the center of the lake, they would see a mountain wall 1,000 feet away. It was slanted upwards, all the way to the edge of a cliff. The center of the lake formed a small basin. On the other side of the cliff, a pale, bloodless hand that was even covered in specks of frost slowly reached out. It landed stiffly on the top of the cliff with a loud paw. Then, a black figure that was twice the size of an ordinary person gradually rose up. A faint rustling sound could be heard. The figure climbed up, landed on the slope, and suddenly flipped over, splitting into two. It turned out that there were two figures. One of them was still lying on the ground, pressing his hands and feet hard against the ground. The other seemed to understand and hurriedly moved the dozen or so metal chains behind him up the cliff. Following that, a dozen or so black figures appeared to have fainted. Stars, there was a hint of panic in the pleasant voice. Looking at the dozen or so people lying on the ground, and then seeing the first figure covered in frost, her heart throbbed with fear. Xian nodded. He hurriedly carried Yin Nuashing and dashed towards the night god spring that was 1,000 feet away. The coldness of his body made her feel helpless. High up in the sky, all the energy seemed insignificant. Space and time seemed to have become blurry here. The starry sky was within reach. It was enough to stand on tiptoe. The distance of 1,000 feet only took a few minutes. After carefully placing the person in his arms on the edge of the purple lake, Xian carefully retreated to the side. Mei Mao stared at him without blinking. Her jade-like hands were clenched together due to nervousness. After a short moment, Yin Nuashing's body suddenly emitted a warm current, and the frost on his body melted at an impressive speed. Strands of hot air also emitted from his body. Seeing this scene, Xian instead heaved a sigh of relief. Then he saw that the lake water around him had actually formed a small whirlpool, and it seemed as if the lake water had drilled into his body. Xian was even more relieved. After waiting for a few minutes, and seeing that there was no problem, Xian turned around and ran back in the direction he came from. He looked back from time to time, as if he was still worried. After a while, Xian returned. Her jade-like hand were dragging a few broken chains. Even her willowy waist had a few chains wrapped around it. Her hands and feet were tied by herself, and her entire body was wrapped in chains. Her beautiful face was drenched in sweat, and her pearly white teeth were biting her red lips. Every step she took left a small footprint on the ground. It was easy to imagine how much weight she was bearing. After dragging everyone into the night god spring, Xian lay weakly on the edge of the lake, leaning against Yin Nuashing. Her voluptuous breasts rose and fell rapidly, and her small mouth was still gasping for breath. There were dark red marks on her ankles and jade-like hands. It was unknown how such a petite body could contain so much strength. Xing Xing, She flipped over and landed in the lake. It was not as cold as she had imagined, but a warm current. The lake water turned into a warm current and entered her body, making her feel slightly better. Leaning against Yun Nuoxing's chest, Mei Mao looked at his unconscious appearance and felt a pang of pain. Only she had just experienced what it felt like to be tied up by a dozen people. Only she knew how much pain he had just endured, and it was at such a high level. Suddenly, a muffled groan rang out from the throat, causing Ziyin to open her beautiful eyes in exhaustion. Within those eyes that contained all the beauty in the world, some astonishment flashed past. Cough, cough. Where is this? That muffled groan seemed to have set off a chain reaction. Then, lying in the shallow water, with only half of their bodies above the water, Yuan Shi and the others slowly opened their eyes. One by one, they held their heads and woke up. Then, they looked at each other in astonishment. Where is this? We were at the altar of the gods just now. Looking up, Yuan Shi stared blankly at the starry sky that seemed to be within reach. He looked at the people around him blankly. I don't know. Hearing his words, Yao Hua was also stunned for a long time. He seemed to be a little confused. Nightmare, who had been dragged up with him, had the biggest reaction when he woke up. He immediately jumped up, splashing water everywhere. A pair of black eyes opened clearly. Seeing more than 10 pairs of astonished eyes focused on him, he could not help but be startled. He then heard the splashing sound and saw the broken chains around his waist. Finally, he saw the purple liquid below his waist. His eyes suddenly filled with excitement. Night God Spring. We've arrived at the Night God Spring. Hearing this, UNZ and the others were stunned. They hurriedly lowered their heads and saw the purple lake. Then, they felt the boundless energy surging like lightning. They immediately knew that he was not lying. Night, show. Just as Yao Hua was about to laugh out loud, Mu Ling and Jining shushed him at the same time. Their slender, jade-like fingers were placed beside their mouths, causing them to involuntarily swallow their voices. Then, they looked in the direction of her 2 fingers and were slightly stunned. Soon after, they understood and smiled. They all looked at each other, stood up, and walked a little further away. In the direction that the 2 girls were pointing at, Yin Nuoxing and Ziyin were tightly huddled together. Their breathing was weak, but even. They did not know when they had fallen asleep. Yuan Shi and the others thought for a moment and realized what had happened. They had arrived at the Night God Spring, but the 2 of them were unconscious. It seemed that there was a connection between the 2. I don't know what the 2 of them did, but they actually fell asleep. Mu Ling covered her mouth and laughed softly. Her small feet walked in the lake, making a very soft sound. Look at the 2 of them being so peaceful. As expected, little star likes Ziyin. Yuan Shi could not help but laugh. Who knows? Everyone laughed softly. Since the 2 of them were exhausted, they should leave the peace here to them. The energy in the depths was abnormally dense. They should go and cultivate first. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the efforts of the 2 of them. 1,000 years have passed, and your rise is only for your fall. Everything will disappear, but it doesn't matter. Nothing is important. Come, let's end this. Everything will be liberated as you wish. Spread, slaughter, everything. I am a demon, the demon emperor, the only god in this world. Destroy everything before your eyes, and all of this will be meaningless. Life and death, creation and destruction, condemnation. Countless images flashed through Yun Nuoxing's mind. They were all strange pictures with no pattern to speak of. However, they gave Yun Nuoxing a very strange feeling. These pictures, together, composed a melody that slowly led her to a reality, or rather, an end. Demon. It was not the demon realm. It was the true meaning of the demon race. Great demon, demon god, god demon. This was a very strange feeling. There was no basis for it, no origin, but this was the feeling he had. Memory fragments? Looking at the flashing images in front of him, Yun Nuoxing turned his head. After a long time, he shook his head. No, they are not memory fragments. These did not seem like memories. They were more like a command, a demonic voice. Under those words, billowing demonic energy made him frown. It was as if he saw a scene in the future. You're too close to becoming a devil. This won't be a good thing for your future path as a devil. The nether void sword slowly appeared beside him, causing him to turn his head and glance at it before withdrawing his gaze. Not a good thing? Yin Nuashing frowned. The 6 wings of the demon race, primal chaos, that book of yours, and even my netherworld ruin sword, and the evil spirit eye that you cultivate, all of them contain a lot of demonic energy. Netherworld ruin paused, then said in a deep voice, the human body cannot accept the power of so many demons. It will be difficult for you to endure any one of them, even if you have the spiritual divine body. Frowning, Yin Nuashing was just about to say something when he saw a tremor in his eyes. After that, a large ball of pitch-black mist suddenly appeared in front of him. That familiar dark energy rushed towards him, causing him to stop breathing for a moment. He hurriedly took a few steps back. Wasn't this primal chaos sealed in the shadow? Why? Brother Nuashing, a soft voice that he hadn't heard for a long time sounded. Yin Nuashing felt a little comfortable when he heard it. He turned around and saw a beautiful figure in aqua blue threw herself into his arms. It warmed his heart. He gently stroked the head of the person in his arms and smiled. Exiner, I haven't seen you for a long time. Why are you hiding in my soul and not coming out? Hearing this, Lan Exiner raised her head and smiled happily. Yin Nuashing saw some fatigue in those clear aqua blue Maymao. He couldn't help but be stunned. Brother Nuashing, Exiner has been suppressing primal chaos in your soul. Little Phoenix and I couldn't get away. Seeing his stunned expression, Lan Exiner shook her head and continued to smile. That day, we did Seal Hun Dun in a Brother Nuashing shadow. But that time the ghastly forest, the seal was broken. Hun Dun, who was born with Brother Nuashing, took over your body. From then on, the gap in the seal was difficult to fill. Primal chaos would occasionally wander into your soul. However, the scale was not large. Fortunately, it did not do anything. Little Yishu was also not affected. The scale was not large. Yin Nuashing looked suspiciously at the huge cloud of black mist. How could it be so big that it occupied his entire vision? It was even bigger than the first time he saw it. This is where the problem lies. Suddenly, spots of light gathered around him. Then, Yin Nuashing saw a slender, light purple figure slowly taking shape. She seemed to be the one who said that. What's the problem? Seeing that Zi had also appeared, Yin Nuashing asked in confusion. Mei Mao raised her head slightly and glanced at him. Then, under his slightly stiff and embarrassed gazes, she hugged his head and stroked it gently. She even whispered, "Little idiot, you scared me to death." Hearing this, Yin Nuashing's cheeks turned red. She didn't expect Ziyi to be worried about her. Cough, stop fooling around. Ziyi, the problem you mentioned just now, what's the problem? Yin Nuashing asked as she pushed Ziyi away gently with her hair. The power of the primal chaos has increased. Ziyi sighed and said solemnly, Night God Spring, Night God Spring. When you first said that you sensed the smell of darkness, I should have advised you not to come. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Yin Nuashing opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, Ziyi continued. The night god spring is said to be an energy liquid formed under the influence of darkness. But in reality, it is said to be formed from the blood of a god. To be able to form the power of one's bloodline into such a huge lake is indeed something that only a god can do. And the mistake is that this night god spring is strange. Or rather, I never expected that the latter legend was actually true. Ziyi sighed and looked at Yun Nuashing's stunned and confused expression. He shook his head and said, The primal chaos can only be fully awakened when it encounters demonic energy. The mutation of the primal chaos happened the moment you entered the night god spring. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing's face turned pale. She had also guessed something. This night god is a demon god, a god of the demon race. Chapter 443. Chaos was said to be one of the 4 beasts that had been passed down since the primordial age. It did not have a physical body, and no one had ever seen what it looked like. The only thing that was known was that it was the incarnation of the demon race. The legendary night god Spring was the blood that flowed out of the demon god's body. The essence of the night god Spring, which contained divine power, would not disappear with the passage of time. Even now, it was still like fresh blood. The power of the demon god gushed into Yun Nuoxing's body like a spring, nourishing her withered body. At the same time, the power of the demon god also gushed into her soul and finally came into contact with chaos. The night god is a demon god. This power of darkness, that chaos. Yin Nuoxing suddenly took a deep breath when she thought of the serious consequences. Such a huge amount of demon god's power would be enough to feed chaos and allow it to leap out of its infancy. At that time, you don't have to worry about that. Hun Dun can't grow just because he wants to. Didn't I say that when Hun Dun first appeared, his soul was destroyed and he was locked in a cage to endure endless refinement? Although I don't know how he managed to escape, he definitely won't be able to devour you in a short period of time. Moreover, Ziyi gently patted Yun Nuoxing's head and said with a smile, "You should trust us a little. After all, we're still in your soul. Even if Hun Dun wants to cause trouble, he'll have to get through us first." Seeing Ziyi acting like an elder sister, Yun Nuoxing could not help but chuckle. How could he not trust them? He had allowed them to live in his soul. There is probably nothing else in the world that could show his trust in them more than this. Of course, if I don't trust you, who else can I trust? Hearing this, Lon Sheener could not help but giggle. The Netherworld Ruins sword also seemed to sigh helplessly. Then, all of them laughed at the same time. After a moment, Violet Knight shook her head and said seriously, "Although the chaos is not a threat for the time being, but looking at the condition of your body, little star, there is still a certain degree of danger in your path as a demonic tier. We need you to make a choice. No, you need to be mentally prepared." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing also sorted out her emotions. She took a deep breath, nodded, and said with a solemn expression, "Go ahead." Seeing Yun Nuoxing's reaction, Ziyi turned his head to look at Lon Xian and the Netherworld Ruins sword. He nodded and said softly, "The demonic rank is the same as the other ranks. You need to compress and condense the immortal chi in your body. Finally, you need to transform it into demonic chi. That is the demonic rank. However, the energy in your body, the power of the stars, will not be transformed into demonic chi. This is because it is one of the purest forms of energy other than God power. It is even purer than God power. Therefore, when you advance to the demonic rank, you will only need to expand the volume of energy in your body. Then you will compress the energy and change its quality. You should understand this. What we're going to talk about is the path of the demonic rank." Ziya's voice deepened when he said the last two words. Seeing the seriousness on her pretty face, Yun Nuoxing also held his breath. Then he heard her say, "The demon stage is different from the mortal stage and the immortal stage. If you continue to cultivate, it will be divided into two types." Ziyi paused. She slowly raised a finger and said slowly, "The first type is the most common. It is also the most common path on the path of cultivation. It is also the path that most people take, becoming a demon. This path will only change the energy in your body. It will not have any other effects on your body. Yuan Xian walked the path of becoming a demon. It should be said that unless there are special circumstances, very few people will choose the other path." Ziyi sighed. "The other path?" Yin Nuoxing asked in confusion. "Amen." Violet Knight stared at him and said, "Unfortunately, your body's special condition can very easily lead you to another path, to fall to the dark side. As for the other path, it is also a very special cultivation path in the demon race. However, there are records in history that there are humans who have also cultivated using the abyssal cultivation method. They have dyed their souls and spirits with demon chi, completely turning themselves into a demon. A demon." Ziyi said softly. "Su Ming also said that you have come into contact with too much demonic energy. If you come into contact with it too early, it will imperceptibly change your body. This is not good news for you." That Yin Nuoxing raised his hand weakly, causing Ziyi and the others to look away. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "What is the difference between these two paths? Or rather, is there any danger in becoming a demon? Of the two, naturally, falling to the dark side is the most difficult. No, it's not the most difficult. Falling to the dark side requires a lot of effort, not just in terms of cultivation. Moreover, as I said, falling to the dark side is the cultivation method of the demon clan. Have you thought about the consequences of cultivating the demon clan with a human body?" Violet Knight said. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing shook his head. He had not cultivated to the demonic race, nor had he seen a person who had become a demon. Naturally, he did not know the consequences of becoming a demon in the human race. Z could not help but sigh when he saw the confusion on Qin Lai's face. He exchanged a glance with Lan Xner and Su Ming before he nodded and said in a deep voice, "Just like that day in the ghastly forest when primal chaos took over your body will often be out of your control. In the worst-case scenario, your consciousness will be devoured by the demonic qi, and you will completely become a demon that only knows how to kill, never to rise again. Becoming a demon with a thought, using your body to control the demon, turning the demon's power into your weapon. Falling into a demon with a thought, using the demon to control your body. Pursuing the ultimate power, you will not hesitate to turn yourself into a demon." A few words surged in Yun Nuashing's mind, causing his heart to palpitate. That time in the Ghost Chi Forest, even though he was unconscious and his consciousness was suppressed by the primal chaos, he could still vaguely know a little of what happened. Although it was not much, it left a deep impression on him. At that time, in the eyes of others, he was like a demon king who ruled the world. Will that be my future? Thinking of himself holding the Su Ming sword and the Ling Hong sword, full of demonic qi, Yun Nuashing could not help but shudder. Forget it. Divine weapons are dangerous. It's better for me to control them. Su Ming has his own consciousness, but it's hard to say about the Ling Hong sword and the others. Seeing his expression flickering, as if he had thought of something terrifying, Ziye's eyebrows twitched. Smiling like a flower, she rubbed his face and said, "I just want you to be mentally prepared. I didn't say that you will definitely fall into a demon in the future. The process is still controllable. The demonic qi that contaminates the body can be neutralized with divine power. Saint spell arrays, light element, and so on." Su Ming also circled Yun Nuashing twice and said, "Phew." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing let out a big sigh of relief and said in a relaxed manner, "Then I'll just do it myself. Don't scare me." He knew Saint spell arrays. Yishi had taught him before. Although it was only one piece, the most powerful element in his body was the light element. With your weak Saint spell arrays and the light element, will you be able to purify the demonic qi, or will you be suppressed? I'm not sure about this. Guessing that he would say this, Z spread out her hands. Her delicate oval face was full of sympathy as she closed her main mouth and said, Yin Nuashing froze. And because of the opposing energy, if the two come into contact, there will be an uncontrollable reaction. At that time, the divine power might be devoured by the demonic qi. Lan Xner also quietly added. Yin Nuashing almost spat out blood. This, his eyebrows twitching for a while. Yin Nuashing said helplessly, "Then what should I do?" Saint spell arrays. I don't know any array masters. As for the light element, speaking of which, don't I have Xianyin's god imprint in my body? Why would I be contaminated by demonic qi? Suddenly thinking of something, Yin Nuashing asked in confusion. He remembered that the god imprint would prevent all demonic things from getting close to the body. That's the energy born in your body. Can the imprint in your body kick the owner out? Z rolled her eyes. All right. Yin Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She muttered, "If it's the light element, then we have to find the light god king." But after a long time, Yin Nuashing was still bashful. Her gaze was a little unnatural and erratic. The two people and the sword looked at each other. Z couldn't help but ask, "But what?" Yin Nuashing looked at her carefully. She rubbed her palms together. After a while, she laughed dryly and said, "I'm sorry, silence." Z Ziyi and the Netherworld sword seemed to be petrified. Yin Nuoxing clearly saw a cross-shaped vein appear on the former's face. He couldn't help but take a step back. Brother Nuoxing, this concerns the rest of your life. Whether you want to be a mad demon or a human in the future, no matter how embarrassed you are, you have to say it. It's just a matter of talking about it. I see that the 9 Gods Temple cares about you so much. They won't refuse to help you. Lon Xin shook his arm. Although her adorable face was full of smiles, Yin Nuoxing caught a rare glimpse of a familiar, murderous aura. Xin, killing intent. Yin Nuoxing shuddered violently. If you don't want to turn into a crazy demon that we can't suppress in the future, slaughtering the divine realm and being taken care of by some god that pops out of nowhere, then obediently go find the light god king and wash away the demonic energy in your body. Ziyi sighed heavily. After thinking for a while, he said, or you can go find an array master and see if there's any sane array master that can wash away the demonic energy. All right. Yin Nuoxing nodded weakly. Netherworld sword looked at his reluctant appearance, then looked around the sea of fire. Finally, he stopped at a place. After a while, he smiled and said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. You have a way. I remember that the energy in the Netherworld sword is more demonic, right? At least for now." As soon as Netherworld sword finished speaking, Ziya's clear and melodious voice immediately sounded. There was some doubt in her voice. "Of course I don't have a way, but there is one person here who has a way." Netherworld sword smiled mysteriously. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing's gaze naturally fixed on Lon Xin. Among those present, he was most familiar with Ziyi and Netherworld sword, but they didn't have the so-called divine power. In the end, only Lon Xin was left. When Lon Xin saw him looking at her, she quickly waved her hand. She did not have any divine power. The void skill that she was practicing was about the use of the power of space. It had nothing to do with this. Ahem. Netherworld sword coughed dryly, then tapped Yin Nuoxing with the scabbard. He pointed the tip of his sword at a certain place and said reproachfully, "Have you forgotten someone who still exists in your soul?" Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing looked in the direction she was pointing. He instantly understood everything. There was a huge silver mark floating in the direction Netherworld sword was pointing at. It was the divine mark that Xian Yin had left in his soul. However, what made him happy was the huge cocoon of light behind the mark. It was the cocoon of light formed by Yishi's soul. Of course I haven't forgotten. It's just that little she is still in a deep sleep. How could I possibly think in that direction? Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. How could he forget? So you've forgotten where you are right now. Netherworld sword sighed helplessly and said, "The night god spring is formed by the blood of a divine spirit of the demon clan." Z is right. It might be able to solve your barrier, but the night god spring also has the effect of tempering the soul and helping it recover. Hearing this, a look of wild joy flashed across Yin Nuoxing's face. Before he could say anything, Netherworld sword smiled and said what he wanted to say. In other words, if we're lucky this time, Yishi might be able to recover her soul and awaken from her deep sleep. Chapter 444. I've seen your memories, and I've seen how Yishi used the formation. Although she doesn't remember it herself, according to my estimation, she should be a 7th or even 8th grade divine level master. Although I don't know how many saint spell formations she has learned, at her level, she should have a lot of them. She should have a purifying saint spell formation, which should be enough to suppress your demon chi, said Su Ming. She's been sleeping for so long. It's time for her to wake up and move around. Yin Nuoxing nodded. He already knew that Yishi's grade wasn't low, so he wasn't too surprised. Then he quickly raised his head and asked, "But how do I wake her up?" The soul was a mysterious thing, and he hadn't studied it yet. He didn't know how to repair the damage to the soul. Yin Nuoxing's soul had been damaged because of the divine body, Su Ming's sword, Ling Hong's sword, and God's mark, so he didn't have to worry about any hidden dangers. I don't know what alchemists are good at. I'm just a small formation master. Yin Nuoxing spread his hands helplessly. Although alchemists and formation masters both use the power of the soul, The latter leaned more towards mental strength. The power of the soul could only be used for coordination and detection in the formation. Unless it was some special formation that had to do with the power of the soul, ordinary formation masters wouldn't pay much attention to the cultivation of the soul. Only alchemists relied on the power of the soul. You don't have to worry about that. The energy of a night god spring is automatically activated. You don't need to control it. Find a way to guide its energy into your soul, and then transfer it to the light cocoon that Yishi has turned into, said Su Ming indifferently. Ziyi waved his hand when he heard that. He said, just expose your soul. There's some energy from the night god spring in your soul right now, but the energy you've unintentionally attracted isn't much. It's not enough for Yi Shi to repair her soul. But right now, you should first repair this broken body of yours. Speaking up to this point, Ziyi rolled her eyes at him in a rebuking manner. Her delicate and charming appearance was extremely charming. With the body of a fifth immortal, you were able to climb up to the ninth heaven without being able to use any energy. Furthermore, you even brought along more than 10 people. I'm afraid this action of yours will be recorded in the history of the God Realm. Yin Nuoxing awkwardly looked to the side. There was definitely something else she was going to say. However, such a messy method will cause your body to be in tatters. You should take advantage of the time before anyone comes up to treat your injuries. Sure enough, after Yin Nuoxing hesitated for a moment, Ziyi began to reprimand him in displeasure. Nodding bitterly, Yin Nuoxing hurriedly jumped up when he saw Ziyi waving her hand to send him off. He hurriedly said, I forgot to ask, what? Ziyi and the others all turned to look at him, making him feel very awkward. Scratching his head, Yin Nuoxing said, why is this place called the Ninth Heaven? I remember that back at the Gathering Fate Pavilion, Xueqing and the others also called the 9 steps the Ninth Heaven. Ziyi wrinkled her nose when she heard that. After thinking for a while, she said, because this is the highest place in the God Realm. It's located under the starry sky. You can touch the starry sky by standing on your tiptoes. The Gathering Fate Pavilion you mentioned, well, it's more or less the same. If there's nothing else, then leave. It won't be too late to talk after you've finished healing. With that, Ziyi waved her hand and was about to send Yin Nuoxing out. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly when he saw the fluorescent light rising from his body. This girl really didn't give him any face today. She chased him away just like that. This was his spiritual domain after all. Ziyi sighed when she saw Yin Nuoxing being swallowed by the fluorescent light and disappearing from this spiritual domain. Then, her gaze gradually became serious. Even Lon Sheener looked a little unhappy. You all hid the situation from him just now, right after a long time. Su Ming finally spoke slowly. Ziyi and Lon Sheener were stunned when they heard her suddenly say that. They looked at each other and then nodded helplessly. That's right, they had hidden something very important. Of course, they definitely wouldn't harm Yin Nuoxing. However, they wanted to hide it from Yin Nuoxing for a while before they had to face the situation. The Su Ming sword buzzed softly, and an energy barrier silently formed, enveloping the 3 of them. They wouldn't let Yin Nuoxing know what they were talking about. Su Ming, according to your deduction, what do you think the probability of little Dumbstar falling to the dark side is? Ziyi sighed when she saw what she was doing and asked slowly. Sigh. Hearing this, the Su Ming sword couldn't help but sigh. After hesitating for a moment, it murmured close to 80%. Moreover, even if Yishi awakens or the Light God King takes action, they might not be able to suppress the demonic aura on her body. You've also deduced it? Ziyi shook her head helplessly. She thought that she was the only one who knew the answer. Lon Sheener nodded. The 3 of them had been in his soul all this time, so they knew what was happening inside better than he did. They just didn't say it out loud. Brother Nuoxing's demonic aura is the after effect of using those strange methods to increase his strength. It's an energy born from his own body. He carries the element of light with him, and the demonic aura is mixed with the element of light. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to break through. The demonic aura is nothing. Little Star's divine body can withstand the pressure of the demonic aura. However, the soul. It's difficult for an immortal grade cultivator to cultivate a demonic soul and contain the power of the elements. Even with the divine body, it's difficult for an immortal grade cultivator to cultivate a demonic soul. Although the power of his soul has far surpassed that of an ordinary demonic grade cultivator, it's still an immortal grade cultivator's soul. If he steps into the demonic grade with an immortal grade soul, then falling to the dark side is almost inevitable. Z said solemnly. For a moment, the two people and the sword fell silent. A thick sadness shrouded the place like a dark cloud. It couldn't be dispelled or brushed away. Forget it. Let's wait until Yishi wakes up. If she can't do anything by then, we'll go to the Light Supreme Being. If the Light Supreme Being can't do anything by then? Lon Sheener asked nervously. By then, we can only resign ourselves to fate, whether he falls to the dark side, or all of this will depend on Little Star's own will. Ian said solemnly. Ian said seriously. After a while, he suddenly laughed softly. Don't worry, that little bastard's life is very good. He's a person with great luck. Didn't the Nine Gods Hall say that he's the child of God? They definitely won't let anything happen to him. Moreover, there's also his little sister Xianyin. Hearing this, the three women couldn't help but chuckle. However, their laughter was filled with helplessness. They could only talk about this matter when the time came. The arms soaked in the night god's spring trembled slightly. The man leaning against the shore trembled and opened his eyes. His eyes reflected the stars. The twinkling starlight made his light purple eyes look exceptionally beautiful. He could even hear faint laughter coming from not far away. His slightly dim eyes were slowly stained with color under the starlight. Yin Nuoshing blinked and looked at the starry sky that seemed to be close at hand. He couldn't help but feel a little intoxicated. This was the first time he was so close to a star domain. He could touch the star domain that he yearned for just by reaching out. So beautiful, he couldn't help but murmur, causing everyone not far away to hurriedly keep quiet. They turned their gazes in unison and saw that Yin Nuoshing was staring at the sea of stars without blinking. They all heaved a sigh of relief. Xian, who had recovered long ago, saw that Yin Nuoshing had woken up. She hurriedly walked to his side. The shocking cuts on the former's body had completely disappeared. His jade-white skin looked soft and supple. Little Star, are you all right? Xian asked nervously as she gently touched his pulse. When she asked, Yuan Shi, Jining, and the others also came over. 10 pairs of eyes stared at Yin Nuoshing in a daze. This made him feel a little embarrassed, and his handsome face was a little hot. I'm fine. I just feel a little tired. Yin Nuoshing shook his head and chuckled. He quickly glanced at everyone and coughed dryly in a panic. I don't have anything to look at. Don't look at me. It's so hard. Go and cultivate. Be good. Hearing this, everyone laughed dryly. They still remembered that Yin Nuoshing couldn't stand being stared at by so many people. Therefore, other than Xian and Yuan Shi, Jin Ing and the others all retreated to the side. However, when they heard the last word, everyone looked a little confused. Brother, it's really been hard on you. Yuan Shi patted Yin Nuoshing's shoulder and sighed. This sigh made the latter a little confused. He glanced at Xian, who wanted to say something but stopped. He seemed to understand something. This girl must have already told him about how he led everyone up the night god peak. Then he chuckled and said, It's not a big deal. It's rare for you to come up here. Take advantage of the fact that there's no one else here, and cultivate well. Yin Nuoshing patted Yuan Shi's shoulder and chuckled. Yuan Shi glanced at the emotions in his eyes. He nodded and didn't say anything. He slowly walked toward the depths of the purple lake and muttered in his heart, Something must have happened to Nuoshing. Yin Nuoshing smiled and waved his hand. He watched as Yuan Shi began to cultivate in the water that reached her waist. Only then did Yin Nuoshing retract his smile. His brows slowly furrowed as he pondered how to safely guide the energy of the night god spring into his soul. The energy of the night god spring is too great. Even if it's not guided by itself, it's 10 times faster than usual. He secretly sighed in his heart. If he suddenly guided this energy into his soul, he was afraid that his weak soul would explode. Just as he was feeling conflicted about the night god spring, he suddenly felt a gaze firmly fixed on him. This caused him to raise his head somewhat awkwardly. As expected, he saw Ziyin sitting by his side, staring at him with her bright eyes. Seeing this girl's bright eyes, Yun Nuashing shook his head helplessly and said, "Girl, aren't you going to cultivate?" Hearing this, Ziyin shook her head gently. Mei Mao glanced at the group, cultivating quietly in the distance. After a while, she said softly, "Xing Xing, you have something on your mind." Yin Nuashing was stunned. He opened his mouth and wanted to deny it, but his throat felt like it was stuck with a fishbone. He stared at her beautiful side profile for a long time before sighing. He scratched his head and replied, "Yes, the night god spring has the effect of repairing souls. It's been a few years since you came to the divine continent. I want to take this opportunity to wake up that little fool." Yin Nuashing sighed. "Little fool?" Ziyin turned her gaze and tilted her head. Her dark purple hair swayed gently in the water. Her Mei Mao also sparkled with the color of starlight. Yin Nuashing nodded. A trace of tenderness and doting flashed across his eyes. When that guy was mentioned, his heart would always feel warm. Yes, a certain little fool who didn't hesitate to use the forbidden power of a divine weapon for us. Chapter 445. Yuyin City, the Abyss Temple, the Forbidden Formation, the Choice of Dawn, the Cenotaph, the Song of Death, the Purple Sea of Flames, and the Cocoon Formation. Those scenes and words that had long disappeared from his mind were now being recounted by Yun Nuashing, and the scenes from that time would appear in his mind. At the beginning, Yishi had sealed off the entire city, so he had no choice but to be her enemy. Later on, he couldn't bear to let them go. From strangers to acquaintances, he was pressed into her evolving world, the cultivation formation. He couldn't help but laugh every time he thought about it. No discord, no concord? That's not right. At that time, I was only a small mortal realm cultivator, while little she was a high and mighty underworld emperor. If I hadn't broken her forbidden formation, I'm afraid she would never have taken me seriously. Yin Nuashing recounted the story between him and Yi Shi in one breath. Ziyin also listened with great interest, his eyes flashing with extraordinary splendor. After that, when we came to the divine prefecture from the Sourcepeak domain, we were unfortunately locked in the spatial passageway. Although I cut open the spatial passageway, we fell into the void. At that time, little she forcefully used my Linghong sword to open a gap in space, and we escaped. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath as he recalled the scene when they first arrived in the western regions of the divine prefecture. If he had chosen to use another transmission gate at that time, this wouldn't have happened, and little she wouldn't have fallen into a deep sleep for so long. But if it hadn't been for the space passage, Yin Nuashing might not have met Ziyin, and this trip to the divine prefecture would have been aimless. It might have been a blessing in disguise. That Miss Yishi, where is she now? Ziyin asked curiously. Yin Nuashing pointed between his eyebrows and said indifferently, "Little she's soul suffered a backlash from the Linghong sword, and now she's sleeping in my soul. She happened to hear Zai say that the night god spring has the effect of healing souls, so she came to the forest of eternal night to try her luck, although this is only one of her goals." One of her goals? Ziyin blinked at Mei Mao. Could it be that little star came to the forest of eternal night for another purpose? Rubbing his head, Yin Nuashing nodded, put his mouth next to her little ear, and said softly, "Ranked 72nd on the divine flame list. Eternal night flame." Purple Knight said, "Maybe it's still here." Hearing this, Ziyin suddenly came to a realization. No wonder he asked Wajie to sense if there was anything unusual at that time. He even said that he was looking for something. It turned out that the Yun Nuo star came for the divine flame. I still don't know where the eternal night flame is. Although I've tried to use the fire element and soul power to sense it, it's not very effective. When I came here, I found a few energy sources and tried to change my path, but I felt that the energy changed direction halfway. After a few times, I still can't figure out where it is. Yin Nuashing said softly. After thinking for a while, he added self-deprecatingly, I'm like a headless fly running around in a foggy forest. Ah. Xian paused, feeling that something was wrong. She asked in surprise then, Little star, you change your path frequently to find the flame of eternal night, not because you couldn't find a location of the night god mountain? Yin Nuashing blushed a little after being exposed, but she still nodded. But little star, you were still angry after we arrived at the night god mountain. You said that someone caught up with us. Xian frowned in confusion. Life is like a play. It's all about acting. Yin Nuashing stuck out her tongue. Xian, so you can go and cultivate in peace. I have some work to do. Yin Nuashing smiled. Xian nodded, got up, and walked to the side. She trusted Yin Nuashing very much, but even so, she didn't go too far away. She sat down about 10 feet away, took one last look at Yin Nuashing, and then slowly closed her eyes. Yin Nuashing sighed in relief when she saw that Xian had been coaxed to cultivate. She lifted her hand from the purple lake and looked at the purple water in her palm with a strange expression. Demon God's blood. Forget it. Yin Nuashing shook his head and tossed these chaotic thoughts out of his mind. He hurriedly crossed his legs and focused his attention on the night god spring, which was continuously changing its energy. He sighed softly, and his spiritual strength slowly surged out from between his eyebrows. After pondering for a moment, the spiritual strength that had left his body condensed into a transparent medicinal cauldron that was suspended on the surface of the lake. Looking at the transparent medicine cauldron floating in front of her, Yin Nuashing couldn't help but reach out and flick it. She muttered, "Should I refine it?" Demon God's blood contains a huge amount of divinity. It can be absorbed into the body without too much refinement. Zai glanced at the cauldron that was condensed from the soul and said indifferently that divinity's power is a great tonic for a god with an incomplete soul. After saying that, he seemed to know what Xian wanted to say and added, divinity's power is a kind of energy that can only be obtained after becoming a god. You will know in the future. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and snorted softly. As if in a fit of pique, she drew out a full cauldron of lake water. She snapped her fingers, and a light purple flame appeared at the tip of her finger. With a flick of her finger, the flame quickly rushed into the cauldron and plunged into the purple lake water. Are you making soup? Zai rolled his eyes. Yin Nuashing's face couldn't help but twitch. She took back the cauldron and a part of the night god spring and placed it in front of Zai. She said indignantly, "You are good. You go." Zai raised his head and saw that Zai was pouting. He almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He rolled his eyes at Zai and stood up while stretching. He carried the transparent soul cauldron and walked towards the soul light cocoon. Seeing that she was really going to move, Yin Nuashing wrinkled her nose and muttered in a voice that only she could hear, "Anyway, I am an idiot who doesn't know anything." Although her voice was very soft, it was still heard by Lon Exener and the Netherworld Ruin Sword. The two of them looked at each other and laughed helplessly, shaking their heads. Zai carried the cauldron and the night god spring to Yi Shi's light cocoon. He gently placed the cauldron down and looked at the light cocoon that was several times larger than her. He waved his hand and lifted it up. Then, under Yin Nuashing's shocked gaze, he threw it into the cauldron. Before Yin Nuashing could cry out, her lily-white hands danced like lightning. As her hands moved, the surrounding sea of fire seemed to be pulled and violently churned. All of it surged towards the cauldron in front of Zai and slowly gathered at the bottom of the cauldron. In the end, it actually turned into a beautiful purple lotus flower that bloomed. Wisps of flames rose from the lotus flower. The faint purple flames suddenly increased in temperature and swallowed the cauldron and the light cocoon. Are you making soup? Yin Nuashing was so frightened that she almost swallowed her tongue. If he was making soup, then Zai was trying to roast Yishi. If not for the fact that she didn't feel Zai's malice, she would have already rushed forward to stop her. What do you know? Zai turned around and rolled her eyes at him. The night god spring is not an ordinary item. Even with the temperature of the divine flames, it will take a very long time to refine it. It can only be refined directly through the body. Soaking Yishi's light cocoon in the night god spring and using the divine flames to control the speed of the energy flow is the correct way to use it. It won't suffocate she to death, right? Yin Nuashing muttered worriedly. Zai rolled her eyes at him and pointed at the light cocoon with her slender finger. She frowned and didn't seem to want to say anything. Seeing that Zai was looking at him as if he was an idiot, Yin Nuashing laughed embarrassedly and turned to look at the light cocoon. Only then did he see that the silver cocoon that had been quiet all this time had actually lit up a little. All right, it's useful. Yin Nuashing was delighted to see this, but when he saw Zai staring at Mei Mao, he laughed bitterly. He raised his hand and pointed it at the light cocoon. Traces of the power of the stars flowed out of his palm and wrapped around the light cocoon. When the two collided, the power of the stars wasn't refined by the divine flames, nor did it fuse with the light cocoon. Instead, it strangely adhered to the light cocoon. For a moment, the silver light cocoon seemed to be transformed into the color of the stars. When the power of the stars moved, the energy of the night god's spring also slowly spread upwards. Under the illumination of the two black lights, one could even see specks of light twinkling like stars. The purplish-black light began to weaken at an observable rate, while the power of the stars and the divine flames became denser and denser. The twinkling starlight on the silver light cocoon became denser and denser. In the end, it almost looked like a star domain. As the divine flames danced, the star domain pulsed in and out in an endless cycle. Little she, you've been asleep for a few years. It's time for you to wake up. Yin Nuashing couldn't help but say excitedly as he looked at the starry light cocoon in front of him. Yin Nuashing didn't receive a reply. The sound of the flames exploding still reverberated in the air. The silver light cocoon continued to float, but the petite figure didn't emerge from the cocoon. Wait a little longer. Seeing that Yin Nuashing's mouth was slightly agape and he was a little confused, Ziyi comforted him softly. Just as he finished speaking, the light cocoon that had been quiet all this time suddenly trembled. A vast and terrifying soul energy suddenly rippled and exploded with the light cocoon at the center. The sudden appearance of the soul energy explosion caused Yin Nuashing's expression to change drastically. If this terrifying soul energy shock wave hit him, it would probably instantly turn his soul into ashes. Even Ziyi and Lan Xin were slightly shocked. In a flash, they appeared in front of Yin Nuashing. Three similarly vast soul energies instantly condensed into a soul barrier that shielded Yin Nuashing behind them. His eyes stared nervously at the soul energy that was spreading towards him. He then looked at Ziyi and the other two who had calm expressions. Only then did he suppress the panic in his heart. Just as the few soul energies were about to collide head-on, the soul energy explosion suddenly trembled and then disappeared in an instant. Kacha! The raging flames suddenly exploded, and the cocoon of light turned into dust in an instant. A petite figure slowly appeared under the illumination of the flames. Her wine-red hair and 4 long strands of black hair appeared especially bright under the faint purple light of the flames. The pair of ruby eyes that had been tightly shut for a few years also quietly opened at this moment. Chapter 446. The firelight lasted for a moment before it faded. The purple sea of fire slowly descended, and the figure within it appeared in front of Yin Nuashing and the others. The figure that appeared was dressed in a black and white dress. Her slender and wide sleeves covered her slender hands, and her exposed shoulders reflected the light of the fire. Her short burgundy hair had 4 long black hair casually tied up by 4 red hair bands. Her young and tender face had a familiar cuteness. Because she had just woken up, her burgundy eyes were still a little dazed, but also a little lively. Stepping on the light purple sea of fire, Yishi gently landed. Only when her feet touched the incorporeal ground did Yishi stretch lazily. After a while, she lazily opened her eyes and looked at Yin Nuo and the others who were walking over. Her eyes spun a few times before she suddenly threw a confused look at them. Not far away, Yin Nuashing's heart trembled slightly when he saw this look. He could not help but sigh softly. Is this the little she that you always talk about? Lan Xin ran 2 steps and stopped in front of Yishi. The two of them stared at each other, full of curiosity. Lan Xin happily hugged Yishi and patted her head. She smiled and said, "So cute." Yin Nuoxing shrugged. When Yishi was asleep, only Ziyi was still around. However, at that time, the two of them had not gotten to know each other very well. They had only met in the Sea of Fire and had even fought. After being played by Lan Xin for a while, Yishi pouted and looked at Yin Nuoxing, who had a helpless expression. She muttered, "Brother Nuo, who are these guys in your soul?" "This is a long story." Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. He was still worried about how to introduce them. Could he just say that Ziyi, you have seen it before, Exen, is a soul, and Su Ming? Well, for now, he is just a sword. After a brief introduction, Yishi was still being held in Lan Xin arms like a rag doll. For the sake of Yin Nuoxing, Lan Xin also endured and did not throw a tantrum. "Well, you two go ahead and catch up. We won't be the third wheel." Ziyi waved his hand and said as he walked. He glanced at Lan Xin, who stuck out her tongue and put Yishi down. She followed Ziyi, and the Netherworld ruins soared to the side. Yin Nuoxing felt a little awkward when she saw the three of them leave the two of them behind. She scratched her head and saw she mumbling to herself as she fiddled with her hair that Lan Xin had messed up. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. When Yishi saw that Yin Nuoxing seemed to have a speech impediment, she couldn't help but sigh. She had no choice but to speak first. "I'm afraid it's been 6 or 7 years. I didn't expect this deep sleep to have lasted for another few years." Although she had been sleeping in Yin Nuoxing's soul, she could more or less sense what he had experienced. 6 years was a very small number in her life. In fact, it wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. She had hurriedly passed 1 year after another. "Brother Nuo hasn't changed at all. Even your appearance hasn't changed at all." Yishi slowly sat on the ground and hugged her knees. Her wine-red eyes stared at Yin Nuoxing with a smile as she said, "Ahem." Yin Nuoxing coughed dryly and sat down casually. He muttered, "You haven't changed either." Yishi took a light breath and drew a few circles on the ground with her small hand. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Brother Nuo, you have problems with your body, right? How did you know?" Yin Nuoxing was at a loss for words for a moment when she pointed out his problem. "Although I was in a deep sleep, I knew a little about what happened to Brother Nuo when he was awake. However, there weren't many times like this. I was bitten by Ling Hongjian, and my soul should have been shattered directly. I didn't expect this soul-burning technique to save my life. Most importantly, Ling Hongjian actually stuffed me into Brother Nuo's soul. Otherwise, even with the soul-burning technique, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to hold on." Yishi smiled bitterly. She had faced so many challenges in life. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but be shocked. So it was Ling Hongjian who saved little Shi's life back then. Yishi tilted her head and looked at Yin Nuoxing rather cutely. The latter also looked at her quietly. When Yishi blushed, she turned her gaze and looked at Ziyi and the others. She said softly, "I do have a Saint Technique array that can purify devil chi. However, it can only expel devil chi that invade from outside." Ziyi and the others, who were eavesdropping a few meters away, couldn't help but sigh in disappointment even though they had expected this. Yin Nuoxing also sighed heavily. His devil chi was born from his own body. "I'm sorry, Brother Nuo. I can't help you expel the devil chi in your body." Yishi lowered her small head and almost buried it in her knees. She muttered with some self-blame. Yin Nuoxing had gone to great lengths to help her repair her soul, but she couldn't help at all. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing frowned. She crawled over on all fours and sat down behind Yishi. She stroked her head with her right hand and said softly, "It's fine. It's not little Shi's fault. This is expected. It's already great news that little Shi can wake up." Yishi raised her head and was about to say something when her body fell backwards. Her head fell on Yin Nuoxing's chest. The latter chuckled and said, "The road ahead is still very long. I'm only at the peak of Immortal 5th stage now. There's still a long way to go before I reach the devil rank." At most, I'll slow down my cultivation speed and solve the problem before that. Moreover, I still have the barrier breakthrough now. Yishi's heart warmed as Yin Nuashing gently stroked her head. She nodded her small head. Not far away, Ziyi glanced at the two who were so harmonious that they looked like siblings. She sighed and retracted her gaze. She said softly, "The 8th grade divine rank array master hasn't withdrawn. I reckon the alchemist side won't have a solution either. In the end, we can only see if the light divine king has a solution." Lan Xan, and Su Ming both replied solemnly. Yin Nuashing wasn't in a hurry, but they were. Suddenly, Zi felt a hand stroking her head. Zi turned her head and saw Yin Nuashing looking at them with a faint smile. She said, "We'll go out first. If we wait for too long, that girl will be anxious again. As for my matter, you don't have to be anxious. It's useless to think too much. Let nature take its course. If there's a solution, there will be a solution. If there isn't, then it's up to fate." She patted Lan Xin's head again. Yin Nuashing hesitated for a moment and said, "Xin'er, aren't you coming out? It seems that ever since the Tana's water god temple, you've been cooped up in my soul and won't come out." When Lan Xin'er heard that, she pursed her lips and smiled. However, she shook her head and said, "If there's nothing else, then Xin'er won't go out. I can still chat with Sister Su Ming and Sister Ziyi here. Besides, we have to keep an eye on chaos, well as you wish." Yin Nuashing shook her head with a bitter smile. Then, she picked up the palm-sized pink little fellow from her head. When she saw that it was still so small, her bitter smile deepened. She placed it on Xin'er's head and said, "You've grown taller. I've always dreamed of the day when you'll be able to carry us and soar into the sky." Chirp. The little fellow stretched its wings and cried out. It seemed to be arguing with dissatisfaction. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. "Well, we're going out." She pulled Yishi. Rings of faint purple light immediately spread out from her body and quickly enveloped Yin Nuashing and Ziyi. Then, the two of them swayed and disappeared from this soul world. Under the endless stars, specks of starlight suddenly gathered at the edge of the deep purple lake. The surging energy caused everyone who was training to be startled. Their gazes suddenly turned and saw a spatial crack slowly being torn apart. Soon after, a petite figure slowly walked out from within. "I've finally woken up. What a long sleep." Yishi immediately took a deep breath of fresh air after crawling out of the spatial crack. She stretched out her arms, and there was an intoxicated look on her young and adorable face. Yin Nuashing, who had also woken up, heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Yishi, who was mischievous and had the temperament of a little girl. This was the Yishi he knew. It was so awkward when they met just now. This is the night god spring. So the energy just now was this. No wonder it healed my soul. After she heaved a sigh of relief, Yishi noticed the place where the stars were shining brightly. After her initial shock, she was overjoyed. She dived into the night god spring without saying anything. She couldn't help but murmur happily, "There's so much energy here. Maybe I can recover some of my strength." Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly as she watched Yi-Shi play with the water like a child. She couldn't help but shake her head. "Little star, who is she?" Yuan-Shi hurriedly asked as he looked at Yi-Shi, who was swimming like a fish in the night god spring. Yin Nuashing smiled and looked at Zian. The latter was startled for a moment. Then, realization dawned on him, and he said, "She's Miss Yi-Shi?" Yin Nuashing smiled and nodded. She briefly introduced Yi-Shi to Yuan-Shi and Nightmare. Then, she explained to Yao Hua and the others. After seeing the strange reactions of the others, Yin Nuashing smiled faintly. Yuan-Shi and the others probably couldn't imagine that she was once a high and mighty peak underworld emperor. "I suddenly remember what happened that day." Yao Hua smiled bitterly. They had seen Yishi before. Later, when they recognized Yin Nuashing as Yusin, they found it strange that their little tail had disappeared. It turned out that she had gone to heal her soul. Now that she had come out, it reminded them of what happened in Yin City. Boss used the light element to hit the barrier. "We were almost killed." Lei Ming smiled bitterly. "That's right. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, they said in unison, "That's why the light element isn't reliable at all." Ah. Yin Nuoxing and Yao Hua smiled bitterly at the same time. They couldn't control it well. Looking at the starry sky above her head, Yin Nuoxing pondered for a moment. After a while, she lowered her head and looked at the purple lake. She took a deep breath and raised her right hand. The purple night flame slowly rose. The temperature of the surrounding space suddenly soared. The sudden high temperature startled everyone. Yao Hua and the others who were nearby all rolled away. Yin Nuoxing shrunk her neck and smiled apologetically at everyone. Then, she restrained her expression and pressed her hand into the night god spring. Her evil spirit eye and 6 demonic wings unfolded at the same time. Boundless soul power spread out like a tide. Her right hand, holding the purple night flame, continuously absorbed the energy of the night god spring. With the support of the night god spring, the range of his soul strength had increased by several times. Perhaps it was because of the night god spring, but his soul strength wasn't affected as it flowed into the Evernight forest. Eternal night flame, where are you? His soul force rapidly spread out, gradually covering more than half of the eternal night forest. At this time, the expansion of his soul force gradually stopped. Even with the power of the night god spring, he could only spread his soul force to such a large area. There's a strange energy source in the north, but it's very strange. I can't find the source. Scratching his head, Yin Nuoxing turned his gaze to the north with a strange expression on his face. However, from the highest point of the god realm, all he could see was the starry sky. There's only a divergent path. Could it be that the energy source has been concealed, and this path is a parallel path? After discovering this even stranger thing, Yin Nuoxing could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Normally, the energy emitted by an energy source would be radiated in a circular shape. However, the way the energy was radiating, if you were to draw it in its entirety, it would be in a square shape. Let's go take a look. Chapter 447. The surging purple energy surged through his body like a raging wave. The energy that was frantically circulating within his body even emitted a thunderous roar. As the energy from the night god spring continued to pour into his body, the already swelling energy increased several times over. Every time the energy was about to reach a saturation point, there would be an indescribable force that would suppress the saturated energy. It was like a balloon that had been blown up and then burst, causing the swelling energy to deflate in an instant. The rolling thunder also stopped abruptly as the energy weakened. However, it didn't stop for long before the rumbling thunder started again. The energy from the night god spring seemed to be endless as it filled the hole. On the night god peak, one could see with the naked eye a purple energy whirlwind spiraling above the purple lake. There were also galaxies formed by the power of the stars falling from the star field. Endless rays of light flooded the area, so bright that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. Is he cultivating? Why do I feel like the energy he's extracting is enough for me to advance to the demon rank? At the edge of the night god spring, everyone was forced to retreat from the lake because of the energy whirlwind. Yuanshi opened his eyes against the wind and stared at the figure in the center of the lake. He shouted at the top of his lungs so that his voice wouldn't be drowned out by the wind. Well, didn't he condense his energy into a crystal? It's natural that he needs a lot of energy to advance. But isn't this a bit too much? He just came out of seclusion not long ago, and he wants to advance again. Yao Hua also shouted at the top of his lungs, afraid that his voice would be torn apart by the wind. Nightmare shook his head. He opened his mouth to say something, but even he couldn't hear his own voice. His eyebrows trembled, and then he roared, "This isn't the energy needed to advance from the Immortal 52 transformation stage to the Immortal 6. Even a crystal doesn't need that much energy. I think there's something wrong with his body." Xian smiled bitterly. The wind blew her long purple hair behind her back like a piece of silk. The hair beside her ears also danced wildly, forcing her to use her hands to hold it down. She hesitated for a moment, and then roared, "Little Star said." He encountered a breakthrough barrier. He told us to ignore him. This is normal. Before they started cultivating, Yin Nuashing had told them that there would be a huge commotion when they started cultivating, so they should be careful. Huh. Yao Hua opened his mouth in shock, but he suddenly swallowed a mouthful of wind and started coughing violently. Jining had to continue from the side. Even if it's a breakthrough barrier, what's up with that energy? Boom, 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 boom. There's even thunder. Are you having diarrhea? Zian. Kamzi Yin smiled wryly. She wasn't sure either. Yin Nuashing had only told her to be careful and hadn't said anything special. Moreover, when it came to breaking through a barrier, let alone her, even the young elites present probably didn't know much about it. At most, they only knew what was going on. Buzz. While they were discussing, they were shocked to see a huge pillar of light condensed from the power of the stars descend from the sky. Then, it suddenly pounced on the frail figure above the lake. The terrifying starlight reminded them of the terrifying pillar of light they saw in the ghostly forest that day, the one that almost pierced through Sourcepeak City. Although it wasn't as terrifying now, it still made them retreat in horror. When the power of the stars descended, the energy hurricane above the night god spring became several times more violent. Everyone had no choice but to squat down or even lie on the ground to avoid being blown away by the wind. Nightmare, who was lying on the ground, was about to say something when he blinked and looked behind him at the protruding slope. He looked for a moment, then turned his head, took a deep breath, and roared, "Someone's climbing up!" Everyone cried out in surprise. Yuanshi hurriedly shouted, "Should we blast Little Star up? If there's someone, won't they be disturbed?" Nightmare hurriedly shook his head and roared. The aura that suddenly appeared just now. It wasn't there before. He'll probably come up in half an hour. We have to hurry him up. It's almost time for us to retreat. If others see us monopolizing the night god spring, there will be a lot of unnecessary things. Everyone smiled bitterly when they heard this. How could they make him hurry up? It was probably because the commotion caused by Yin Nuashing's advancement was too great, and the people below were a little anxious. When the night god peak appeared, the shock wave had knocked everyone unconscious except for Yin Nuashing, which gave them the upper hand. They didn't expect that someone would come up to the night god peak in just over 2 hours. Suddenly, Xian realized that someone was missing. When he looked carefully, he couldn't help but cry out, "Where's Yishi? She couldn't have been blown away, right?" Yao Huan muttered with a bitter smile. Yishi was so small, so she must have been blown away by the wind. Everyone smiled bitterly. When Nightmare screamed that someone was climbing up, he thought that Yin Nuashing would stop very soon. Unexpectedly, the power of the stars and the energy hurricane became more and more intense and violent. The terrifying energy permeated the top of the night god peak, forcing everyone to release their energy to take root in the ground so that they wouldn't be blown away by the wind. The violent energy kept pushing everyone back. In less than a minute, there were dozens of scratches on the ground. Even with everyone's combined efforts, the energy barrier was still pushed back dozens of meters. Just when everyone thought that they would be pushed off the night god peak, the energy that had expanded to the extreme suddenly shrank, and the majestic pressure suddenly disappeared. Even the violent wind and the pillar of starlight disappeared in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The moment the expanding energy disappeared, a loud sound like a drum suddenly came from the center of the purple lake, causing everyone to turn their gazes in shock. They saw Yin Nuashing slowly kneeling on the surface of the lake, boiling hot steam rising from her body. Everyone looked at each other, and in a flash, they flew out. In just a few breaths, they rushed to Yin Nuashing's side and slowly stopped beside her. Only when they got closer could they feel Yin Nuashing's slightly chaotic aura. There was even a trace of brilliant golden-red blood at the corner of her mouth. This situation was exactly like a failure in advancement. However, there were no sequelae of failure like ordinary people. For example, the drop in level caused by the energy fluctuation was too strong. Xian hurriedly knelt down as well. Her lily-white hand gently stroked Yin Nuashing's back as she asked nervously, "Are you all right?" Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuashing shook his head and slowly stood up while holding her hand. He let out a long sigh and said, we failed. Seriously, the night god spring was supposed to help me break through the barrier. The night god spring only has a chance of helping people who have been stuck for too long break through the bottleneck. How long has it been since you came out of seclusion? I only said that there was a chance. There was a chance. Hearing her words, Z hurriedly pushed the blame away. Don't worry. You can't rush the path of cultivation. Isn't it just breaking through the barrier? With Little Star's physique, there definitely won't be a problem. Yuan-Shi patted Yin Nuashing's shoulder and comforted her. Breaking through the barrier? A somewhat tender voice suddenly sounded from the side, causing everyone to look over. Just as they lowered their heads, they saw ripples suddenly appear on the calm surface of the lake. Following that, a small wine-red head slowly emerged from the water, giving everyone a fright. They thought that this fellow had been blown off the night god peak. They didn't expect that she had been under the lake all along. Shaking her head, Yishi shook off the purple lake water that flowed down her little face. She raised her head and said, Big Brother Nua, did you encounter the barrier? Hearing this, Yin Nuashing nodded with a bitter expression. Others could only encounter the barrier at the initial god stage. He, on the other hand, encountered the barrier at the 52nd immortal transformation stage. Furthermore, because his energy carrier had been condensed into a crystal, the difficulty of breaking through the barrier was even more difficult. Oh, hearing this, Yishi tilted her little head. The expression on her little face changed slightly for a while. After a while, she emerged from the water. With a flip of her wide sleeves, she took out an irregular crystal the size of a head. Holding it with both hands, she handed it to Yun Nuashing. Big Brother Nua, this is for you. As soon as this irregular crystal appeared, the energy of the night god spring suddenly boiled. A surging tide of energy spread outwards. The huge amount of energy emitted caused Yun Nuashing's expression to become serious. His mouth opened and closed. What is this? The night god spring has been deposited at the bottom of the lake for many years. No, one has visited the bottom of the lake for many years, so a large amount of energy crystals have formed. This one is the largest. I just spent a lot of effort to pull it out from the bottom of the lake. I don't know if it's useful, Yishi said softly. With this crystal, it was equivalent to having a mobile night god spring. If they encountered a bottleneck in the future, taking it out would greatly increase their chances of breaking through. Furthermore, even without its special effects, it was a huge source of energy. The pure energy could be used by anyone to speed up their cultivation. What? There's one at the bottom of the lake. Then what are we waiting for? Hearing that there was such a treasure at the bottom of the lake, Yao Hua's saliva almost flowed out. Then, he made a diving motion. Before he could jump, Lei Ming and the others hurriedly pulled him back. They laughed bitterly in unison. We don't know how deep this lake is. There's no time now. It's about time for us to leave. No, let me go. I'm going to pull one out. Yao Hua raised his voice and looked like he wouldn't give in no matter what. Yin Nuashing pinched a slender spike with 2 fingers. As soon as she touched it, the familiar energy of the night god spring crazily surged into her body, causing her to tremble slightly. She resisted the urge to refine the spike and picked it up. After examining it for a while, she smiled gently and put it back in Yishi's hand. She rubbed her head and smiled. Little Lucky Star, you picked up something good as soon as you came out. However, I won't be able to use this thing for a while. I know my own condition better than anyone else. This isn't something that can be solved with more energy. The barrier of the spirit receiving godly physique has to be solved with the method of the spirit receiving godly physique. Yin Nuashing smiled mysteriously, causing everyone to be confused. The method of the spirit receiving godly physique? When Zi heard this, she put down the teacup in her hand. Her red lips pulled up into a charming smile. This brat finally understood. Yes, the unique method of the spirit receiving godly physique. Yin Nuashing smiled, but didn't say anything. She walked towards the other end of the night god spring with her hands behind her back. When everyone saw this, they looked at each other in confusion before hurriedly following her. Yin Nuashing slowly spread out her soul power. When she sensed that there was no one else's aura in the direction of the night god peak, she nodded and walked to the edge of the cliff. She raised her head and looked at the starry sky that was within reach. Then, she took a deep breath. Her throat moved a little, and she slowly shifted her gaze downwards. She didn't know how far down below, but she still couldn't see that patch of green. "Oh, I'm afraid of heights." Lei Ming looked down. His legs went weak, and he almost fell on his butt. A dignified immortal rank cultivator is actually afraid of heights. Nightmare glanced at him and sneered. Yao Hua looked down and said helplessly, "Your legs are trembling too. You're obviously afraid too." "I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. Anyway, if I jump down to a certain height, the wind element will be able to gather again." Nightmare shouted agitatedly. Yao Hua had exposed her. She was so embarrassed that she flew into a rage. Save some energy for the screaming feast later. Yin Nuashing sighed helplessly. Even though she was used to excitement, she still couldn't stand this height. "You're not really going to jump, are you?" Yao Hua smiled bitterly. He looked at the ground that he couldn't see, and cold sweat was about to break out. He quickly wiped his forehead and said with a fawning smile, "That, Miss Yi Shi, can I borrow your spiritual world for a while?" Yi Shi, who was once a Netherworld emperor, naturally had a spiritual world that only Netherworld kings had. "However, my soul power has just recovered, so I can't open my spiritual world for a while. I still need to rest for a while." Yi Shi shook her head emotionlessly. Unexpectedly, she winked mischievously at Yin Nuashing, causing the latter to smile bitterly. This little girl was really naughty. Yao Hua smiled bitterly and couldn't help but roar at the sky. "The heavens want me dead. You're a real man. What can't be solved with a jump? If there is, then jump off the night god peak." Yin Nuashing calmly patted him on the shoulder and said in a serious tone. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone saw golden chains emerge from his windbreaker and naturally wrap around their waists. They even tightened. Is this how you lifted us up just now?" Nightmare laughed dryly. "Yes, is there a problem?" Yin Nuashing raised her eyebrows and glanced at him. Then, she carried Yi Shi in her arms. Xian naturally walked to her side and hugged her. Everyone smiled bitterly. They were showing off their love again. Yin Nuashing shrugged nonchalantly. He was already used to it. "Just let her be. Come, let's count to 3. Jump down from Night God Peak. We'll be brothers and sisters for the rest of our lives." Yin Nuashing suddenly said. Everyone was startled, and then they all laughed bitterly. 3. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath as she tightened her grip on the 2 people in her arms. 2. Yao Hua murmured softly. He gritted his teeth as if he was about to be executed. 1. Nightmare pushed his forehead with one hand and laughed maniacally. Soon after, more than a dozen figures leaped up in unison, and a terrifying feeling of weightlessness followed. I think we should shout leap of faith. Get lost. Chapter 448. At the center of the distorted space-time, a gigantic black pagoda, as tall as the sky, stood quietly under the starry sky. If one were to look closely, the black pagoda did not appear to be very regular. Moreover, the bottom of the pagoda was abnormally thick. It was a mountain as tall as the sky. At the top of the mountain, where even the air was almost frozen, a dozen black spots suddenly fell side by side. The bone-chilling wind whistled past their ears. It was as cold as a knife as it scraped past their cheeks, causing the dozen-plus black spots to involuntarily cry out. There were even some who cried out at the top of their lungs. No, they roared out. Their earth-shaking, sorrowful cries transformed into a sad song at the center of this distorted space. The terrifying feeling of weightlessness grew stronger and stronger, as if all the blood in their bodies was pressed to their backs. The fierce wind blew their cheeks, and they could hear indistinct screams. "So cold, I'm going to pee." The man in the bright, white robe suddenly roared. "Disgusting. Scram. Pervert." As soon as he finished speaking, a few angry roars sounded beside him, and they wanted to kick him into the sky. They seem to be in the sky right now. Shout all you want. No one will save you even if you scream yourself hoarse. Once you jump, There's no turning back. Nightmare laughed crazily, and then he laughed maniacally. In half an hour, we'll fall to a place where we can use the wind element. If you faint, please prepare your last words. Thunder, break your throat. Break your throat. Yaohua, scram. Everyone was terrified. Half an hour? The pain on their faces and bodies, and the suffocating feeling in their lungs made them feel like every second was as long as an era. Yin Nuashing was relatively calm. He and Xian had already experienced this when they climbed up. Although their bodies were a little uncomfortable, it wasn't to the extent that they couldn't endure it. His 6 wings had already extended from his back, wrapping around Xian and Yishi. His eyes were looking straight ahead. His soul power had sensed that the strange energy source was right where he was looking. However, it was still the endless sky, and he could not see anything. Below him, he could vaguely make out a little bit of green, and he did not know how far it would take to reach the ground. He turned around and looked at the different starry sky that was gradually getting further away. It had already been more than 10 minutes since he jumped down from the 9th heaven. He was probably at the 6th heaven now. Of course, this was just a guess. Yin Nuashing could only sigh helplessly as she listened to Yao Hua and the others trying to divert her attention. She glanced at Yuan Shi and saw that the latter was still calm, but his twitching cheeks showed that he wasn't calm at all. Bang! The sudden loud noise shocked everyone. Their eardrums buzzed, and the world seemed to have quieted down all of a sudden. They were not prepared to break through the sound barrier at all, and their eardrums almost burst. Suddenly, he felt the girl in his arms hugging him tighter. Yin Nuashing also patted the person wrapped in his wings and sighed softly. Just as he was about to say something, his eyes suddenly widened, and he stared straight ahead. He saw an unusually large black mountain flashing in front of him. Its height was almost the same as their current position. That is, this is the position of the 5th heaven. Yin Nuashing sucked in a breath of extremely cold air in shock. He had never seen such a tall mountain range, nor had he heard of it. However, the black mountain only flashed for a moment. Yin Nuashing also thought that it was an illusion and did not investigate further. After breaking through the sound barrier, everyone closed their mouths and chose to communicate with their souls. At this uncontrollable speed, they couldn't even hear what they said. Huoji, do you sense any blazing energy source? Yin Nuashing took a moment to look at the red-haired girl not far away on her right and asked through her soul, Huoji, do you sense any blazing energy source? Huoji was startled by the sudden call. She turned her gaze and saw Yin Nuashing's purple-gold eyes staring at her seriously. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. After thinking for a while, she shook her head and said, I don't sense it. There is very little fire elemental energy in the eternal night forest. Even the amount of fire elemental energy floating between heaven and earth is not very much. Yin Nuashing nodded. There was no other direction. They could only look at the strange energy source. After a long time, a cyan energy suddenly rose in her heart. She was already used to the feeling of energy suddenly pouring into her body. Yin Nuashing naturally knew what this cyan energy was. The 6 wings in front of her slowly unfolded. The 6 wings allowed her to sense elemental energy several times better than ordinary people, especially the wind elemental energy. Therefore, as soon as she came out of the 1st heaven, Yin Nuashing could sense the wind elemental energy. However, the others were not so fast. The 6 wings slowly unfolded to a size of 10 zhang. The thin and negligible wind elemental energy in the air was sucked in by her like a water pump. However, she did not make her body stop abruptly. The golden chains were still wrapped around everyone. If she stopped now, she was afraid that she would break them in half. The fine wind elemental energy slowly condensed and gradually condensed into a huge mass of cyan energy. Then, through the wings, the wind elemental energy slowly spread around her body, causing their speed to slowly decrease. Wind elemental energy. I finally found it. As soon as this energy appeared, Yao Hua exclaimed. Everyone was also stunned. They could actually hear her. However, by the time they reacted, their speed had already decreased by a lot. Phew, we're alive. Laming wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and patted his chest with lingering fear. When they safely descended to a certain height and the wind elemental energy had already spread throughout the space, Yin slowly stopped and retracted her golden chains. Her 6 wings also shrunk from 10 zhang to a normal size of 20 zhang. Xian also slowly came out of her arms. She patted her plump chest and sighed softly. She stared straight ahead, the sky in the north. Then, she looked up at the starry sky. She had turned a large area of space into a space that was close to the star domain. They were still under the distorted space and time of the starry sky. The methods of the ancient deities are really incredible. The little koala bear that was still hanging in Yun Nuoxing's arms also looked up at the starry sky. It saw through the mystery of the sky at a glance and muttered, "Ancient deities?" Everyone's expression froze. Distorted space and time. This isn't the starry sky we're in. It's filled with the aura of an ancient torrent of time. After devouring Zero's illusory time lost domain, although she couldn't directly use the power of time like he could, Yun Nuoxing had become more sensitive to the flow of time around her. Looking down at the light green ground that was still far away, Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and took the lead to fly towards the sky in the north. Everyone hurriedly followed. It was said that the northernmost part of the eternal night forest was the edge of the realm of the gods, the edge of this planar world. If one jumped out of the edge, they would arrive at the star domain. However, very few people had ever been to this so-called edge, so no one knew what it looked like. Yin Nuoxing and the others were also very curious about this. High up in the sky, Yin Nuoxing felt that the suppression of the light element had disappeared at some point. It should be said that the suppression of the elements had disappeared silently. He didn't say much. The light element permeated the air and enveloped everyone. As soon as he made this move, everyone nervously moved closer. However, Yin Nuoxing didn't increase his speed to the maximum. He only increased his speed by a lot. While flying high up in the sky, Qin Yin suddenly exclaimed in surprise, causing Yin Nuoxing to slow down a lot. Then, he turned around and saw her startled expression. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Qin Yin opened her mouth and looked at the unique calmness on Yin Nuoxing's handsome face. She took a deep breath and gently stroked the red crystal hanging on her belt. A white light flashed, and a blue crystal ball the size of a fist appeared. This blue crystal ball was currently emitting a bright light. It was very bright under the starry night sky. Guide bead? Yin Nuoxing only took a glance at it. Then, he thought of the previous matter and thought of something. Qin Yin was stunned for a moment after being seen through by him. She rolled her eyes at him and said, If I hadn't mentioned this thing before, I would have thought that you had seen my Qin family's guide bead. It should be used by your Qin family to search for an item in the forest of eternal night. Looking at the reaction of this so-called guide bead, it should be getting closer, Yin Nuoxing said. He was only guessing. You've guessed everything. Qin Yin smiled bitterly. It wasn't hard to guess, but he hit the nail on the head. She really suspected that Yin Nuoxing knew what the Qin family was thinking. Moreover, Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath and looked up at her. He said softly, "There's a 50% chance that the item you're looking for is the same as the item I'm looking for now, or it's in the same place." Qin Yin wrinkled her nose when she heard this. Then she smiled calmly and said, "When that time comes, I hope that young Master Yun will show mercy. It's useless to pretend to be obedient." Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and said, "Let's wait and see. We'll talk about it when we get there. I don't think many people know about this." Qin Yin nodded. She didn't want the item her Qin family was looking for to coincide with what Yin Nuoxing was looking for. If it really was, she didn't know what to do. On one hand, it was her own family, and on the other hand, it was someone she was indebted to. As the energy source he sensed with his soul got closer and closer, Yin Nuoxing suddenly changed his direction and dashed towards the ground at an angle. His soul energy was also magnified infinitely at this moment, as if he had inexhaustible energy. Only when they arrived at the source of energy that was closest to the fault did Yin Nuoxing suddenly land on the ground. Everyone also slowly landed on the ground with him, landing in the forest. Layers of green surrounded them. This place was so quiet that there was no sound at all. The starry sky in the sky still spanned the entire sky. There was no end to it. There's nothing here. Yao Hua couldn't calm down. He rubbed his feet and slowly walked around. All he could see was trees. Qin Yin also raised the guide bead in her hand. Its light was unprecedentedly bright. Yin Nuoxing sucked in a deep breath. His soul power had detected the source of the energy. It was right here, right in front of him. It was 1 foot away from him. He carefully stretched out his hand and touched the foot away. He thought he would see the space ripple like water, but his hand just waved in the air, and he didn't touch anything. Qin Yin knew that he might know something, so she copied him and waved the guide bead in the direction he had just touched. However, she didn't touch anything, and the space didn't change at all. A hidden space. It's a space array unique to this eternal night forest. A naturally woven array is really rare. Just when the two were at a loss, Yi Shi, who was lying in Yun Nuoxing's arms, suddenly said softly. Her eyes were bright as she looked at the space in front of her, as if she had seen something. A hidden space? Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes and clenched his right hand into a fist. A purplish-black light flashed, and a huge sword suddenly appeared in the space, held in Yun Nuoxing's hand. Yun Nuoxing grabbed the Netheruan sword and spun around. He took a deep breath, grabbed the huge sword with both hands, and slashed down fiercely at the space in front of him. Crack! Suddenly, the sound of glass shattering resounded through the air. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly turned their gazes over. Then they saw that the nether void sword had split open the space a foot in front of Yun Nuoxing. There were even cracks spreading out like spider webs in the surroundings. As the space in front of them was cut open, their surroundings changed slightly. There was nothing in front of them before, but a medium-sized cave suddenly appeared, just big enough for 2 people to enter side by side. Chapter 449. The sudden appearance of the cave attracted everyone's attention. Qin Yin and Nightmare appeared at the entrance of the cave in a flash and stood side by side with Yun Nuoxing. This cave was also a little strange. There was no mountain wall behind the cave, and if one looked at it from the back, they would only see a ripple of space cut open by a sword. There was only a strange entrance. Is there really something here? But I just passed by here, and I didn't bump into anything. Yao Hua slowly walked to the entrance of the cave and scratched his head in confusion. Yi Shi jumped down from Yun Nuoxing's body, held his hand, and said softly, Brother Nuoxing didn't bump into anything either. We were able to find this because of the Netherworld Ruins sword's ability to break space. If it were someone else, they would have to be at least a god who has accurately grasped the power of space to be able to break through here. When the entrance of the cave appeared, the guiding bead in Qin Yan's hand suddenly burst with a dazzling light. Then, it fell silent again, which made her a little confused. Was this the place or was it not? It feels like it's broken. Qin Yan shook her head as she shook the bead. Why don't we go in and take a look? No matter what, if we see a cave that suddenly opens up, we should at least take a look, Devil Nightmare suggested. If there really is something special, we'll make a killing. Okay, let's go in and take a look. Yun Nuoxing nodded and took the lead to walk in with Xian. As for the Netherworld Ruined sword, they didn't know where this cave led to, so it was better to use it as a precaution. Hey, wait for us. Seeing Qin Yin and Nightmare walk into the cave, Yao Hua and the others looked at each other and hurriedly ran into the cave as well. As everyone entered the cave, the space that had been cut open slowly closed, and the entrance of the cave disappeared. After entering the cave, their vision didn't seem to be pitch black. The surrounding mountain walls emitted a faint light, allowing everyone to see the inside of the cave clearly. Looking ahead, there was an even more spacious passageway. Even if a dozen people squeezed in together, it wouldn't seem crowded. The cave behind us is gone. Jining looked back and cried out in surprise. Yun Nuoxing also looked back, but Yi Shi said indifferently, It's fine. The spatial breakpoint is still there. It's just temporarily sealed. Big Brother Nuo has a way to open it. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Yin Nuoxing's spiritual power finally captured the broken square energy source as she walked along the spacious passageway. After walking for a while, a flight of stairs suddenly appeared in front of him. The change was very sudden, as if it had suddenly appeared in front of him. However, the space in front of him was very spacious, as if it was a small world. PFFF, the purple pattern on his chest suddenly lit up, and the purple night flame in his lower abdomen started beating violently. Yin Nuoxing, who had experience, naturally knew that this was the reaction of the purple night flame when it encountered another divine flame. I don't think it's that simple. Since the eternal night flame has been here for so long without being taken away, there must be a reason for it. Sensing Yin Nuoxing's joy, Zai couldn't help but pour a bucket of cold water on his head. Yin Nuoxing shrugged. That seemed to be the case. However, it was enough to know that the eternal night flame was here. As long as it was still here, there must be a way to take it away. More than a dozen people walked up the abrupt stone stairs in an orderly manner. Xian looked at the neat and uniform stairs under her feet with a worried expression. Seeing her worried expression, Yin Nuoxing smiled and said softly, "It's fine. I'll know in advance if there's any danger." Xian nodded. It wasn't that she was worried about danger. It was just that the traces of the stairs and the hole seemed to be man-made. Someone must have been here and left behind a series of masterpieces. After walking for an unknown period of time, the spacious space around them quietly shrank to a height of only 100 feet. The mountain walls on both sides also slowly closed in and finally became only 10 meters wide. And just as the space finally stopped at this scale, Yin Nuoxing and the others also stopped in their tracks and looked up in astonishment. In front of them, a huge door formed by a formation in an energy matrix had suddenly appeared. A door again. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. He had opened many underground doors. Although this was the first time he saw a door formed by a formation, his gaze immediately locked onto the formation in the middle of the door. That formation seemed to be the one that opened the door. It was a dark black formation that emitted a terrifying black light, as if it could devour the surrounding light. The originally bright space was now somewhat dim. A forbidden formation. Moreover, its grade seems to be a little high. There's a small part missing in the middle. If we connect it, the door will probably open. After Yi Shi finished speaking, she was about to borrow Yin Nuoxing's evil spirit eye. Just as she turned around, she heard the latter sigh. "No, this isn't a forbidden formation." Yin Nuoxing shook his head. His eyes widened unknowingly, causing everyone to be slightly stunned. "It's not a forbidden formation?" Yi Shi was stunned. She turned her small eyes and stared seriously at the dark formation. After sensing it carefully for a while, her small body trembled slightly. She muttered, "This really isn't the smell of a forbidden formation." She was used to the black color of a forbidden formation. She actually recognized it with a single glance. After sensing it carefully, she could feel that it was different from a normal forbidden formation. It didn't have the forbidden power. This small difference could be overlooked even by a formation grandmaster. However, Yin Nuoxing, thinking of this, Yishi couldn't help but turn her head and look at Yin Nuoxing, who was holding her hand. How'd he recognize it? Because Yin Nuoxing sighed bitterly. He took 2 steps forward and looked up at the huge formation door. He let go of Yishi's small hand and pressed lightly in the air. A dark formation quickly condensed under his palm. Whoosh! As soon as the black formation appeared, a monstrous demonic aura suddenly erupted. It swept in all directions like a storm. The ear-piercing sound of the wind blew past everyone's ears. The sudden storm shocked everyone who was unprepared. By the time they reacted, they had already been blown away. After stabilizing their bodies, they looked at the center of the black storm in bewilderment. One by one, they pulled out their weapons, afraid that Yin Nuoxing would be like that time in the Ghost Chi Forest. "I've seen this formation before," Yin Nuoxing said the second half of his sentence. The black formation in his palm was almost exactly the same as the one on the door. The pattern and the smell, but the latter didn't have such a terrifying demonic aura. When Yin Nuoxing was still in Yuyan City, He saw it in the strange encyclopedia of plants in the divine realm in his hand. It was the formation that had erupted with a terrifying demonic aura and alarmed Jin Wang and the others. However, at that time, the formation he used wasn't that powerful. It was only after he advanced to the 50-second cycle of the immortal realm that he was able to erupt with such a violent demonic aura. He slowly lifted the array under his palm and moved it in front of the array door. He slowly enlarged it until it was the same size as the array door. Only then did he slowly stop. A formation that contains demonic aura? Yishi's expression was uncertain. Among everyone, only she and Xian, who had a special constitution, hadn't been blown away. She stood beside Yin Nuoxing and looked at the terrifying black formation. Her willowy eyebrows furrowed in confusion. I've studied formations for hundreds of thousands of years, but I haven't seen many formations that contain demonic aura. Yishi muttered. Yin Nuoxing also shook his head and said, I saw this formation in a book and copied it with an evil spirit. A book. Xian was confused. It's the book I usually read. Encyclopedia of Plants in the Divine Realm. However, it's not just that. Yin Nuoxing shook his head and didn't explain clearly. Through the formation that Yin Nuoxing had woven, one could see that the formation on the door was missing a part. It wasn't just the middle part, even the corners were missing. Perhaps it's waiting for someone to open it. Yin Nuoxing's eyes trembled slightly as he recalled the words that Violet Knight had once said outside the god's ruin. His chest felt a little stuffy, and the scene in front of him started to blur. He couldn't even see his own hands clearly again. Yin Nuoxing was shocked. He fiercely bit the tip of his tongue and hurriedly manipulated his nearly unconscious hands to pull Yishi and Xian in front of him. His dazzling eyes stared at the two Mei Mao, whose eyes were filled with shock. A strand of spiritual energy that was barely hanging on to life shot out from his eyes and burrowed into their eyes. I've always been controlled by this memory fragment. This time, Yin Nuoxing smiled wickedly. This time, he was going to forcefully bring the two of them in to observe. As soon as the strand of spiritual energy burrowed into their minds, Yin Nuoxing subconsciously raised his right hand. His vision turned black, and before his consciousness was about to shut down, he heard the two girls' nervous cries. Last one, I just need to activate this. His blurry consciousness slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw an azure formation about 3 meters wide spinning in front of him. He reached out his hand and pressed it against the formation. He could feel energy continuously flowing into the formation in front of him. This place seemed to be a collapsed ruin. There were many stones and broken building fragments scattered around. Is this really enough? He heard a doubtful voice. From the voice, it wasn't hard to tell that it belonged to a young man. It's been so many years. You've also questioned the old monster for so many years. When have you ever seen him make a mistake? A faint laughter that was as light as a silver bell came from the side. The young man's voice faltered. Then he muttered, I'm not worried. Furthermore, this runic magic array is already in such a terrible state. Can it really be used to send messages to the distant starry sky? The young man's voice was a little rough, and it sounded like the person speaking was a burly man. This matter concerns the realm of the gods. We have no other choice. The first voice chuckled. Yin Nuoxing was startled. The owner of this voice was actually himself. Sigh. Following that, a few heavy sighs were heard, causing Yin Nuoxing, who was watching from the side, to be shocked. He really wanted to turn his head to see who those people were, but his gaze was locked onto the formation in front of him and did not move. Buzz! The slender and white right hand slowly pushed the array forward. Then, Yin Nuoxing saw that behind the array, there was a metal device that looked like a huge crystal. It suddenly lit up with a brilliant azure light. Then, the crystal slowly rose a little. At the top, there were 4 bright azure marks. The metal object also slowly split into 4 pieces and separated a little. Then a brilliant white light of energy shot into the sky. The energy beam was like an aurora that illuminated the world. It shot straight up into the sky and into the star field. Strands of energy rose from the crystal and converged into the energy beam in a spiral shape, making it even more resplendent and enormous. The true suffering of the realm of the gods has only just begun. Yin Nuashing looked up at the white light used to send messages. Then, she murmured sorrowfully. Chapter 450. Yin Nuashing's line of sight was filled with white light, as if she was staring directly at the sun, so she couldn't see anything. After a long time, the white light that filled her vision slowly weakened, and what appeared in front of her again was a slightly dim underground world. The huge array in front of her had been open for a long time, and the array with monstrous demonic aura had also disappeared. After the array door opened, a spacious square appeared. Standing in the middle of the square was a huge metal device. The obsidian-like metal platform was dim and lightless, and the crystal-like metal device was quietly standing on the platform at this time. A thick layer of dust had dyed it a thin yellowish-brown color, and it was unknown how many years it had been placed there. The metal device that I saw in the memory fragment, stopping in front of the huge obsidian-like metal platform. Yin Nuashing looked up at the metal crystal that was hundreds of feet tall and took a light breath. That's the memory fragment that little star often mentioned. Xian and Yi, she looked at each other after walking lightly to Yin Nuashing's side. The two women had a somewhat complicated look in their eyes. Why can we see it? Yi, she asked, puzzled. She also learned a little about Yin Nuashing's memory fragment during her deep sleep. I suddenly thought of it. Yin Nuashing scratched her head, shrugged at the two, and said, using a wisp of mental strength to temporarily connect our minds together, we can see the memory fragment from my perspective. This is also something that I just thought of. After speaking, Yin Nuashing looked at Yi Shi and asked with some hope, can you think of anything? Yi Shi saw her looking over, lowered her little head, and gently rubbed her two slender little fingers. Yin Nuashing didn't want to disturb her, so she could only observe the huge metal platform and the device. What a huge metal device! Behind them, Yao Hua and the others also walked in. They first glanced at the three of them, then sized up this place. What happened? Yuanshi patted Yin Nuashing's shoulder and transmitted his voice to her. When he first saw that the three of them seemed a little strange, although he was worried, he didn't see anything wrong with them. Now that they seemed to have recovered, he couldn't hold back his curiosity. Yin Nuashing smiled and shook her head. She pointed at her temple and revealed an expression that said, you know what I mean? When Yuanshi saw this, he suddenly understood. He knew about the memory fragments of the former. This is a metal device from ancient times. Nightmare, who had been squatting, suddenly jumped up. He was so excited that it was as if he had discovered a new continent. Everyone was shocked. How do you know it's an ancient device? Yao Hua glanced at him with a puzzled look. Then, he followed Li's example and squatted down. When he saw the complicated patterns on the obsidian platform, he felt like his head was about to explode. I've seen this type of metal device in the Nightwalker Alliance. I've seen the patterns before. The Great Elder said that it's an ancient device. Nightmare said excitedly. Nightmare Devil said excitedly. However, he suddenly sighed heavily, causing everyone to be confused. He then said, actually, I am quite interested in this kind of metal device. However, this is an art. Was lost in ancient times long ago. I haven't seen this kind of thing until now. When he said the word art, Nightmare was very excited. It seemed that he really liked this kind of thing. According to some of the knowledge I've crammed from ancient books, this metal device, should be used for communication. Moreover, it's so huge and it's so far away. Nightmare said again. Yin Nuashing spat out a mouthful of water. Xian and Yi Shi were also a little surprised. The three of them had indeed heard from the person in the memory fragments that this device was used for communication. Moreover, it was used to send messages to distant stars. If we can find the original coordinates, we might be able to find out where the message was sent. As he spoke, Nightmare was so excited that he lay on the ground. He wanted nothing more than to dig his eyes out and stick them on the dusty platform, seeing his fanatical appearance. Yin Nuashing's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. It was as if he could see Nightmare's fanatical expression when they first met. After laughing bitterly for a while, he felt his sleeve being tugged. He turned his gaze, only to see Yishi shaking her head and transmitting a sound transmission to him. The amount of information in that memory fragment is too little. I can't find any relevant information from it. Brother Nuaw said at that time that the suffering in the realm of the gods should be a major event related to the realm of the gods. Yishi scratched her 4 strands of black hair in distress. She couldn't think of anything no matter how hard she racked her brain. Ugh! Yishi shook her little head in distress. The more she thought about it, the more she felt like her head was heating up. Her little face was red from holding it in. All right, don't think about it anymore. You're hurting your little brain. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. He picked Yishi up and rubbed her wine-red hair with his right hand, forcibly interrupting her thoughts. But I think I know something about it. I just can't remember it right now. He thought that Yishi would stop thinking about it. He didn't expect her to become even more conflicted. Then take your time to think about it. Don't be in such a hurry. Yin Nuashing gently patted her head and shook his head helplessly. Yin Nuashing shifted her gaze away from the huge metal device and looked around. After thinking for a while, she began to walk around the huge platform. When Xian saw this, he also began to walk around it. They didn't know how far they had walked from the cave, but they didn't see any other entrances that led Yin Nuashing and the others to this place. After opening the formation door, they arrived at this huge space. Other than this heavy metal device, there was nothing else. The surrounding mountain walls were also completely sealed off. A faint fluorescent light illuminated this huge space. The mountain walls that were emitting a faint fluorescent light weren't as cold as they imagined. They were faintly warm and very hard. Unless he used 2 divine weapons, it would be completely impossible for him to break open this mountain wall with his strength alone. When he saw Yin Nuashing and the others return after walking around, Yuanshi went up to them and asked, "Did you find anything?" Yin Nuashing sighed and shook her head. She stared at the mountain wall to the side and said, "There's no entrance, nor any mechanism. It can only be this huge metal device." Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh. Yuanshi nodded. However, when he saw Nightmare's inch-by-inch exploration, his cheeks couldn't help but twitch a few times. The latter's toad-like posture made everyone not know whether to laugh or cry. The dust was blown to the side by him and piled up into a small pile. "Zai, can you sense it?" Yin Nuashing had no choice but to call out to her. "I can't sense it. Eternal night flame isn't here." In the spiritual world, Zai placed the book in her hand on the pillow beside her. She stretched her body and kicked the blanket to the side. Her soft body stretched out a beautiful curve that made one's blood boil. Seeing her lazy appearance, Yin Nuashing didn't know what to say. But that metal device should be the key. It's been preserved very well. It makes me wonder if it's really passed down from ancient times, Zai said lazily as she picked up the blanket and pulled it over her body. "The aura of the great samsara that you mentioned before," Yin Nuashing asked. "Yes, but it was only once. However, that kid was so sure that it was an ancient metal device, so I couldn't refute him. The aura of the great samsara can also be blocked. Perhaps these strange-looking mountain walls have some special energy that blocks the aura left behind by the great samsara," Zai said casually as she lazily opened the book that she had tossed aside and glanced at it. "All right." Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. After thinking for a moment, she asked with some hope, "Do you know how to use this metal device?" "I do." Yin Nuashing was startled. Even if it's an ancient metal device, the energy that drives it is still the energy within the body. This communication device contains many spatial runes and spatial formations. It has also been modified by someone. It seems like it can be used as a teleportation gate, Zai said lazily. Flipping over, her 2 feet were undulating on the bed as she continued. "If you can find the teleportation gate's opening point, you should be able to go to the place you want to go." Hearing this, Yin Nuashing nodded her head in confusion. Seeing her rolling around on the bed in boredom, Zai couldn't help but frown. The evil spirit eyes slowly opened, and a group of tiny formations suddenly appeared in the air. Then, they gathered together in an orderly manner and covered the area in front of the eyes. The opening of the evil spirit eye was noticed by everyone. Turning their heads, They saw Yun Nuoxing's appearance and understood that he was about to make a move again. Everyone simultaneously retreated to the side. Before leaving, the wood spirit even pulled over Qin Yin, who didn't know what was going on. Yuanxi also hurriedly ran over, wanted to pull Nightmare out. However, he saw Yin Nuoxing wave his hand. After thinking for a moment, he retreated. Following the change in the eyes, the obsidian platform instantly changed color. The tens of thousands of formations were hidden within the platform. Only when Yun Nuoxing used his evil spirit did he see through them. They were motionless formations that were different from the ancient times. Boom! Just as he saw the messy formations and didn't do anything, the obsidian platform suddenly shook with a boom. Nightmare, who was still lying on the platform like a worm, was thrown out by an unknown force. Yuanxi and the others were also shocked. Their bodies swayed, and they hurriedly reached out to catch him. What's going on? Seeing Nightmare shake his head, it was as if his mind had been attacked. Yin Nuoxing was also stunned. He clearly hadn't done anything yet. So why did the device activate on its own? Supporting Yuanxi, he slowly stood up. Nightmare patted his head and then looked at the obsidian platform in shock. He was so shocked that his voice became a lot sharper. This device is about to activate. After the shock, it was followed by a burst of ecstasy. I thought this device was passed down from the ancient times and was already broken, but it can still be used. It can still be used. His fanatical look made everyone speechless. How could this guy change his expression faster than a woman's? No. Nightmare's ecstasy was still lingering on his face, but his expression changed. He said in shock, "This energy wave doesn't seem like it's used for communication. It's more like the wave of a teleportation door. Could it have been modified by someone?" Wait. As soon as he said that, Nightmare thought of something in horror. His body swayed, and he rushed toward the obsidian platform like a bolt of lightning. However, just as he moved, the obsidian platform emitted a seven-colored light that drowned the entire underground. The resplendent light was so dazzling that everyone had to cover their eyes with their hands. No, at least, wait for me to record. Before their eyes were drowned by the bright light, they heard Nightmare's hoarse scream. It was so tragic that they couldn't help but feel ashamed. While Yin Nuoxing and the others closed their eyes, a gentle breeze suddenly blew against their faces. The gentle touch of the breeze caused the group's tense hearts to gradually relax. However, just as their hearts were gradually relaxing, an extremely terrifyingly high temperature rushed out like a volcanic eruption and pounced toward the crowd from all directions, causing Yin Nuoxing and the others, who were caught off guard, to instantly be covered in sweat. The black light enveloped the area. Yin Nuoxing looked over and faintly saw a large black flame burning fiercely within the black light. Eternal Night Flame. As Yin Nuoxing glanced at the black flame, Yishi's shocked and Zai's overjoyed voices suddenly rang out. Chapter 451. Eternal Night Flame. Hearing Yishi and Ziye's voices, Huoji immediately recalled the detailed information the Fire God King had told her about the Divine Flames on the Divine Flames list. The Flame of Eternal Night, ranked 72nd on the Divine Flame ranking. It is born in the depths of the eternal darkness. It has been refined, fused, compressed, sculpted, and lived for 10,000 years. It took 100,000 years to take shape, and after 1,000,000 years, it will nourish this dark region. When it truly matures, its color will be pure black, and it will hide itself in the center of the dark region. Wherever it is in the extreme night domain, its energy will reach. The power of this flame is unfathomable, and it can even turn an area into an extremely dark region, completely blocking out the sunlight. Huoji muttered softly as this information quickly flashed through her mind. She then raised her head and looked at Yin Nuoxing. Her face was instantly covered with ecstasy. Mei Mao also turned around and stared at the black light not far away. She muttered, "Is this what you're looking for?" "Yes." Yin Nuoxing smiled and nodded. The ground was pitch black. It was not the kind of black that came from being burnt, but the kind that came from being in a dark and boundless starry sky. Looking up, one could clearly see a stretch of stars. Although there was no sun, The endless starlight sprinkled down, making this place look abnormally bright. In the region of darkness, one could see the sky and the large flame in front of them. There was nothing else. Yin Nuoxing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Her eyes were filled with unconcealable throbbing. However, after thinking about it, she looked at Qin Yin. She wanted to know if this girl was also looking for the eternal night flame. Seeing her look, Qin Yin also withdrew her surprised gaze. She hurriedly looked at the guiding bead in her hand, only to find that it was dim and lightless. She heaved a sigh of relief and smiled sweetly at Yin Nuoxing. It seems that the guiding bead is not looking for this. Yin Nuoxing returned a smile. Just as she was about to move, a purple light lit up on her chest. Then, a large ball of light purple flames gushed out and condensed in front of her, drawing a curvaceous and alluring figure. Her delicate oval face was filled with joy, just like Yin Nuoxing. I didn't expect you to really find it. I didn't expect the eternal night flame to really be here. She stretched her body, and her voluptuous figure suddenly became a curve that would cause one to have a nosebleed. I only came because you said it was still here. Hearing her words, Yin Nuoxing's face darkened. Although the treasure map had confirmed that the eternal night flame was still here, he had only reluctantly come here, because Ziyi said that it was still here. Aya, what's the point of being so calculative? Although the eternal night flame is only ranked 72nd on the godly flame list, it's an excellent level for you now. It's even much higher. But if you devour it, the huge amount of energy will definitely be enough for you to break through the breakthrough barrier in one go. Ziya's laughter was also somewhat gratified. Ever since the sea prison flame was abducted by Golden Sparkle, Yin Nuoxing had always been a little resentful that, "Little star, do you intend to devour 2 godly flames?" Hearing the conversation between the two, Huiji could not remain calm. Since ancient times, many people had tried to devour 2 godly flames. However, when the 2 godly flames were contained in the same body, not only could they not coexist harmoniously, they would also fight as if they were enemies. Therefore, the flames would riot, and even the Emperor of the Underworld would not feel good. Don't worry, little girl. Little Star has the spiritual divine physique. Are you afraid that this little flame can do anything to him? Ziyi smiled indifferently. Everyone laughed bitterly. This godly flame that was more than half ranked on the godly flame list was called a little flame by her. But thinking about it, the purple night flame had the protection of the divine spark, and its energy alone was comparable to the flames in the top 20 of the godly flame list, purple night flame. Nightmare was in a daze after seeing Ziyi from the side. Qin Yin also seemed to have thought of something as she muttered, "Back then, there was a storm over the purple night flame in the Taiyuan region. Who would have thought that the final winner would be young Master Yin?" Yin Nuoxing could not help but break out in a cold sweat after being muttered by the two of them. She laughed dryly and could only reply, "It was a coincidence. If it were not for the help of the Divine King and the others, I would not have been able to subdue it. That's enough. Don't talk about other things. Let's go take a look." Z could not wait any longer. She pulled Yin Nuoxing with her lily-white hand and stomped her feet on the black ground. Her body flew into the area covered by the black light. "Back then, you still have lingering fears." Yin Nuoxing could not help but mutter when she saw how impatient Ziyi was. Everyone looked at each other as the two of them rushed into the black light. Although Ziyin wanted to follow them in, she could sense how dangerous it was and could not help but frown slightly. Just being 1,000 meters away from the eternal night flame was enough to force them to defend themselves with all their might. If they rushed in, they did not know what would happen. They did not have a godly flame like Yin Nuoxing to protect themselves. At this thought, Ziyin and Mei Mao looked at Yuan Shi and nodded. The latter understood and suggested, "Let's wait outside. It's better not to go there." "Okay." Everyone nodded. This time, there were no strong gods following them. Yao Hua and the others did not dare to rush into the godly flame at will. Purple flames rose around their bodies. As their bodies got closer and closer to the black light, Yin Nuoxing could clearly feel that the temperature around their bodies had risen abruptly. "It's only 1,000 meters. but the temperature has increased exponentially. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. If it were not for Zi Flame, he would not have dared to rush in without taking any medicine. This is only the 72nd godly flame. If the godly flame ranked in the top 20 were to descend, it would be able to burn everything within a radius of a few 100 million miles, or even the entire region. It would be like a blazing star descending to the earth. Zi sneered. Her lily-white hand grabbed his wrist and increased their speed by a lot. Last time, didn't you? Yin Nuoxing wanted to say something, but was interrupted before he could finish. Zi waved her hand and said, because I deduced that with the help of your spirit receiving godly physique, I might be able to devour the godly flames ranked below 30. Yin Nuoxing came to a realization. He glanced at the exquisite side of her face. The power of the stars revolved slightly and moved side by side with her. He took a deep breath, and the light elements surged slightly. His body finally rushed into the shroud of the black light. When his body entered the black light, the extremely high temperature that he expected did not arrive as expected. Instead, the surrounding temperature strangely decreased by a lot. He even felt that it would not be a problem even if he did not have Zi Flame to protect his body. Yin Nuoxing's face was filled with shock at this strange scene. A moment later, he returned to his senses and looked at Zi on his right. However, he saw that her expression was also rather interesting, which made him bitterly smile. His gaze hurriedly swept past the surroundings, and in the end, it stopped at the black flame in the center. Phew! What a violent fire elemental energy! Wiping his non-existent sweat, Yin Nuoxing could clearly feel that the fire elemental energy in the surroundings had formed an incomparably huge energy whirlpool. Like a majestic tide, it surged towards the black flame. This place was like an ocean of flames, and the black flame was suspended in the endless ocean. Like duckweed in the sea, it drifted everywhere without any place to rely on. Furthermore, Yin Nuoxing also sensed an extremely powerful barrier where the eternal night flame was located. There should be a barrier protecting this black area that no array grandmaster could break. This time, if not for the evil spirit I accidentally opening the metal device, with Yin Nuoxing's ability, it would take a very long time to find the location of the barrier from the outside. Actually, if not for a small crack appearing in the eternal night flame's barrier, it would really be a little difficult for you to find its energy source. Zi shot a glance at him and said, Crack! Yin Nuoxing was stunned. How could there be a crack in the barrier created by the eternal night flame itself? Well, I thought of something. Later, Zi shook her head. Her jade-like hand slid down and held Yin Nuoxing's hand. The latter was a little confused by her slightly cold little hand. Calm down, remember? Her purple May mouse stared at him in a daze. Looking at her slightly worried and serious expression, Yin Nuoxing nodded. He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled and replied, Okay, let's go. Be careful. The eternal night flame has existed for dozens of years. I wonder how much it has grown. Zi smiled sweetly. Okay. At this moment, Yin Nuoxing calmed down. He was originally trembling with excitement, but his figure slowly walked towards the black flame. The closer he got to the black flame, the more nervous Yin Nuoxing felt his heart beating wildly. There were many times where the rhythm was out of control. The swaying flame had both form and color, just like a blooming flower. He did not know how nature gave birth to such a perfect thing. Slowly, step by step, he approached the eternal night flame. When the huge black flame was less than 10 meters away from him, his calm and excited gaze swept across it. His body suddenly stiffened. In the swaying black flame, a snow-white color appeared extremely abruptly. The fluttering white color pierced his eyes, causing him to stare so hard that his eye sockets were about to burst. In the center of the huge black flame, the swaying thick black flame slowly broke apart. At this moment, there was a person a few meters above the ground. Looking at the snow-white figure, Yin Nuoxing's head suddenly exploded. He was a little dazed and muttered, The aura of life, the normal concentration of fire elements. There's someone. The corner of Yin Nuoxing's mouth twitched slightly. After a moment of silence, his vision turned black. It was as if all his strength had been sucked out of his body. He knelt down, facing the ground. His handsome face was a little dazed and pale at this moment. Calm down. We have an agreement. You have to calm down. Just as Yinuashing knelt down in despair, Zi hurriedly knelt down as well. She pulled him into her embrace and muttered, "If there's nothing else, just continue to search. The realm of the gods is so big. You also have that mysterious treasure map. You don't have to worry about not finding the divine flame." Zi gently stroked Yinuashing's back and head and comforted him gently. In fact, when she came in, she more or less felt something. As fellow divine flames, the connection between them was very strong. However, there was something else in that connection. It was the aura of life of the snow-white figure. She was also very depressed, but she couldn't show it. She needed to calm down and comfort this little idiot. "You still have me. I can rank in the top 20. I'm much stronger than them." Zi hugged him tightly and comforted him gently. "But I spent so much effort twice. Yinuashing murmured involuntarily. He was extremely unwilling. He was unwilling, Zi nodded. She always knew that he had worked very hard. He didn't hesitate to dive into the deepest part of the East Sea, a place that was close to the God Emperor's forbidden area. It wasn't easy for him to see the azure flame of his dreams, but it was taken away by that person first. This time, he ran to the eternal night forest, climbed the night god peak, and broke the barrier. He spent a lot of effort and thought that the eternal night flame would be at his fingertips. Fortunately, Yinuashing's willpower was good. If it was someone else with weak willpower, they might have already gone berserk. Chapter 452. In this world, there are tens of thousands of people who persistently search for what they are looking for every single moment. However, after they have paid the price, how many people have obtained nothing? Some have even lost their lives because of it. It's already very enviable for us to be able to reach this step and continuously encounter the divine flame. Zi comforted him softly. Yinuashing took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. He had the treasure map, so he did not have to worry about not being able to find the divine flame. However, it was inevitable that he would feel unsettled after seeing someone else beat him to it twice in a row. Mei Mao looked at the churning black flames with a complicated expression. Zi let out a long sigh and supported Yinuashing to stand up with difficulty. The latter did not seem to have recovered his strength and was slightly unsteady on his feet. Half of his body was leaning on Zi's shoulder. Zi turned around to look at his slightly absent-minded eyes and frowned slightly. Just as she was about to say something, Yinuashing also looked over and gave her a slightly reassuring smile. Helplessly shaking her head, Zi lifted Yinuashing's hand and placed it on her shoulder. Her jade-like hand wrapped around his waist. Her line of sight once again looked at the snow-white figure. Her beautiful eyes revealed some astonishment. This person, from head to toe, even her willowy eyebrows were a sheet of snow. It was the figure of a girl. Her slender hands were wrapped around her knees, and her entire body was curled up into a small ball. Her snow-white robe swayed in the flames, and her long hair was like clouds. Her slender waist was so small that it could be held with one arm. The skin that was exposed outside of her clothes was also a sickly white. Her entire person was so white that it was dazzling to the eyes, just like the light god king. Zi, you looked up and saw a beautiful face that was still obedient in her sleep. She was no more than 20 years old. Her pair of beautiful eyebrows were naturally relaxed, and her pale lips were slightly pursed. She was quiet and did not seem to fit in with this violent space of flames. The aura that permeated the air was also extremely powerful. It was at the level of a dark god expert. Zi blinked slightly. Her sharp senses seemed to have detected some discordant energy fluctuations. Although the fluctuations were extremely inconspicuous in the land of Berserk, they were magnified countless times in her senses. Could it be? Mei Mao looked at the snow-white woman strangely, then looked at Yinuashing. She gently pinched his waist with her jade-like hand, scaring him so much that he almost lay down again. She encountered some problems in the process of subduing the eternal night flame. The energy in her body is slightly unstable. If an external force were to interfere at this time, she would be severely injured at best, or even killed at worst, Ziyi muttered to himself. By saying this, she was basically telling Yun Nuoxing that this beautiful little sister had encountered a problem in subduing the eternal night flame. If you were more forceful and interrupted her, you might still have a chance to subdue the eternal night flame. Boom! The moment Ziyi finished speaking, she saw Yun Nuoxing's most berserk scene. Dozens of divine weapons, accompanied by a series of clanging sounds, split the eternal night flame into dozens of areas. The Scarlet Cross and a lunar platform stood at the front and back. A terrifying divine power descended from the sky, causing the space to tremble. The energy of the eternal night flame was like a mouse that had seen a cat. It shrank back a lot, and the black light also weakened by a lot. The two divine weapons quickly merged in his hands. The purple flames dyed the white light in his palms into a ball of fire, and it continued to spew out terrifying lightning. That energy caused even Ziyi, who was also a part of the divine weapon, to feel his heart skip a beat. Come on, how do you cut it? How do you interrupt it? Do you want to cut it horizontally? Or do you want to directly blast this place into pieces? When that terrifying and crazy voice sounded, the eternal night flame and the snow-white woman trembled slightly. The former even began to tremble a little. It was obvious just by looking at the violent swaying of the space. Seeing Yun Nuoxing's deranged look, Ziyi suddenly regretted telling him about this. He sighed deeply. However, even if he didn't tell Yun Nuoxing, that woman would probably fail to subdue the eternal night flame due to the turbulent energy. When that time came, her fate wouldn't be any better. Just give her a casual blow and she will be interrupted. Whether she is seriously injured or dead, it will depend on her own fate. Ziyi murmured helplessly. Perhaps this was better. After all, she was someone he didn't know. Compared to Yun Nuoxing, he could still tell who was more important. Following a terrifying sound of metal splitting the sky and earth, Yun Nuoxing's longsword, which had once caused the Emperor of the Netherworld to tremble, appeared in his hands. The demonic patterns and runes seemed to come alive as they wriggled on the sword. The pitch-black light caused the surrounding space to collapse, creating many holes. Yun Nuoxing laughed maniacally. He raised the divine weapon, which was formed by the fusion of the Netherworld Ruin Sword and Ling Hong's sword, and pointed it at the center of the eternal night flame. Where the tip of the sword pointed, the black flames parted, and even a passage was opened in the space. Ziyi shook his head helplessly. He crossed his hands in front of him and sighed softly. Then, he slowly turned around. She could already guess what was going to happen next without anyone telling her. The two divine weapons had already fused. This didn't look like he was going to interrupt the girl's attempt to subdue the eternal night flame. He was going to blast her into pieces, however. Just as she turned around to avoid what was about to happen in the next second, her beautiful eyes inadvertently glanced at the snow-clothed woman, only to see that there were actually 2 drops of tears on her quiet little face. Her originally bright little face had become much paler at this moment. Opening her mouth, Ziyi wanted to say something, but when she saw the increasingly tyrannical energy around Yun Nuoxing and the increasingly crazed expression on his handsome face, the words that were about to come out of her mouth spun around, and then she swallowed them all back into her stomach. If you want to blame someone, blame it on me. I said those words to this little fool. I hope that you will be reincarnated into a good family, Ziyi muttered in her heart. Then, she completely turned around. Mei Mao also slowly closed her eyes. She waited for his judgment on that girl to descend. How is this possible? Just as she thought that the long sword was about to land, she heard a helpless and tired voice from behind her. She widened her eyes in shock at Mei Mao. Huh! Yun Nuoxing roared, as if he wanted to melt all his emotions into this roar. Then, he fiercely stabbed the divine sword into the ground. Following his roar, the divine weapons that surrounded the eternal night flame all emitted terrifying energy waves and landed on the ground. Then, a golden light that could cut through the darkness suddenly burst forth. 9 heavens' soul-subduing formation, suppress. Yun Nuoxing roared. His hands moved like lightning. Dazzling golden energy flowed out of his body like water and landed on the divine sword in front of him. Then, tens of thousands of golden energy threads rushed out from the divine sword and connected all the divine weapons together. With the eternal night flame as the center of the formation, a huge golden formation rapidly took shape. As soon as this dazzling golden formation was formed, golden particles were born from the formation and filled this black world. A strange energy was emitted from it. The majestic golden energy surged into the black flame and quickly disappeared. Ziyi was shocked. She laughed bitterly. She could sense that the chaotic energy waves were slowly fading and returning to normal. The violence in this place had also calmed down. Furthermore, the speed at which the girl refined the eternal night flame had increased by several times with the help of the origin formation of the divine body. Buzz! As the formation was completed, the densely packed divine weapons also disappeared and returned to Yun Nuoxing's body. The divine sword also trembled slightly and turned back into two divine weapons and rushed into his body. His beautiful light purple hair was also turning pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ziyi hurriedly turned her head and saw Yun Nuoxing's exhausted back. She felt a little sorry for him and hurriedly supported him. She scolded in confusion. "Why do you have to do this?" "I don't know either." Yun Nuoxing looked up at the sky and sighed. His eyes were slightly moist. "Although I wanted to cut her in half in the beginning, then I can't do it." Yun Nuoxing sighed bitterly and muttered, "I have no enmity with her. It's her good fortune that she found the eternal night flame. Why do I have to ruin her good fortune? Perhaps this is fate. Forget it, forget it, forget it." Yun Nuoxing fiercely stomped his foot and turned his head. He revealed a smile that was uglier than a crying face and said "forget it" 3 times in a row. The dispirited look on his face was much more serious than before. Although it was very forced, he was forcing himself to let go of this matter. "So ugly." Ziyi patted his head with heartache. She took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Isn't it just a divine flame? I'll take you to find it. Whether it's the top 20 or the top 10, I'll refine it for you. The realm of the gods is so big, and there are 150 types of divine flames. I don't believe that my little star won't be able to find at least one." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing grinned. He glanced at the snow-white woman and slowly closed his eyes. Ziyi hugged his unconscious body and laughed bitterly. This idiot. How can you be so stupid?" Although the eternal night flame was only ranked 72nd, it was a divine item of heaven and earth. The 9 heavens soul subduing formation was said to be able to suppress all spiritual items in the world. Unfortunately, the divine flame was too powerful and his own strength wasn't enough. In the end, he exhausted all of his energy. "I have to send this little idiot out." Right now, Yun Nuoxing had a lot of divine weapons in his body and stored a lot of energy. He wasn't in a hurry to ask Ziyi to help him recover his energy. Ziyi hugged Yun Nuoxing and sighed. She looked back at the snow-white woman and muttered to herself, "The realm of the gods is so big. I'm afraid we won't meet again in this lifetime. If we do meet again and you dare to stand in front of Little Star, I'll be the first to come out and extract your soul. I'll let you taste the pain of the purple night flame and the divine spark burning your soul." After she finished speaking, she didn't look at that person anymore. She coldly snorted and rushed out of the eternal night flame with Yun Nuoxing in her arms. The area that was enveloped by the black flames and golden particles became quiet again after Ziyi left. Even the eternal night flame became very obedient under the might of the 9 heavens soul-subduing formation. Whoosh! In the distance, a ray of purple light appeared from the black light. Everyone who had just sat down and was about to cultivate was stunned. It came out just like that? It should take a long time to subdue the divine flame, right? The purple light flashed a few times and appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw the situation, they were shocked. Ziyin and Yuan, she jumped up in a fluster and hurriedly ran to Ziye's side. Yishi immediately spread out her soul barrier and protected the area. What happened to Little Star? Did she suffer a backlash? Yuan Shi and Xian immediately put their palms on Yun Nuoxing's pulse and asked in unison. Yao Hua and the others also hurriedly came over. When they saw Yun Nuoxing's pale face, they were shocked. Then, they looked at Ziyi in confusion. Logically speaking, the purple night flame had the body of a godhead and was comparable to the top 20 divine flames. Although they hadn't seen the divine flames devouring each other, logically speaking, a higher-ranked divine flame should be able to easily devour a lower-ranked divine flame, right? What backlash? Someone is already refining the eternal night flame. Ziyi waved his hand and said helplessly, someone beat us to it again. Yao Hua and the others were shocked, while Xian and Yuan, she were stunned by this sudden news. Last time, when they went to subdue the sea prison flame, someone had beaten them to it. How could someone beat them to the eternal night flame? Could it be that they were unlucky? Brother Nuo is fine. He just exhausted his energy and needs to rest for a while. Yishi moved her hand away from Yun Nuoxing's forehead and looked at Ziyi. She frowned and said, I'm afraid there's something else. Ziyi waved his hand and said, let's go out first. We'll talk as we walk. Everyone nodded in agreement. The eternal night flame was right next to them. It was indeed not a good place to talk. Seeing that everyone nodded, Ziyi took out the nether void sword from Yun Nuoxing's soul and tore a huge hole in the void. Then, he carried Yun Nuoxing and walked out. Everyone hurriedly followed. Chapter 453. This was a vast and endless green forest. Occasionally, there would be a few mountain ranges that rose steeply from the ground, which were also filled with vitality. As far as the eye could see, it was a stretch of emerald green. No one knew how far this forest extended. Occasionally, an eagle would fly across the sky, bringing along a few sharp cries. At a certain moment in the forest that was filled with life, the space on the top of a somewhat flat mountain fluctuated. Immediately, a large silver-blue hole was split open in the empty space. Over a dozen human figures walked out in a single file and landed on the mountain peak. We're not in the eternal night forest anymore. The sunlight shone on their bodies, giving them a somewhat warm feeling. Everyone was startled and raised their heads in disbelief. When they saw the familiar twin stars hanging high in the sky, they couldn't help but heave a big sigh of relief. They didn't know how long they had stayed in the eternal night forest. That damn place didn't have a cycle of day and night. For them, sunlight was something they hadn't seen for a long time. It should be because of that barrier. I sensed a teleportation fluctuation, Yishi said softly. Let's find a place to settle down first. The darkness of that place really isn't suitable for me. After staying there for a long time, I'll feel pain all over my body when the sunlight shines on me. I wonder if I'm rotting. Yuan Shi muttered, making everyone smile bitterly. However, no one objected to Yuan Shi's words. Indeed, they had stayed in that place for too long. They couldn't even get used to the sunlight. Right now, it was better to find a place to rest. Originally, Yuan Shi wanted to bring Yun Nuoxing over. She felt that it wasn't good for a girl to carry Yun Nuoxing. However, Ziyi said that she could help Yun Nuoxing recover better, so she didn't insist. With a goal in mind, the group immediately got ready to set off. After packing up a little, they soared into the sky and quickly flew out of the forest. With Yun Nuoxing's treasure map, they didn't have to worry about getting lost. When they took it out, they saw the location of Ziyi and the others. This was a forest tens of millions of miles away from the Eternal Night Forest, close to the northwest of the Source Peak region. They didn't know whether the barrier was a fixed teleportation or just a random place. Fortunately, there was a sizable city nearby. With everyone's speed and the support of Yao Hua's light element, it wouldn't take them much time to reach there. None of them planned to go back. They had all obtained enough benefits from the night god spring, absorbing the strange energy there. If they went back and cultivated properly, they might be able to reach a higher level. As for Yao Hua and the others, they had also exceeded their goal and completed the Metal God King's mission, raising their strength by 3 minor realms. They were not afraid of being scolded when they returned. Moreover, they had spent so much time in the Eternal Night Forest. It was about time for it to close. The next time it opened would be 1,000 years later. Along the way, Zi told them what had happened in the eternal night flame. After listening, Zian, Yuan Shi, and Yishi sighed and said, "That idiot. If Yuan was still with Yin Nuashing, she would have hung him up and scolded him until he woke up. We haven't heard any news about the eternal night flame in the past 1,000 years." Jining said as she ran her fingers through her hair. She looked at Qin Yin and Nightmare. "Indeed, we haven't heard anything. If we did, we wouldn't be the only ones here." Qin Yin nodded, while Nightmare shrugged. Of course, no faction would be stupid enough to announce something as big as the divine flame. Even if they found it, they would try to subdue it secretly. Yuanshi added, "For such a heavenly treasure, unless one couldn't subdue it on their own, they would call for help. If they still couldn't subdue it with their own strength, then they would spread the news to see if they could fish in troubled waters and pick up some scraps. So, Sister Zi, we haven't seen this white-clothed woman before." Mu Ling shrugged helplessly. Hearing this, Zai could only sigh helplessly. She projected the woman's appearance, wanting to see if these heirs of large factions would recognize her. If even they didn't recognize her, then she was probably nameless or someone from a hidden faction. Could she be someone from thousands of years ago, or even tens of thousands of years ago? The eternal night forest only opens once every 1,000 years. Subduing the divine flame isn't something that can be done in a day. Since she's a divine underworld expert, maybe she has some history? Yishi asked. The successors of the major factions were stunned. They racked their brains, but it wasn't long before they were interrupted by Ziyi. "No, that woman doesn't have such a strong aura of time." Ziyi shook her head. As a peak divine emperor, she was more familiar with the flow of time than anyone else. That woman's aura didn't have that ancient aura. She didn't have that much aura of time. In other words, she wasn't that old. Based on the aura of time I felt. Ziyi thought for a moment, then looked at Yuan Shi and said, "She might be a little older than your sister." PFFF. Hearing this, everyone spat out a mouthful of saliva. They all widened their eyes in shock. Yuan Qian wasn't that old. 50 years was still very young for a cultivator. The upper limit of a demonic realm cultivator's lifespan was 100,000 years. 50 years was nothing at all. A little older than my sister? Yuan Shi was so frightened that his jaw almost dislocated. Because it was his sister, he was more shocked than the others. A little older than his sister meant she was 50 or 60 years old. At most, she wouldn't be more than 100. Less than 100 years old? A divine underworld expert. Thinking of this, Yuan Shi felt that he was about to faint. The others were also a little dizzy when they heard this news. No matter how monstrous a talent was, it would take at least a few hundred years to cultivate to the initial god level. Moreover, it was only when one had just stepped into the initial god level. Whether it was Yao Hua or Yuan Shi, they all had initial god level experts in their families. There were also many genius experts in their families who had entered the initial god level in 400 or 500 years. However, even for those people, their cultivation speed seemed to have stopped after entering the initial god level. No matter how hard they cultivated, it was difficult for them to make any progress. It wasn't that their talent wasn't good enough, but that every level and step in the initial god level required too much energy. According to the records of the Yuan family, the genius who cultivated the fastest reached the initial god level in 200 years. It took him 400 years to advance from deity son to supreme god. It took him nearly 1,000 years to advance from supreme god to supreme god. By the time he stepped into the divine underworld divide, he was already more than 10,000 years old, almost 20,000 years old. Not to mention later, when he became a divine god, he was already 60 to 70,000 years old. After that, it took him 80 to 90,000 years to improve, Yuan Shi said with a dry mouth. 10,000 years. Sister Zi, please tell me that you sensed wrong. Yao Hua's face was filled with despair. A level that could only be reached after 10,000 years. That woman in white reached it in just 100 years. Even if it was the divine body of spiritual absorption, that monstrous talent was even more monstrous than a monstrous talent. Although it's a bit of a blow to you young geniuses, it's the truth. There's no point in arguing. That woman, I can guarantee that she's not more than 200 years old. Ziyi shook her head helplessly. Ah! A group of young geniuses wailed in the sky. Their sharp wails were so sorrowful that even the heavens and earth turned their heads. They found an enormous restaurant and reserved an extremely spacious place to rest, and then they vanished around the corner under the gazes of the numerous people in the restaurant. As for the numerous whispers that resounded from behind them, Ziyi and the others chose to disregard them. The environment of this resting area was very quiet. Green trees clustered around the pavilions and courtyards. A faint fragrance wafted out, causing one's spirit to rise. Such a quiet and secluded place made Yuan Shi and the rest, who were exhausted to the bone, extremely satisfied. The group walked around the huge area for a long time before they arrived at the highest level area. After searching for a while according to the house number, they found the residence of a group of more than 10 people. Creak, gently pushing open the door, Ziyi and the rest walked in. They scanned the room and saw that not only was there a huge living room, but there were also more than 10 side rooms. There was also a secret room specially equipped for cultivation. Looking at this extremely luxurious residence, even Yuan Shi and the rest could not help but click their tongues in amazement. Ayo! Yao Hua and the rest of the youths took the lead and rushed forward. They threw themselves onto the huge sofa in the living room and stretched their bodies. They twisted and turned like maggots, causing the girls who were still standing at the door to roll their eyes. Ziyi was speechless as he looked at the group of boys piled on the sofa like corpses. He carried Yin Nuoxing and walked into a side room. Ziyin and Yi Shi hurriedly followed. Yuan Shi even rolled a few times on the sofa before he reluctantly got up and ran towards them. In the side room that could accommodate dozens of people, Ziyi gently placed Yin Nuoxing on a large bed that could fit 6 people. He rubbed his eyebrows tiredly. The spiritual divine body was in a state of exhaustion. Previously, she could still rely on the energy stored in the divine artifact to help her recover. Now, she had actually started to ask for energy from her. Seeing that Yin Nuoxing's long hair had regained some of its light purple color and that her spiritual energy was much more abundant, logically speaking, she should be able to wake up once her spiritual energy recovered. Moreover, even if the energy in her body was completely exhausted, with Yin Nuoxing's recovery speed, she would be able to fully recover in 4 hours. With the support of the 5 elements and the spiritual divine body, her recovery speed was enough to scare a god to death. The hole in her body is slowly being filled up. In a little while, she will return to her peak state. Yi Shi moved her small hand away from Yin Nuoxing's forehead and sighed. There are no injuries in her body. Why can't she wake up? Ziyin also moved her hand away with some doubts. She looked at Ziyi and asked in puzzlement. Ziyi sat down by the bed and tapped her chest with her slender finger. She said the scars in the heart always need some time to heal. Even that optimist little star also needs some time to forget these 2 things. This is the punishment he gave himself, Ziyi said with a complicated expression. Nothing will happen, right? Something like an inner demon? Yuan Shi hesitated for a while and said. Hearing this, Ziyi thought for a while and shook her head. He will only be depressed for a period of time. There shouldn't be such a serious situation. In the large room, the few of them fell silent. Their gazes were filled with various emotions as they stared at the young man on the bed who was in deep sleep with his eyes closed. Little Star still hasn't woken up. Yao Hua and the others, who had come back to life, walked in. They were still yawning sleepily and swaying with every step. They felt as if they had gone out to suffer and had finally crawled back with great difficulty. Not so fast. Ziyin shook her head. She thought for a while and said, If you have something important to do, you don't have to wait for us. It's nothing urgent. Teacher and the others have already completely left us to you. Jining sighed grumpily and sat down beside Ziyin. She leaned her head on Ziyin's shoulder and twisted it slightly. She muttered, We can only follow you for the time being. Little Yin Yin, you won't object, right? I'm fine with it. Ziyin shook her head. I already sent a signal to the elder when we landed, but the elder said he had some urgent matters to attend to, and had already returned to the Qin clan. He told me to be careful on my own, Qin Yin said softly, but she was a bit confused. What kind of urgent matter could be so urgent that they would leave her here? Is it so easy to let go of the heirs of great powers like you? Ziyi rolled his eyes. At this point, Jin Ing, Zian, and the others were all stunned. They all turned to look at Nightmare, who was leaning against the door with his arms crossed. For a moment, Devil Nightmare, who was deep in thought, was startled by the dozen or so pairs of eyes staring at him. Then, he coughed dryly and revealed a slightly normal smile. I've decided. I'll travel with that fellow. What? You also? Yao Hua and the others sighed when they heard this. Before they could finish their words, they all sensed that something was amiss. It took them a long time to react. Dozens of pairs of eyes stared at Nightmare, and their jaws dropped to the ground. Chapter 454. The atmosphere in a room dropped to freezing point in an instant. It was as if a dozen ice sculptures had suddenly appeared. Apart from Zian and the others, everyone else stared at Nightmare in disbelief. Even Zian's eyebrows twitched. After a long time, the dozens of ice sculptures made cracking noises and came to life together. Yao Hua leaped in front of Devil, put his hand on the latter's shoulder, and said in a low voice with a dark expression, Brother Devil, the trip you mentioned, could it be that trip? Nightmare looked at him strangely, then at everyone else. He nodded and said, Isn't Yin Nuashin going to travel all over the God Realm? Is there a problem? Gasp. Hearing his words, Yao Hua and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this guy for real? Brother Yuan, I'd like to join your group. Do you welcome me? Nightmare put his hands on his hips and looked at Yuan Shi with a warm smile. Will we go to some very dangerous places, such as the Burning Mountain, the Golden Forest, the First God Mine, the Burial Ruins, and so on. If you think you can handle it. Yuan Shi smiled mysteriously as he looked at Nightmare with a half-serious look. Yao Hua and the others swallowed their saliva. Although they had heard Yuan Shi mention it once, hearing her say it again in such a calm manner, they still felt a little scared. The dignified life, Forbidden Zone was just like that, and there wasn't a trace of trembling in her voice. Everyone turned to look at Nightmare again, hoping to see a trace of fear and dread on his face. Instead, they saw his smile grow even wider, and it was even showing signs of turning into a deranged grin. Okay, Forbidden Zones. I like them. These few words almost caused Yao Hua and the others to fall to the ground. This was another person who was not afraid of the heavens or the earth. In the past, when I was in the Nightwalker Alliance, the elders always said that I couldn't go anywhere. They restricted my freedom all day long. They would make me cultivate, and cultivate. I cultivated until I had a belly full of anger. Now that I've finally come out, I'm not going back. Whatever Forbidden Zone, whatever dangerous place, I'll definitely go there. Nightmare said rather gloomily. She looked as if she was about to run away from home because she was usually too strict. When she saw the determination written all over Mo Yan's face, Yuan Shi's brows twitched without leaving a trace. She stealthily glanced at Ziyan, who frowned slightly upon receiving her gaze. After pondering for a moment, she sighed and cutely shrugged her shoulders as she said, Do as you wish. Is that so? Yuan Shi jumped up from his chair and walked to Nightmare. He stretched out his hand and smiled. Welcome. Have a nice trip. Nightmare grinned and reached out his hand to shake hers. Both of them used a little strength and said, Have a nice trip. Seeing this, Zian couldn't help but smile. She turned to look at Yin Nuashing and whispered, Little star, we're going to have one more companion. We are a generation that is free like the wind and doesn't want to be bound by anything. We are free to soar through the 9 heavens, abandon everything behind us, and travel alone. We will bring our own dreams to the unknown future and reap the wonders that belong to us. Creak. The next morning, the tightly shut door slowly opened, and Ziyan slowly walked out. Her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed as she looked at the radiant sun in the sky that was sprinkling warm sunlight. She couldn't help but stretch her body, and her small red lips curled into a charming arc. She walked to the room next door and quietly opened the door. The bright and beautiful pale golden sunlight fell on the body of the purple-clothed woman on the bed. Her purple and white long hair swayed slightly due to the majestic energy fluctuations, and the clothes that tightly clung to her body outlined her beautiful figure. Her oval face was mixed with a trace of tiredness and tranquility. After an entire night of meditation, the tiredness had not been eliminated. "Sister Ziyi, where's little star?" Ziyin looked around the room, but she couldn't see Yin Nuashing. She was slightly surprised. She looked at the woman in purple and asked softly. The whistling wind quietly stopped. The messy long hair and dress also slowly stopped. The woman on the bed also slowly opened her bright eyes. She then let out a long yawn and rubbed her smooth face with her jade-like hands. Only then did she slowly climb down from the bed. "The little idiot is sleeping in his soul. I'm taking his place for now. As for when he'll wake up, maybe in the next moment, maybe in a few days, or maybe in a few years." Z said lazily. "Is little Star's injuries that serious?" Hearing this, Zian couldn't help but frown. They had just examined him yesterday. There shouldn't be any injuries. How could he be sleeping? It's not an injury. It's just a small pit in his heart. You can think of it as him throwing a tantrum. But, well, he hasn't completely recovered yet. This will take some time. Under passive recovery, he'll be completely healed in a day or two. We just have to see when that idiot will stop sulking and come out. Z sighed. Sitting in the living room, Z brewed a pot of high-quality tea leaves. The faint fragrance of the tea filled the living room. With a light sniff, she felt as if all the grogginess from waking up in the morning had disappeared. "Sister Ziyi, let me take a look at little Star's map." After taking a sip of tea, Zian said softly to Ziyi, who was sitting across from her. Hearing this, Ziyi casually took out the huge map and gently tossed it over. She asked casually, "Do you have a place you want to go?" "A little. There's a place I want to take a look at." Zian smiled and nodded. She spread out the huge treasure map and looked in the direction of the Sourcepeak region. Just as she found the red and looked around, she was somewhat astonished to find that the place she wanted to go to was actually not far away from where they were currently at. Ziyi was also startled when she saw the emotional fluctuations on her face. After thinking for a while, she had an answer in her heart. This little girl had just arrived at Taiyuan region. Could it be that she wanted to go? "You want to go to Xingling City?" As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Zian's lily-white hand tremble with the map. Ziyi knew in her heart that she had guessed correctly. This little girl wanted to see the place where Yin Nuashing had stayed. Speaking of which, it's quite unbelievable that Xingling City appeared on this map. As I turned the map on the table around and saw the city not far away from the red dot. When the three words Star Spirit City entered her eyes, she muttered doubtfully. Even the four great sacred cities of the divine continent didn't appear on the map. It was little Xingxing who added it. Why is there a Star Spirit City on it? Little Star had studied it before, but they didn't get any results. Zian turned the map to the middle and softly said, "Creak." The soft sound of a door being pushed open came from the side, accompanied by a long yawn. His green clothes were slightly messy, and his messy long hair drooped over his shoulders. His slovenly appearance caused the two girls to be somewhat astonished. "Morning sun, world, life. It's another sacred day." The green-robed man suddenly opened his arms and laughed loudly, causing the two girls to feel a little embarrassed. From the sound of his voice, it sounded like Nightmare. He usually dressed normally, but who would have thought that he would wake up in such a disheveled state? In the next moment, he looked at the mirror at the door and tidied himself up like a gust of wind. When he was tidy, he nodded in satisfaction and walked towards the living room. He saw Ziyi and Ziyi looking at the huge map on the table and chatting about something. He walked up with a smile and grinned. "Good morning, two beauties." Ziyi and Ziyi, who were studying the treasure map, simultaneously rolled their eyes. Nightmare, on the other hand, didn't care and sat down. He poured a cup of tea and filled it for the two girls. Only then did he take a sip and let out a long sigh. Only then did he look at Zian and say, "The matter you asked me to investigate, I urgently checked it last night." However, The distance is a little far, and the soul communication can't last for long. The information I can get is also limited. Hearing this, Xian was startled. He raised his head nervously and asked carefully, "How is it?" "Well, that place is still the same as before. Many people visit it, but recently there have been a lot more people going there." Nightmare rubbed his hair with 2 fingers and said, "However, there's no specific information. I haven't heard anything about what happened, which force broke in, and how far they broke in. The Great Fire Mountain is very big. It's the largest protrusion from the bottom of the East Sea, and it's directly connected to the magma underground. Moreover, although it's called the Fengyan Mountain, it's actually a mountain range with hundreds of active volcanoes. Throughout the year, there aren't many days of peace. There are always pillars of fire shooting up into the sky. Black fog and magma are the main substances there. Moreover, because it's constantly erupting, it's also shrouded in extremely hot smoke all year round, making it difficult to approach from the air. The magma that erupts flows into the sea and cools into soil, gradually expanding the range of that region. Originally, it was a tourist attraction on the East Sea, but one day, suddenly, a mysterious energy descended from the sky and disrupted the energy balance there. Now, because of that mysterious energy, that place has become a place of no life. There were gods who went there before, but they immediately lost contact with them. Moreover, there were gods who specialized in the wood element who investigated the Great Fire Mountain. There was no sign of life in the Great Fire Mountain, and it became a true land of death. Many people speculated that the energy that suddenly fell from the sky was a huge meteorite. Some people also said that the fire element inside was so dense that it gave birth to spiritual intelligence. There are also some people who speculated that the energy that suddenly fell from the sky was a huge meteorite. There are also some people who speculated that the fire element inside was so dense that it gave birth to intelligence. As for the dense fire element cluster that you mentioned, I'm sorry. I didn't receive any information about this in the information I received. Nightmare scratched his head and said apologetically, "Well, sorry to trouble you." Xian nodded. The origin of fire? Zai looked up at her, then looked at Nightmare. The latter was the son of God of the Nightwalker Alliance. This strange power was spread all over the realm of the gods. They could even be seen outside the Forbidden Zone, acting as a supply depot. It was a wise choice to use him to investigate the situation in the Forbidden Zone. But the latest news that I received, I didn't hear of any power that had completely set foot in the depths of the Great Fire Mountain. At most, they only saw the hellish scene from the periphery. So, you don't have to think that it's gone. Nightmare saw that she wasn't speaking, so he quickly added on, "Well, I'm not in a hurry." Hearing this, Xian shook her head indifferently. Even if the Great Fire Mountain really did have the origin of fire, other than her, no one else would be able to obtain it. She had seen the spiritual nature of that thing. How good could something that could make a group of gods run in circles? That's true, but we can't just stay here forever. Glancing at her, Zai clapped his slender hands and rolled up the treasure map. He put into the pendant and said, "Wake everyone up. We'll travel and adventure along the way. Let's go to the Great Fire Mountain region and then head to the East Sea of the Divine Continent." Chapter 455. In the blue sky, the 2 stars lazily poured sunlight onto the earth. The breeze that rushed into the distance neutralized the heat of the sun. The green mountain range in the distance had a touch of pale yellow, and the silent space seemed to be responding to this quiet season. Even the golden light in the sky streaked across the blue sky without the slightest sound. Achoo! Suddenly, the crisp sound of a young man sneezing could be heard from the golden light, followed by the sound of shuddering and sniffling. The rustling sound effect made one's nose itch when they heard it. "It's autumn?" Unknowingly, Yuanshi rubbed the tip of his red nose and muttered in a nasal voice. But before he could finish speaking, he sneezed loudly and gorgeously, spitting out a spray of saliva. Everyone around him was stunned. A dignified, immortal-ranked cultivator can catch a cold? Yao Hua and the others said in disbelief. At their level, it was almost impossible for them to catch any ordinary diseases. However, Yuan-Shi sneezed again and again, making them wonder if the latter had caught some serious, immortal-ranked illness. "No, I'm learning from Little Star." He said this is, well, experiencing the life of an ordinary person, using a special method to suppress the mind and soul to a certain extent, adjusting the body's condition to that of an ordinary person's. It's also a different experience. Yuan-Shi opened his mouth and yawned for a long time. He said in a serious tone, "Do you want me to teach you?" "No, it's better not." Yao Hua shook his head solemnly. He couldn't help but feel a few black lines hanging down his forehead. As expected, he still couldn't understand Yin Nuoxing's actions. Xian adjusted the scarf hanging around his neck and blew into his cold little palm. He took out a long scarf from his ring and handed it to Yuan-Shi. He said, "But you still have to be careful. What if you really get sick?" Aya. Thank you, little Xian. I'm strong and healthy. It's fine." Yuan-Shi grinned and took the scarf. He casually wrapped it around his neck twice, leaving only a section hanging in front of his chest. Then, he smiled at everyone and said, "Don't I look handsome?" Seeing his strange appearance, everyone rolled their eyes. Nightmare couldn't help but laugh. "You're so lame. Teach me that weird technique. As the saying goes, when in a group, do as the Romans do." After laughing for a moment, he said to Yuan-Shi in a serious tone. Yuan-Shi rolled his eyes, then sent a message with his divine sense. A moment later, this strange group had one more scarf-wearing weirdo. "I still don't understand what you guys are thinking." Yao Hua and the others raised their middle fingers at the two men when they saw how ugly their scarves were. Even Yi couldn't bear to watch any longer. He sighed and said, "You guys, little Xingxing's so-called ordinary life is because his state of mind is a little special. To be precise, that kid thinks too much all the time, making himself very old. Therefore, this kind of ordinary life is very suitable for him. However, your state of mind is different from his. This kind of training of the state of mind is also different for each person." When the young experts heard this, they all nodded with a serious look on their faces. "But I think it's pretty good. Other than feeling sleepy, there's nothing special," Yuan-Shi said while yawning. Zai looked at the sky quietly. After a moment, he sighed. "As long as you like it." Shui Xia raised her head to look at the sky and found the direction to the south. Her blue eyes stared blankly in that direction for a long time before she suddenly said in a soft voice, "I want to go to the southern ice realm. I want to see that ice mountain." "Ice mountain?" Xian murmured doubtfully. "Ice mountain? In the southern ice realm, there's an ice mountain that's similar to the night god peak. Some people even believe that it's so high that it reaches straight into the star field. However, very few people have ever set foot in the southern ice realm, and even fewer have ever seen the sky curtain peak. Since ancient times, there have been no more than 1,000 people who have ever seen the sky curtain peak, and the amount of information obtained isn't very much either. However, just a few words were enough to push the sky curtain peak up to the altar and become a legend. All in all, it's one of the more famous miracles in the realm of the gods," Yuan-Shi explained patiently. "There's always a bone-chilling snowstorm in the northern and southern ice realms. It's said that the temperature is already below absolute zero, but the air won't freeze. Let alone the sky curtain peak, it's hard to even set foot in that place. Anyway, with our current strength, we'll only be an ancient ice sculpture waiting for future generations to discover." Yao Hua added. Everyone smiled bitterly. "Where are we going?" Yi Shi, who was beside Xian, finally couldn't help but ask after listening for a long time. Hearing this, Yao Hua and the others finally remembered that they didn't even know where they were going, and they were already on their way. "We're going to a special place." Xian turned around and put a slender finger in front of her red lips, smiling mysteriously at Yi Shi. Seeing her familiar, mysterious appearance that didn't feel out of place, everyone looked at each other for a while, then shook their heads. This little girl had learned all of Yin Nuoxing's bad habits with everyone's speed, and with the help of Yao Hua's light element, and Yi Shi opening short-distance teleportation gates from time to time, the distance of 1,000,000 miles wasn't very far after a few rounds of teleportation. After a whole morning, At noon, everyone saw a brown line protruding from the horizon. The tall city wall was slowly rising in front of them. Z also took out the map and compared it for a while. After confirming that there were no mistakes, everyone swooped down towards Xingling City. They found a restaurant, and as soon as they entered a private room, they all collapsed on the sofa, paralyzed. Even if their strength wasn't bad, they still couldn't bear to travel for an entire morning without rest. This city is a bit strange, Qin Yin couldn't help but say while resting. How is it strange? Everyone answered weakly. Hearing this, Qin Yin didn't say anything, and no one knew if she was organizing her words or something else. After a long time, she said doubtfully, I've been to many big cities in the Divine Prefecture. The areas where we humans live are all filled with a large amount of heaven and earth force and elemental energy. Although it can't be compared to some of the schools or forces located on the dragon veins, the energy there is much richer than the places where humans live. It's more suitable for cultivators to live in. I feel that Xingling City also has a lot of energy. Yuanshi stretched and said. Qin Yin nodded and said, yes, it's not a problem of energy. Don't you feel that the spiritual energy here seems to be too abundant? Even the 4 great holy cities of the Divine Prefecture don't have such a large amount of spiritual energy. The environment is too good? Yao Hua raised his hand and said weakly. That could be the reason, but just by relying on the good fortune of nature, unless there's a divine item that can be ranked in the top 20 of the Heavenly Treasures ranking, there wouldn't be such a rich spiritual energy here. Such a huge amount of spiritual energy is enough to nourish the entire population of Xingling City. As for how many people there are in a city, I don't think I need to tell you. Qin Yin said in a half-doubtful and half-serious manner. Everyone, oh, according to what you said, Xingling City is such a beautiful city. It shouldn't be so unknown. Lei Ming frowned. They had only heard of this city's name when they arrived here. They had never heard of it before. Even though they had been to Taiyuan Domain, participated in the once-in-a-century auction in Xingqiu City, and even had a fight in Xinglua City, they had never heard of a city called Xingling City in Taiyuan Domain. You're telling me this? I also... Qin Yin laughed bitterly. She only had this feeling. After a moment, she quickly changed the topic. All right, Xian, why are you here? Hearing this, everyone turned their gazes slightly and looked at Xian. The latter calmly took a sip of tea and slowly said, this is the place where Little Star was born. I just wanted to take a look. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder she was so excited along the way. It turned out that she was going to Yun Nuoxing's hometown. Sister Zai, that place. Xian gently put down the teacup and looked at Zai again. That place. Zai looked up in confusion. She thought for a moment and said softly, oh, you're talking about the place where Little Star was born. After saying that, without waiting for the others to understand what she meant, she directly walked out of the private room. Xian quickly got up and followed. When Zai and the others saw this, they could only pull themselves out of the sofa and follow the two closely. This was a golden desert. The whirlwind blew the golden sand to every inch of the air. The sand fluttered aimlessly in this golden world, as if it was a land cast in gold. It was quite dazzling. It was clearly late autumn, but it was so hot that it made people sweat profusely. Steam rose from the ground, as if there was a scorching star buried under the desert. Even the space was distorted by the heat. Staying in such a hot place for a long time was irritating. Zai gently landed on a sand dune, stirring up a small cloud of dust. She patted her robes that were stained with yellow sand and looked around for a while. Then, she helplessly spread her hands at the people who caught up with her. The desert has changed a lot. I can't tell where it is. I only remember that it's this desert. When everyone heard this, except for Xian, everyone was dumbfounded. Didn't they say that they were going to see the place where Yin Nuoxing was born? Why did they come to this godforsaken place? Rich spiritual energy. Qin Yin had just landed when her delicate body trembled slightly. Her quiet little face was filled with astonishment. There seems to be something under this desert. Under? When everyone heard this, they hurriedly released their soul power and rushed toward the golden sand below. As soon as their soul power came into contact with the desert, a spicy feeling came back from their souls. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Then they were a little confused. A normal desert shouldn't be so hot. It was as if they were standing on the surface of magma. Oh, there's a guest. Just as everyone was about to continue searching, a light laughter sounded from the front, causing everyone to be shocked. They did not sense anyone else's aura. She hurriedly lifted her gaze and looked straight ahead. She saw a golden figure standing 10 meters in front of her. When the golden figure appeared in her line of sight, Ziya's sharp senses detected some fluctuations in the energy of the desert. The young man's figure was tall. His golden robes and golden hair danced with the golden sand in the whirlwind. The skin that was exposed was as white as snow and was dyed a faint yellow by the golden light of the desert. His entire body was golden and seemed to merge with the desert. His delicate and handsome face was filled with determination and heroic spirit. His entire person was engraved in this place like a painting. The young man stood not far from the sand dune. His long hair was fluttering in the desert wind. He looked up slightly. His pair of eyes that were suffused with a faint golden energy contained a hint of a smile and a hint of sharpness. While everyone was stunned by the sudden appearance of the young man, he smiled calmly. It's still early. It's not time to visit the tomb of the gods yet. Chapter 456. The golden-clothed youth's clear voice reverberated across the small sand dune, causing everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. Seeing his appearance, Yao Hua and the rest took a step back in fright. That golden appearance made them think of an extremely dangerous fellow. It's not that person. Yuanshi shook his head. At first, he also thought that he had seen the golden-clothed youth who had caused a ruckus in the ghastly forest. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the youth's physique, facial contours, personality, and voice were all different. However, the sudden appearance of this person truly shocked him. Hearing this, Yao Hua and the rest also took a closer look at the youth. When they realized that there was indeed something different about him, they heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Just as everyone heaved a sigh of relief, Zai's expression darkened. She took a step forward without leaving a trace, shielding Xian, Yao Hua, and the rest behind her. A wave of energy silently gathered in her jade-like hands. Seeing her actions, Yishi was also shocked. Her little face turned serious as she looked at the golden-clothed youth. A moment later, her two little hands swiftly danced in the air. Numerous seals streaked across the air, causing slight ripples to appear in the desert. Hey, girls should be more refined. Don't start a fight as soon as you see us. We don't have any ill intentions. Although the two ripples were extremely faint, they did not escape the golden-clothed youth's senses. Soon after, he hurriedly spoke in a somewhat embarrassed manner. We're just waiting here. If you're interested in the things below, why don't you come back 1,000 years later to take a look? At that time, you'll be able to see the miracles of this deathly, silent land. The golden-clothed youth laughed dryly. Hearing this, Zai and Yi Shi became even more vigilant. They protected Xian and the rest as they slowly retreated. Their faint purple eyes had never been so sharp before. Seeing that they were so wary, the golden-clothed youth placed his hands on his hips and sighed heavily in exasperation. He waved his hand and said, All right, we'll just disappear." With that, he was about to turn around, but his gaze strangely paused on Zai. The corners of his mouth curled into an indescribable smile as he muttered to himself, "It's still too early for you." These words were as soft as a mosquito's buzz. If one stood 10 meters away without releasing their spiritual force, one would not be able to hear it all. However, this voice seemed to penetrate this small distance and rang out directly in Zai's mind. It was like a demon's voice echoed endlessly, causing her soul's soul violently. In her mind's mind, a ball of light rapidly. After he finished speaking, the golden-haired youth turned around and instantly disappeared from where he stood. Everyone was baffled by his actions. Zai's ants. Zai, S hers, Sister Zai? After catching her breath, Xian could not help but ask. Although they had not met many times, she had always heard Yin Nuoxing mention Zai. She knew that Zai was also half an optimist. She had not seen Zai this nervous when she faced the shadow of the Taotai outside the Tana's water god temple. Zai took a light breath. The ball of light that was beating at a high frequency in her soul made her feel drowsy. She could not help but laugh bitterly. This little fool. Why are you waking up all of a sudden? Isn't it just because you saw that guy? What's the point of waking up now that he's gone? The guy I saw outside Boulder City. Zai muttered in her heart and could not help but sigh. At that time, she had only used Yin Nuoxing's senses to look at the golden-clothed youth and did not feel anything strange about him. But now, she could feel an extremely terrifying energy from him. How terrifying was he to be able to make her feel oppressed? Zai shook her head to clear those thoughts. She patted Xian's head and muttered as if to herself, "It's fine, he's just a strange person. Also, that little fool is about to wake up. I'll leave the rest to you. I have to return his body to him." Strange person? Yishi muttered in her heart when she heard this. They were both gods, and she knew that Ziya's strength was comparable to an expert at the peak of the God Emperor realm. Since Ziyi was able to make her treat him so seriously, then that golden young man was at least at the legendary rebirth realm. Feeling a faint look of disdain, Zai turned around with a bit of shame. As expected, she saw Yishi's suspicious gaze. She laughed dryly in her heart and then cutely rolled her eyes at her. Seeing this, Yishi also rolled her eyes. Only then did Zai nod. Just like that, the two women carried out a mysterious conversation in a way that was unknown to others. A moment later, Zai took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Specks of purple light appeared on her body and quickly enveloped her entire body. The blinding purple light caused Xian and the others to close their eyes. Only when she felt that the light had weakened a lot did she manage to open her eyes. However, she saw a familiar black robe. That refreshing purple hair fluttered without any wind. His tightly shut eyes seemed to indicate that he had been sleeping for countless years. It made people worry that he would never be able to open his eyes again. But in the next second, that worry vanished like smoke into thin air. That pair of light purple eyes opened almost instantaneously and looked toward a certain direction in the desert. That was the place where the golden youth had disappeared. Boom! However, in the next moment, a terrifying storm exploded in front of them, flattening the sand dune, and everyone was blown to the side. By the time they reacted, Yin Nuoxing was no longer in the same place. They only saw a beam of light disappearing into the distance in a hurry, causing everyone to be confused. They did not understand what was going on. After struggling out of the sand pile, Ziyin and the others hurriedly chased after Yin Nuoxing. Yao Hua immediately used the light element. They could only use the light element to chase after Yin Nuoxing. In front of everyone, Yin Nuoxing chased for a long time, but she still couldn't sense any signs of life with her soul. She frowned and smacked her lips. She had no choice but to stop. Looking at the empty sky, Yin Nuoxing suddenly felt somewhat tired. She had been chasing without stopping. There were clearly many things that were incomparably close to the truth, but she couldn't reach out her hand no matter how hard she tried. What do you know? What do you want me to do? Those who used to know him, were all hiding things from him. Everything could only be found out by himself. The feeling of constantly running didn't give her much of a sense of fulfillment. Instead, she gradually became tired from the chase. Don't come looking for me. We will meet when it's time. You will understand the truth you are chasing after one day. You only need to slowly walk down this path. In the void, a voice suddenly sounded in her mind. It carried a sense of shock, intimidating her soul and making her body tremble slightly. It was this voice that made her so excited that she woke up. Now it sounded again. I don't understand. Murmuring these 4 words repeatedly, Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath. When she saw him in Boulder City, she felt that everything had changed. It was a very strange feeling that came from the heart and couldn't be traced. Brother Nuo, Just as he was in a daze in the sky, Yishi's voice came from behind him. Turning his head, he saw that they were rushing over on light elements. He promptly put down those thoughts and hid the tiredness on his face. Putting on a smiling face, he looked at them and stopped in front of him. "Little star, why did you suddenly rush out?" Xian promptly rushed to his front and grabbed his wrist with her lily-white hand to feel his pulse. She actually thought that something had happened to him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm not injured." Yin Nuoxing waved her hand with a bitter smile, then said, "Well, I've troubled everyone. I just woke up and my light element was a bit out of control. It's nothing serious. Only a ghost would believe your words." Ziyin and Yi, she muttered via voice transmission when they heard this. "Are you two going to live in my stomach?" Yin Nuoxing's eyebrows twitched unconsciously as he helplessly replied, "I'll tell you later, but it's really not a big deal. It's not important." Looking at this familiar yet strange desert, Yin Nuoxing knew that he had once again returned to this place, the place where his journey began. After coming out of the Eternal Night Forest, we were teleported to a place not far from Star Spirit City. I was a bit curious, so I came here to take a look. Seeing his somewhat melancholic expression, Xian explained, "It was Sister Zai who brought us to this desert." Yin Nuoxing's face drooped down. Zai, who was one with him, naturally knew everything about his past. He just didn't know why she brought Xian and the others here. Nodding, he didn't reveal too much emotion. He didn't know about his past, but this was the starting point of his memories, this golden land under their feet. There weren't many people who knew about his past. Apart from a few closest to him, the others probably didn't know about it. "It's rare for me to come back. Let's go to the place where I lived and take a look. I wonder if Uncle Chin and the others came back. Let's go home." Yin Nuoxing smiled, then slowly flew in a certain direction, waving his hand to the people behind him who didn't know what was going on. Seeing this, the others could only follow. Yin Nuoxing saw that no one was looking into it, so he secretly let out a sigh of relief. It was better if fewer people knew about his matters. In the western region of Star Spirit City, Yin Nuoxing and the others landed in a less crowded area of the city. They walked out of an alley and waited for Yin Nuoxing to lead the way. In the end, this guy seemed to have forgotten where they were now. Awkwardly, he led the group to wander around the streets and ask for directions. After walking around 7 or 8 streets, the people they met on the streets all made way for them. This made Yin Nuoxing a little confused. When he turned around, he was speechless. This group of people, just by looking at their clothes, could tell that they weren't ordinary people. Their temperament and appearance were outstanding. It would be a problem if they didn't attract attention. However, to the residents of Star Spirit City, they were a little worried when they saw such a group of experts with extraordinary temperaments coming here. It was only a small city on the outskirts of the Taiyuan region. How could such people come here on a normal day? If it weren't for the fact that Yin Nuoxing and the others were just a group of young lads who passed by quietly, someone would have already informed the guards of Star Spirit City. After going around in circles and going through many twists and turns, they finally found the original location of the Qin family. By the time Yin Nuoxing and the others found it, the sun was already setting. The orange-red light shone on everyone, causing them to yawn continuously. Even the excited Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but yawn uncontrollably. Yin Nuoxing stood in front of the somewhat old house that had not been cleaned for a long time. She raised her head and looked at the tallest building. From the corner of her eyes, she caught a glimpse of the small mountain. Recalling every detail of the 2 years she had spent here, her tired eyes couldn't help but be filled with nostalgia. It's been more than 10 years. As I wandered around, time quietly passed. The things that I was reluctant to part with have now dried up with the passing of time. Yin Nuoxing was a little emotional. She didn't expect that the Qin family's old house, which hadn't been set foot in for almost 20 years, hadn't been destroyed yet. Chapter 457. The old mansion was filled with the choking smell of rotting wood. The stone tables and chairs placed in the courtyard were covered with dust. The small lake that was originally used for ornamental purposes had turned into a pool of clear water. Withered flowers, fallen leaves, and weeds had grown up to their waists. Pushing open the dusty hall, Fragments of the setting sun shone through the window and shone on the dust particles floating in the air. With every step, a shallow footprint would be left behind. The neatly placed armchair shattered into pieces with a light touch. Dense cracks appeared on the walls at the corner of the room. Even the small creatures had disappeared without a trace. It was as if no one had visited this place for thousands of years. Nuashing, have you really not been back for more than 10 years? Why do I feel like this place has been ravaged by the passage of time? After tiptoeing behind Yin Nuashing and coming out of the hall, Yuanshi finally couldn't help but ask. Yin Nuashing was silent for a while, looking at the somewhat dilapidated courtyard. He also said suspiciously, I should have been away for more than 10 years, probably between 15 to 20 years. As for why it's so dilapidated, I don't know. This was the Qin family, the place where Qin Hui took him in and treated him as a family member. It was the first time in his memory that he felt a sense of belonging to a place where he could remember. If anyone were to talk about the Qin family becoming like this, it would be him who felt the most heartache. After passing through a few small courtyards, they arrived at the small house that they used to live in. Gently pushing open the door, he saw the vaguely familiar setting and his eyes became slightly hot. Right now, he was no different from a child who hadn't been home for many years. Seeing that the small room that used to belong to him was still the same, but in such a dilapidated state, he felt a little sad in his heart. Seeing his dejected look, everyone didn't know what to say. Watching him walk into the room, it wasn't appropriate for them to follow. Only Xian and Yishi followed behind him quietly, like two little tails. Yin Nuashing pushed open the window. In his memory, little Qin, you would always jump in from the outside when he opened the window. Even if he opened the door, she would jump in through the window. At that time, he was helpless and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although he still hoped to see a little girl jumping onto his table when he opened the window, it was impossible. More than 10 years had passed, and little Qin, you should have grown up. She should be a beautiful girl, about the same age as Ming Ming. Their ages were about the same, and they should be able to be good friends. The runaway letter he left on the desk was gone. Although there were only 5 words and a badly drawn portrait, it was probably kept by Qin Hui or little Qin Yu. Little Qin Yu's room next door didn't change much either. It was the same as when he left. After he came back, it was the same as before. It could be said that this was normal, except that it was much more dilapidated. Uncle Qin and the others didn't come back. When a moonlight inadvertently shone on the ground, an ice-blue disk hung in the sky. Yuan Shi and the others sat in the tidy small courtyard. Qin Yin seemed to have conjured a tea set from somewhere. Although the tea fragrance was dense, Yin Nuashing was slightly disappointed. The house is empty. There's nothing left. Yao Hua took a sip of tea and let out a long sigh. This doesn't seem like something the Zhu family would do. It's more like they moved and didn't want this piece of land. It shouldn't be. If they really abandoned this piece of land, why hasn't the Qin family's plaque been taken down? I haven't heard any news of this place being sold. Although the place is dilapidated, there are no traces of disorder, so it can't be done by thieves. Yuanshi shook his head. Although they moved, this is the place where Little Star used to live. Maybe they left this place for him, to give him something to remember or something. What Spirit said, that seems to be a possibility. Yuanshi thought for a while and nodded. That was indeed a possibility, but this place was too dilapidated. He still felt that more than 100 years had passed here. Qin Yan, who had been drinking tea quietly, suddenly felt that a certain voice was missing. She raised her head in confusion and looked around. Where's young Master Yan? Little Star said he wanted to go to other places in the Qin family to take a look. Xian and Yishi went with him. He's more familiar with this place than we are. We can't help much even if we go. Let's just wait for them here, Yuanshi said. Everyone thought about it and agreed. This place was quite big, and it was someone else's home. It felt a little inappropriate for them to walk around casually. Qin Yan saw that no one was moving, so she couldn't move on her own. She quietly moved her hand away from the stone table, revealing a mark covered by her small hand. That was the Qin family's emblem. When she saw the emblem, a strange color flashed across Mei Mao's eyes. She raised her head and opened her mouth a few times, wanting to say something. However, she didn't know what to say for a moment when she heard everyone's idle chatter. She could only sigh softly and press the emblem down with her fair, slender hand. She noticed her awkward look when she wanted to say something but stopped. Those little movements didn't escape his eyes. He didn't want to say anything at first, but after hesitating for a while, he couldn't help but transmit his voice. "What's wrong? You seem to have something to say." Qin Yin, who was already a little uneasy, was suddenly transmitted by someone. It scared her so much that she almost threw her teacup away. After calming herself down, Mei Mao turned around and saw She looking at her. She was also a little surprised. I saw something that I forgot where I saw it before. I'm a little concerned." She nodded and didn't delve into it. Although their strength wasn't strong enough to be on par with experts at the level of gods, because of the influence they were in, the things they came into contact with wouldn't be simple. Especially those things that they caught a glimpse of and didn't pay much attention to. In the depths of the Qin clan, Nuoxing raised his head and looked at the pavilion. This was the place where the Qin clan stored their profound skills, secret skills, and profound skills. The things inside were the foundation that maintained the Qin clan status. It could be said that every influence treated the place where these profound skills were stored as a forbidden area. Of course, the Qin clan was no exception. He had only entered it a few times. One of those times, Qin Hui had given him the Encyclopedia of Plants in the Divine Realm. That strange and evil book would occasionally turn into a book that recorded other contents. However, the last time this book changed was when he was in Yuyan City. Since then, this book had completely turned into an encyclopedia of plants. There weren't any other strange changes. No matter how he played with this book, it was useless. At that time, when he opened the door that was weaved with a magic array in the Eternal Night Forest, it was also because of the magic array with demonic power that he had seen in this book. Originally, I thought that if Uncle Qin came back, I would ask him about this book. I didn't expect to not only not see Uncle Qin, but also see the ruins of the Qin clan. Nuoxing muttered in his heart. He sighed. After searching the entire Qin clan, he didn't go to this place. However, he reckoned that he wouldn't find anything useful. He just wanted to verify if the Qin clan was really empty. He pushed open the door of the pavilion with both hands. A muffled sound came from a place where the heavy wooden door was connected. The dust on the door trembled and fell down, directly landing on Nuoxing's face, causing him to sneeze loudly. A dusty aura came from the pavilion, forming a small whirlwind that blew his windbreaker loudly. It was as if a prehistoric giant beast was creeping in the pavilion and spitting out a gloomy and cold aura, causing Nuoxing and the other two to feel a little nervous. He turned around and nodded at Xian and Yishi. The two of them also nodded and followed Nuoxing into the pavilion. In the dark space, a dim starlight suddenly tore through the darkness. The shaky starlight looked as if it would be annihilated at any time. After a moment, it suddenly spread out and slowly illuminated the entire dark space. What appeared in their line of sight was rows of crisscrossing bookcases. In the center of the pavilion was an empty space. When they looked up, they could directly see the appearance of the upper floors. The bookcases that were once filled with countless mysterious techniques and secret skills were now stained with a thin layer of gray. The empty bookcases were just like the empty Qin clan. It's really cleaned up quite well. When he left, it should have been tidied up in an orderly manner. Nothing was left behind, Yishi said as she looked left and right with her small eyes. After thinking for a while, she suddenly teased. It's as if Big Brother Nua left and they started to move. Did Big Brother Nua do anything bad to them? Of course not. Nuoxing's face turned red. She coughed dryly and said, "Don't talk nonsense." The old uncle next door also said that he didn't see Uncle Qin come back. Then he should have really moved back to the Zhu clan. The timing is just a coincidence. A coincidence. Big Brother Nua must have done something bad, Yishi teased. Nuoxing rolled her eyes. She took one last look at the pavilion and walked out, closing the heavy wooden door behind her. After that, she went to the small back mountain that overlooked the entire western part of Xingling City. She stood at the highest point in the western part of Xingling City and looked at the city that she had lived in for 2 years. The dim yellow lights spread to every corner of the city, forming a picture of fire. The lights gathered together and illuminated the night sky, causing Yin Nuoxing to be a little dazed. Should I go to the academy and ask? Looking at the grand and uniform buildings, Yin Nuoxing remembered that when she was still living here, she saw Uncle Qin Hui interacting with people from the academy. Perhaps the Qin clan and the academy had some kind of relationship. Maybe they knew where Qin Hui and the others were. She sat down on the edge of the cliff with her legs dangling in the air. Yin Nuoxing patted the spot beside her and smiled at Xian and Yishi. Only then did the two come back to their senses and sit down beside her. However, Yishi consciously sat between Yin Nuoxing's thighs. Her 2 small hands were still tugging on his long hair, causing him to feel very helpless. He reached out and scratched Yishi's small head. Xian, who was sitting right next to him, couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the 2 of them fooling around. The night sky became much brighter. At first glance, Little Star and Big Sister Yishi really do look like siblings. Hearing Xian's teasing, Yin Nuoxing and Yishi were both stunned. Their eyes met for a moment, and they stopped with slightly red cheeks. This is my secret base. At that time, I would come here whenever I had nothing to do. I would sit here from morning to night and watch the 2 suns slowly fall to the west, slowly turning into big fireballs and sinking. Then I would watch the moon climb up from the horizon. Yin Nuoxing said with some nostalgia. At that time, she wasn't so obsessed with finding her memories and origins as she was now. She was like a carefree child who didn't do or think about anything at the end of the day. Yishi raised her head and saw Yin Nuoxing's reminiscing expression. She thought for a moment and said, jokingly, I can tell that big brother Nuoxing has always been lazy and didn't cultivate. Yin Nuoxing and Xian, well, it seems that the carefree time of reminiscing has come to an end. Suddenly, Yin Nuoxing's expression changed slightly. Her tone changed, and the netherworld ruins sword appeared in her hand. She said briskly, then, this unknown gentleman who just landed, can I invite you to come out from behind the forest and talk slowly? There's someone here? Xian was startled by this and quickly stood up. The long sword with the dragon's roar appeared in her hand with a clang. Mei Mao, who had always been very gentle, suddenly became fierce. Even she jumped up and raised a formation toward the forest. The 3 enormous energies caused the energy here to become a lot more chaotic. Rustle, rustle. Just as she finished speaking, there was a rustling sound in the forest. Then, a figure slowly descended from a tree, causing Yin Nuoxing to be a little surprised. She thought that this guy would immediately run away after being discovered. She didn't expect him to actually show himself. It's been more than 10 years in the blink of an eye. Young man, I didn't expect you to come back. Chapter 458. The figure slowly walked out from behind the tree and walked under the moonlight. The azure moonlight illuminated his old figure. His gray beard fell to his chest, and he wore a long green robe. He had white hair, a youthful complexion. There was a warm smile on his fair face, and he looked like an immortal. You don't have to be so cautious. I can't do anything in front of you. The green-robed elder looked at Yin Nuoxing with a smile. He seemed to be worried that Yin Nuoxing and the others would do something to him. You are? Yin Nuoxing looked at the green-robed elder with a strange expression. He was puzzled. The elder's strength was only around that of a divine emperor, and he gave off a familiar feeling. He must have seen him somewhere before. To be more precise, he must have seen this elder during the 2 years he lived in Xingling City. However, he could not remember where. I have some ties with Qin Hui. We met on the day you moved into the Qin family. However, you were not very awake at that time and only saw me in a daze, the green-robed elder said with a smile. Yin Nuoxing finally remembered something when he was reminded, Oh, you are the doctor who treated me. The green-robed old man smiled and nodded when he heard this. He said, the little fellow who was carried into the Qin clan back then with all the meridians in his body broken has already become a little expert who can hold his own after a dozen years. If old Qin were to know about this, he would likely be very pleased. Yin Nuoxing's eyes darkened when he heard the elder mention Uncle Qin. However, he quickly hid it and asked urgently, "Uncle, where is Uncle Qin now? Also, what happened to the Qin family? Why is it so dilapidated?" "It's a long story. However, I don't know where old Qin went. I only know that he left. Half a month after you left the Qin family, a group of powerful people visited the Qin family. In less than a day, the Qin family was empty. Before old Qin left, he told me to preserve the old site of the Qin family and that you would definitely come back," the green-robed elder said slowly as he stroked his beard. Yin Nuoxing shrunk her head back awkwardly. He had indeed returned, but it had been more than 10 years. "In the beginning, I was worried that you would run into some danger by recklessly rushing out. However, it seems that old Qin's eyes are sharper. From the very beginning, he felt that you were not a simple person. With your meridians broken and your energy depleted, you were still able to walk 20 li in the desert. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Those friends of yours are not simple either. We were almost discovered as soon as we got close." The old man smiled as he stroked his beard. Yin Nuoxing stuck out her tongue. Whether it was Yao Hua, Yuan Shi, or Qin Yin, they were all descendants of ancient great forces. How could they be simple? However, he was very surprised that he could sense the existence of a divine emperor. If he didn't have the 5 elements and the purple night flame, he wouldn't have been able to sense the existence of the old man. "Those are the friends I made in the divine prefecture. We came to the Taiyuan domain for a stroll and happened to pass by the northwest area, so we came back to take a look," Yin Nuoxing said softly. "People from the divine prefecture?" Hearing this, the old man raised his eyebrows. He seemed to be very surprised, but then he calmed down immediately. "I see. It turns out that they are from the divine prefecture. No wonder. For people like us who have lived in the Taiyuan domain all our lives, the divine prefecture is a place that we yearn for very much. However, we have never even set foot in the northwest area. We don't know when we will have the opportunity to go there." Seeing the old man's fascinated expression, Yin Nuoxing didn't know what to say. She couldn't say that they would go back to the divine prefecture in a few days. Would you like to go there too? She still remembered that Uncle Qin had said that the old man was a man with a family. Because he had too many concerns, he didn't have the opportunity or the courage to go to the divine prefecture. Although the life of a god was long, the old man had already lived half of it. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to go to the divine prefecture in this life. "Uncle, can you tell me the long story you mentioned?" Yin Nuoxing waved her hand and asked again. "Okay." The green-robed old man nodded while sitting. He stroked his beard, but he was silent. He seemed to be organizing his words. After a while, he said, "Let's make a long story short. The Qin family didn't become like this normally. It was about 3 years ago. That night, a red light suddenly rushed into the sky from the Qin family and formed a red light pillar. The light pillar that reached the sky turned the entire western part of Xingling City red. Originally, we thought that there were powerful people fighting, but we didn't feel any energy. Xingling City didn't suffer any losses. However, the Qin family, which was emitted by the light source, became what you see now. It looks like a few hundred years have passed, right? According to the speculation of some magic matrix masters, the Qin family originally set up a magic matrix that was related to the power of time. It had always been shelved, but it suddenly went out of control 3 years ago. This is the result of that magic matrix going out of control. Now that I think about it, it's fortunate that old Qin left early. Otherwise, the entire Qin family would be threatened, the green-robed old man said in a deep voice. The power of time? Yin Nuoxing's expression was somewhat strange. The power of time was the symbol of a god. Not to mention that they had encountered it recently, the Qin family was only a small family. When he left, Qin Hui was only a mortal realm cultivator. How could he have set up a magic matrix that was related to the power of time? There are indeed traces of time acceleration, but that old man wasn't right. The hall in the center was indeed only accelerated by a few hundred years. However, in some places, especially the edges, I feel that time has been accelerated by tens of millions of years. Moreover, That's the overflow energy that was emitted when the magic matrix collapsed. It's not the correct state. Z, as in different words, scared Yin Nuashing half to death. Accelerated time by tens of millions of years? If it was a weak cultivator, he would probably be turned into a fossil immediately. Since then, the Qin family has always been like this. No one dared to touch this place. They were all afraid that the incident that night would happen again. It saved me a lot of trouble. The old man sighed. However, I don't know how to explain to old Qin that the Qin family's old residence has become like this. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. Xingling City is located in the northwest of the Taiyuan domain. It's also a very remote city. It's also very far from the neighboring cities. Although this matter is strange, it hasn't been spread. The only people who know about this are probably the people of Xingling City, the old man said. Yin Nuashing sighed and opened his mouth. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his depressed mood was slightly lifted. He hurriedly said, "Before Uncle Qin left, he left a letter for me. He said that he went back to the Zhu family." "Uncle, do you know where Uncle Qin went?" "Back to the Zhu family?" Hearing this, the old man's hand that was stroking his beard trembled slightly. An imperceptible surprise flashed across his face. Yin Nuashing happened to not see it, so he heard him say, "If it's the Zhu family, I'm not too sure. However, if you go to the Divine Prefecture, you should have some clues." The Divine Prefecture. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing's expression was a little strange. He once heard Qin Hui say that the Qin family wasn't originally from Xingling City. They moved here from a very, very far place. Could that place be the Divine Prefecture? After chatting with the old man for a while, the old man said goodbye. Before he left, he pointed to the academy in Xingling City and said that if there was anything, he could go there and find him. Watching the old man turn and rush into the night, Yin Nuashing took a deep breath and patted his face with both hands. Then, he let out a long breath. He always felt that many things were related to the Divine Prefecture. This was his vague feeling. It wasn't the Divine Prefecture among the 4 large regions, but the small Divine Prefecture at the center. Looking sideways at Yin Nuashing, Yishi's small hand held his palm through his sleeve and asked softly, "Brother Nuashing, what do you plan to do?" "Right now, it's not a good idea to stay in Taiyuan territory all the time. Look for the Divine Flame and Devil Thunder on the map, and go all the way to Xingming City." Then, Yin Nuashing said softly. Suddenly, he turned his gaze and smiled at Zian. Out of habit, he patted her head and said, "Little girl, let's go home and take a look." Zian, who had been absent-minded, suddenly heard this sentence, and her delicate body trembled. Mei Mao stared at Yin Nuashing with several kinds of emotions. For a moment, she forgot to speak. Although she always wanted to go home and take a look, the leader of this group was Yin Nuashing. Moreover, she was the one who stubbornly insisted on following them. Therefore, although she wanted to go home, she never told Yin Nuashing. After a long time, she even forgot about the idea of going home. If he hadn't mentioned it now, perhaps she would have forgotten that she missed her home in Xingyu City so much and missed her family. Brother, sister, father, are you all well? She misses you so much. Zian muttered in her heart as she clenched her jade-like hands in front of her chest. After a long time, she opened her eyes and looked at Yin Nuashing. She smiled sweetly and said, "Let's go home." Yin Nuashing was infatuated by her smile, which was more brilliant than 100 flowers blooming. She blushed and turned her gaze away. She looked at the night sky and said with a smile, "Then it's decided. We'll set off from Xingling City to Xingming City and finally to Xingyu City. We'll look for the Divine Flame or something along the way." As she spoke, she was stunned. Yin Nuashing looked at the courtyard at the foot of the mountain in astonishment. She hurriedly pulled Zian and Yin Nuashing towards the Qin residence. They had chatted for too long at the back of the mountain. It was so long that they seemed to have forgotten something. The silent air was filled with a terrifying aura. A dozen people sat quietly in the small courtyard, not saying a word to each other. Moreover, it could be seen that their brows were deeply furrowed, but their faces were calm. Seeing the murderous look on everyone's faces, Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. She walked out without informing them, and left for 4 to 6 hours. So slow. Are you done being intimate? Are you looking for a small forest? At least let us know so that we can find a restaurant to stay in. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that you were dead inside. You're such a failure as a leader. Don't you know that you'll catch a cold if you lie down and sleep in such cold weather? As soon as she landed in the courtyard with Xian and Yun Nuashing, she saw everyone stand up with a bang. Their continuous questioning made Yun Nuashing feel miserable. What made her even more tearful was that Xian and Yishi silently walked to the side. She smiled bitterly and settled everyone down. She briefly explained what had just happened. Only then did everyone show signs of calming down. There are at least 1 million families with the surname Qin in the Divine Prefecture. Looking for someone like this is like looking for a needle in a haystack, Jining couldn't help but say when she heard what he said. Speaking of the Qin family, Yao Hua had an idea and quickly turned his gaze to Qin Yin. Hearing this, everyone also turned their gazes, making Qin Yin feel very embarrassed. I've never heard of such a branch wandering in a foreign land. Qin Yin quickly waved her delicate hand and said lightly, I don't care much about the family's affairs. The elders all asked me to cultivate. I'm a little ignorant of the outside world. But it seems that a few years ago, a group of people came back from the Qin family. Father told me that they were outside to gain experience. I didn't know much about it. A few years ago, Yin Nuashing frowned slightly. However, he didn't think that Uncle Qin and the others returned to their ancestral home, to the Qin family in the Divine Prefecture. These two places were in the south and the north. They had nothing to do with each other. Well, about 10 years ago. No, 10 years ago was when I heard the news. It should be 12 years ago. Qin Yin sighed softly and said, Moreover, it was said that a certain grand elder went to pick them up personally. According to the time I left, let's say it was 15 years. 12 years ago, with the speed of an emperor god, even if he brought a large group of people across the origin region. No, leaving the surroundings of Xingling City, there are teleportation portals in cities further away. 1 year is enough to travel from here to Xingming City. Even if it's a little exaggerated, 2 years is a total of 14 years. The time doesn't quite match up, but it might be. Yin Nuashing calculated for a while and shook his head. He didn't know how long he left, but he was sure that it was more than 15 years. I didn't see any branch outside the Qin family in the genealogy. Moreover, the ones who were picked up were from the direct line of descent, Qin Yin said again. Well, I'm just casually mentioning it. Don't take it to heart. Yao Hua smiled and shrugged. There's no hurry. We'll meet when it's time. Since we have a target, and I'm going to that place, there's no need to worry about not being able to find them. Yin Nuashing nodded. After chatting for a while, Yin Nuashing asked everyone to pack up. Then, they found a good-looking restaurant in Xingling City and rested there. Anyway, to them, it was fine as long as there was a place where they could sit cross-legged and cultivate peacefully. The night passed very quickly. They didn't pay too much attention to it. They were still drifting outside. After settling Yao Hua and the others, Yin Nuashing returned to his room. He opened the door and saw Xian and Yuan sitting in the hall, looking at him calmly. Yin Nuashing smiled and took out the treasure map. He spread it on the table and said with a smile, Now, let's take a look at the route to Xingming City to find the divine flame. Chapter 459. Scanning the room, Yuan Shi and Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Immediately, the two of them joined forces and completely sealed the room. In this unfamiliar place, they were still very vigilant. Who knew if there was a super god hidden in this remote area? Yin Nuashing's treasure map, which recorded the locations of almost all the divine flames and devil thunder, was very eye-catching. Seeing the reaction of the two of them, Yin Nuashing smiled. He casually took out the Ling Hong sword and hung it on the ceiling of the hall. Then, he slowly spread out the treasure map until it was flat. As the treasure map was spread out, rays of illusory light suddenly surged out. They drew an arc about a foot above the map, and finally landed on the other side of the map. If one looked carefully, one could see that there were 2 flame icons, 2 lightning icons, and even 1 flame and 1 lightning icon connected together. At first, these lines were only connected on the treasure map. However, after they returned from the endless sea abyss, they became three-dimensional. Without the dense lines, it was easier to read the map. After finding the location of the flashing red dot in the northwest of the Taiyuan region, they scanned the map inch by inch in the direction of the Divine Prefecture. When they just started looking, a purple flame emerged from Yun Nuoxing's body. Finally, it condensed into a graceful figure in front of them. After a while, the flame dissipated, and Zai lazily yawned. Well, we still need the help of professionals to find the divine flames. Yin Nuoxing smiled. He didn't expect Zai to come out by herself. He thought she was sleeping soundly with her head covered, so he didn't wake her up. However, when he looked up, his face twitched a few times. Only then did he notice that she was still hugging a pillow. Her clothes were slightly messy, and she looked like she had just woken up. If you're sleeping, then sleep properly. What do you want to do by jumping out? Yin Nuoxing was a little speechless. Zi yawned and looked directly at the treasure map. He said casually, "Finding the divine flame is such a big matter. How can I not come out?" As she spoke, Mei Mao paused. She looked at Yin Nuoxing with a smile and joked, "What if someone who hasn't even seen all the flames on the divine flame list accidentally runs into the territory of one of the top 20 flames? Even the gods won't be able to save you." They were all stunned and scratched their heads awkwardly. None of them were familiar with the divine flame, so they really needed Ziya's help. "Then I'll leave it to you." Yin Nuoxing smiled. Zi nodded casually. Apart from raising her head to reply, she had been staring at the treasure map the entire time. Seeing how focused she was, Yin Nuoxing and the others quickly leaned over to take a look. But then again, there are really very few divine flames in this Taiyuan region. There are only a few scattered here and there, and they're all very far away from each other. Yuanxi glanced over the Taiyuan region roughly and sighed. But their rankings won't be very low. Zi nodded. Her slender finger pointed at a light gray flame with a hint of blue, and she said, "Ranked 47th, Ean's spiritual flame." After saying this, she moved her finger to another brown flame icon. "I forgot which rank is the mountain spirit and earth fire. Take a look at what's recorded in that book." "I can't remember," Ziyi urged as he nudged Yin Nuoxing. "Book?" Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a while. "What book?" After a long time, she finally uttered an "oh" and took out the book that recorded the divine flame list that she had picked up in the Tower of Rain Country. As for the first 20 pages, they were all blank, so she directly flipped to the back. At first, she thought that she would have to flip for a long time before she would see the one that Zi had mentioned, but she didn't think that she would see it so soon. Ranked 30th on the Divine Flame list. Mountain Spirit and Earth Fire, a mystical flame that contains the element of earth. It is hidden under the mountains, and is nourished by the endless element of earth and the element of fire from the underground magma. The two elements have gone through millions of years of condensation and countless failures, and only then is a flame that contains the elements of fire and earth born out of an infinitesimally small possibility. It can stimulate the underground magma and borrow the power of the mountains. Because this was the language of the gods, only Yin Nuoxing could read it out slowly. Nightmare, who had been listening from the beginning, finally couldn't hold back anymore. He hurriedly pulled Yuanxi over and whispered, "Hey, how do you know that's a divine flame? Could it be that the flame icon is the location of the divine flame? We've been talking for so long, and you only found out now?" Yuanxi also looked at him with an expression of shock. Then, the two of them looked at each other speechlessly. Seeing his shocked expression, Yuanxi had no choice but to explain the function of the treasure map to him. "There's also this, eh?" Her finger moved to a certain place in the north, and Zai habitually said the beginning. When she saw it clearly, she let out a soft cry of surprise. "This divine flame flickering with the color of stars is quite suitable for you. But this flame should exist in the starry sky, right? What's its name? Does it have any special effects?" Yuanxi hurriedly asked. "Its name is the illusory flame, ranked 25th on the divine flame list, is born in the depths of the star field. When one or even several stars explode, the energy that erupts will compress the power of the stars into a single point. With the help of the energy of hundreds of billions of stars, the boundless power of the stars will be compressed to the limit. Then, it will fuse with the special fire element in the stars to form a small, illusory flame in the dark star field. After it forms, it will act as a companion star and move with the star closest to it, devouring its energy. When it has completely devoured the energy of a star, it will wander to other parts of the star field and continuously devour the power of the stars to strengthen itself. It exists in the star field, illusory, and because it needs to grow with the stars, it is also called the illusory flame or the star-devouring flame. Yin Nuoxing slowly finished reading this paragraph, and then she was stunned. It's ranked 25th. That's already quite close to the front. Can I subdue it? Yin Nuoxing looked at Ziyi, who was sitting quietly on the sofa, with some shame. The divine flame ranked 25th. Its energy was probably at the same level as hers. It might even be at the level of the gods. He was just a small immortal level, and there was a huge gap between him and the gods. The gap between him and the gods was even more indescribable. There was no way to make up for this gap. Even with the help of Xian, Yin, and Ziyi, it was impossible to subdue it. Even Yuan Shi and Nightmare were very shocked. The divine flame, ranked 25th, was already a kind of divine object. They didn't expect it to be in such a remote area like the Taiyuan territory. But thinking about it carefully, perhaps it was because it was in such a remote area that it could survive. If it was in a place with many people, it would have been discovered long ago and subdued. Although they were a little happy to hear this news when they calmed down and thought about it, it was just as Yin Nuoxing said. Could such a top-ranked divine flame really be subdued? It's not as exaggerated as you think. After a long while, Ziyi finally chuckled and broke the tense atmosphere. She slowly stretched out her long legs and stood up. Only then did she say, "But you're not wrong. This void fire's energy level is indeed above mine, but it's not at the level of a god. It's only twice as strong as me, right?" Yin Nuoxing and the others were speechless when they heard this. Twice as strong as the God Emperor. What kind of level was that? Don't look like that. It's only twice as strong. It doesn't mean that it's impossible to subdue it. Xian Yin gave you so many things to use when you subdue the divine flame and devil lightning. I won't let you do something that will throw your life away. Ziyi smiled, but being ranked 25th, I think it's still too risky. Yishi shook her head. She had personally experienced the power of the purple night dark flame, so she knew better than Yin Nuoxing and the others about this double. Therefore, she didn't approve of Yin Nuoxing taking this risk. Yin Nuoxing looked at Yi Shi's concerned and worried eyes and was a little hesitant. It was because he trusted the people around him that he couldn't make up his mind for the time being. Ziyi didn't rush Yin Nuoxing when she saw him frown. Admittedly, this wasn't something that would throw Yin Nuoxing's life away. However, there was definitely a risk involved, and it wasn't a small one. Furthermore, if he really subdued the void flames, Yin Nuoxing's strength might not improve by leaps and bounds. At most, he would cross the threshold and seal a portion of the energy in his body. This was because that energy was too vast, and it was difficult for him to completely refine it with his current strength. Even the sealed energy she left behind wasn't completely refined yet. There were even other sealed energies that had been added into his body. Yishi sat back down on the sofa and swept her jade-like fingers across the map of the Sourcepeak region with Mei Mao. As she scanned, she suddenly paused and her pupils shrank. It was as if she had seen something that shocked her to the core. Bang! Yishi slammed her jade-like hands on the table and her delicate body bounced up. The loud sound startled Yin Nuoxing and Ziyin, who were deep in thought. They didn't understand what had happened to her. Ziyi, Yin Nuoxing hurriedly asked when she saw her frightened expression. Shortly after, she nervously followed her line of sight. After searching for a while, she stopped at an area in the northeast of the Sourcepeak region near the border. It was a barren area, and there were no traces of humans in the surroundings. However, there was an enchanting crimson flame imprint there. It was so bright that it seemed to be directly in front of it, crimson divine flame. Yin Nuoxing silently muttered. Then, She quickly flipped open the book that recorded the ranks of the divine flames from the 21st to the 150th. The sound of pages flipping quickly swept past her ears. However, what surprised her was that she still hadn't seen the divine flame that matched her appearance even when she was almost at the end of the book. There's no need to look for it. You won't find it in that book. Z sighed. She finally calmed down and sat back down on the sofa. However, her expression was still a little uncertain, as if she was thinking about something. She also stared thoughtfully at the crimson flame imprint. A few scenes flashed through her mind before she finally stopped at one of them. A demonic blood-red lotus bloomed in the sky. That fiery color made her feel a little intoxicated. Could it be? She had a guess in her heart. When she raised her head again, she saw Yi sigh heavily. Then he pointed at the crimson flame imprint and said, "If it's possible, of course I hope that you can subdue it. However, it's not possible now. Little Star's current strength isn't enough. It's impossible to subdue it even if you try everything you can. Even if you want to go, I will do my best to stop you." Nuashing slammed the book shut and asked carefully, "So what's this?" Ranked 11th on the divine flame list. Karmic fire of the Red Lotus. This heavy voice was like a frozen bomb, freezing the entire room in an instant. The shock and disbelief on the faces of Yin Nuashing and the others could still be seen. After a long while, Yishi coughed dryly and the frozen atmosphere began to thaw. She had already guessed the answer. She had seen the karmic fire of the Red Lotus before. To be precise, it was a fake karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Of course, she had only guessed it because she recognized the unique, burning aura of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Now that she heard Ziyi say that the real karmic fire of the Red Lotus was in the northeast of Taiyuan region, she honestly found it hard to believe. Ranked 11th. After the initial shock, Yin Nuashing finally calmed down. Then, she said something that made everyone not know whether to laugh or cry. "That's bullshit. I'm still racking my brains trying to figure out why I should forget about the 11th. That's impossible. That's impossible. There's absolutely no such thing." Ziyi and the others almost couldn't hold back their laughter when they saw her serious and resolute expression. "We can give the Een Spirit Fire, Mountain Spirit Fire, and Void Fire a try. Among these three divine flames, the one closest to us is the Een Spirit Fire, which is ranked 47th. It is located in the southern part of the Source Peak region. Let's head there first. It would be great if we can successfully subdue it. As for the others, let's put them aside for now." Yin Nuashing couldn't help but sigh at the end of his sentence. The previous two divine flames had been taken by others, which made him a little scared. If he saw another divine flame being taken by someone else again, he would probably go crazy. "I don't believe that I'll be rebuffed again and again when I look for the divine flames." Chapter 460. The next morning, in the courtyard of the Qin clan in Xingling City, more than 10 figures flashed over. Looking at the Qin clan's courtyard that looked brand new, they all heaved a long sigh of relief. After bolting the door of the Qin clan, Yin Nuashing clapped his hands and said, "That's it." Looking at Yin Nuashing slowly walking over, Yuanqi let out a light sigh. He patted the dust off his body and the grass on his hair before saying softly, "Nuashing, we're about to leave. Why do you suddenly want to clean up the Qin clan?" "Oh." Yin Nuashing stared at the largest building. After taking a deep breath, he tilted his head and smiled at him. "Don't we always clean up the house after returning home? Well, although we're about to leave, if Uncle Qin comes back, this will be a sign. Help me tell him I'm back. This is a sign that I've been back. Furthermore, I don't know when I'll be back again." Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh. He was a wanderer in a foreign land, wandering in this vast world. When he looked back, thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, the tide of time had destroyed all his longing for the past. "I'll just treat it as a memento for myself." He turned his head and smiled at the crowd, but it caused them to fall silent. Most of them were born in great forces, and that place was their home. However, even their former home in the Yin Nua planet was empty. Where was the place that belonged to him? Of course, before leaving, we have to go to a place. That's also the place where I used to live. Well, although it was only for a few short months. Yin Nuashing smiled. The place he was talking about was naturally the east of Xingling City, Yu Yin's home. Using the light element to the extreme, it didn't take long for them to fly from the westernmost part of Xingling City to the easternmost part. Looking at the towering ancient tree that suddenly appeared in their line of sight, everyone couldn't help but sigh softly. This tree has a history of 1,000,000 years. Mu Ling couldn't help but exclaim. As an expert in the field of the wood element, she naturally wouldn't be wrong. No one questioned her. When everyone landed at the Yu clan's residence under the giant tree, they personally felt the meaning of desolation. The huge Yu clan's residence was quiet and lifeless. Not a single person could be seen. Just like the Qin clan, they had all disappeared without a trace. There was nothing left in the various pavilions. It was as if the two clans had an agreement that they would leave once Yin Nuoxing left. Were you abandoned? Standing in the courtyard of the Yu family, Yao Hua finally couldn't help but say something. As soon as he finished speaking, he was pressed to the ground and beaten up by Mu Ling and the others. Glancing at him indifferently, Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh. In fact, even he started to doubt himself. Otherwise, how could he have disappeared so cleanly? Now, even the person who could prove his existence here had disappeared. Although the Yu clan's residence wasn't as dilapidated as the Qin clan's, it was still covered in dust. All kinds of small animals ran amok under the eaves and in the corners of the walls. No one had taken care of it for many years. This world doesn't want me anymore. Forget it. Yin Nuoxing laughed self-deprecatingly. Soon after, he let out a heavy sigh. He didn't know what happened to the Yu clan, but he still remembered that when he was in that city in the Divine Continent, Yu Yin left him a handwriting. At that time, when he traced back the time, he saw that her father was also there. Perhaps something had happened, so he moved away. Little star, are you all right? Seeing that he had spat out his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls, Xian held his hand and asked worriedly, I'm fine. What's wrong with me? What could happen to me? Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing fiercely sighed. Turning his head around, he rolled his eyes at her and said, When it is time to meet again, we will meet again. If fate has not ended, I will only care about walking my own path. As for whether or not I can meet again with Sister Yu Yin, that will depend on how that damned fate decides. With that, he waved his hand and flew out of Xingling City. The others couldn't say anything and could only quickly follow. On a mountain peak outside Xingling City, Yin Nuoxing and the others stood in a disorderly fashion. Staring at the enormous city at the foot of the mountain, Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath. He tilted his head and asked Nightmare softly, Do you really plan to leave with us? That's right. The Alliance isn't under my control. The Elders also let me do whatever I want. Furthermore, I've left a message, so they won't be angry. I'm not weak myself. At least, I'm not weaker than that flimsy guy. I can even provide you with information. The Nightwalker Alliance's information network covers more than half of the realm of the gods. Do you despise me? Nightmare curled his lips and said casually. Yuanshi's face was filled with black lines. He was a dignified god's spiritual body. No matter what, he was about to enter the half-demon level. Yet he was described as flimsy. Seeing this, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but chuckle. He looked at Xingling City once again and sighed. Goodbye. The people at the side looked at him in a daze as he looked at Xingling City. They couldn't help but roll their eyes. Wasn't it just leaving again? Since he came back once, he would come back a second time. He actually made it seem like he had experienced so many vicissitudes. It was as if he had left for a lifetime, as if he felt the disdainful gazes of the dozen or so people behind him. Yin Nuoxing sighed and slowly stepped back. He waved his hand and his back trembled. 6 light purple wings spread out. Finally, the 6 wings flapped and his body quickly rushed into the sky. Finally, he didn't delay any longer. With a turn of his body, he rushed toward the horizon. Is that so? The little guys are on their way. On the top floor of the blue tower, a sage-like old man in a green robe stroked the white beard on his chest and laughed softly. The person not far behind the old man was a little puzzled when he saw the reminiscence on the old man's face. After hesitating for a while, he respectfully said, Dean, I don't understand what's so special about that group of little guys. He didn't understand why the old man had sent him to secretly protect Yin Nuashing and the others. They were just a group of immortal-level little guys. Asking him, a god, to protect them was simply overkill. Moreover, that guy actually had the light element. He almost couldn't catch up to him. In his opinion, only the little guy with the light element was worth protecting. He really couldn't see anything strange about the others. The adopted son of an old friend. He's a very powerful little guy. The old man in a green robe laughed softly. Then he suddenly frowned and scolded. Those people aren't simple. You actually can't see it? Seeing that the old man had turned hostile without any hesitation, the person laughed bitterly. This subordinate has poor eyesight. I hope that the dean can give me some pointers. Hearing this, the old man suddenly chuckled and said, It's not your fault that you can't see it. They're people from that place. Your eyesight still needs to be improved. That place? The person was slightly startled. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and said in shock, People from the Divine Prefecture? The old man nodded and sighed regretfully. This old man also wants to make a trip to that place. In the distant horizon, 100-meter wide stream of light shot past like it was chasing the moon and stars. Its astonishing speed attracted the attention of many experts in the area. However, after sensing the strength of the aura, they hurriedly gave up on the idea of investigating. The Divine Sword ranked first in the Divine Sword record on the Divine Weapon ranking is used as a cushion. On the huge Netherworld Ruined sword, Qin Yin and Nightmare stared blankly at the purplish-black sword after listening to Yao Hua and the others chatter excitedly. There was disbelief in their eyes. The territory of the Sourcepeak domain was unimaginably vast. A Star Spirit city, or even a Star Underworld city, was only a speck of sand in the Sourcepeak domain. With the speed of Yin Nuashing and the others, they would not be able to reach the location of the Een Spirit Fire, even if they used up all their energy. Furthermore, the teleportation gates in the Sourcepeak domain did not cover all the major cities, so they could only fly there. However, Yishi had never been there before, so she did not know the precise coordinates. She could only use the teleportation formation to teleport a short distance. The rest of the time, she could only rely on the Netherworld ruins soar to fly there. Every time she passed through Yishi's teleportation formation, she would have to stop for a short while. She would take out a map to determine the direction before hurriedly flying through the sky. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, she would quickly rush towards the distant destination. Although the destination did not appear to be very far from where they were on the map, the actual distance was frighteningly long. Yin Nuashing and Xian were fine. They were already used to the journey. No matter how long it was, they would eventually reach the destination. Furthermore, the Netherworld Ruins sword did not require them to maintain the energy output. As for Yao Hua and the others, it had only been half a month, but the 9 of them could already say that they were bored out of their minds. This also made Yin Nuashing a little speechless. These 9 people were very restless. It seemed that it was really difficult for them to wait quietly. No wonder Golden God King and the others had been urging them to cultivate. When no one was looking, it turned out that they were so passive. Qin Yin and Nightmare did not have any problems. One was quiet enough, while the other was crazy enough. The former was always cultivating, while the latter would drag Yin Nuashing to spar with her strength or energy every day. After sparring with Yin Nuashing, she would run over to spar with Yuan Shi. According to Yin Nuashing, it was just a pastime. During this seemingly endless journey, Yin Nuashing and the others would occasionally stop at places with strange energy to allow them to cultivate. Sometimes, when they passed by a city, they would stop to rest for a night before continuing on their journey. Every day, they would find a secluded place to cause a ruckus. The magical beasts hiding in the forest were furious, but they could do nothing about it. These guys were like a team of demon kings. They would cause a ruckus wherever they went. Over time, even Yao Hua and the others had gotten used to it. Under this kind of hurried journey and constant sparring, fighting, and cultivation, the dullness of the journey had become much lighter. However, because of this, the time had been extended by quite a bit. According to the calculations of the Yin Nuwa star, it had probably been half a year since they left the Star Spirit City. Although the time consumed was a little long, it was beneficial to Yin Nuashing and the others. Fighting and cultivating every day made everyone stronger, especially Qin Yin. She had already reached the 9th and 12th refinement stage. If there were no accidents, she would be the first in this group to step into the half-demon realm. As for Yin Nuashing, he was still deeply trapped in breaking through the barrier and was unable to extricate himself. He could only watch as everyone advanced. He was so angry that he almost flattened a mountain range. The days of eating and sleeping in the open caused everyone to feel somewhat exhausted. The only thing that they were looking forward to was seeing a city below, after which they would head down and have a good rest. The spar that Mo Yin had instigated had also come to an end. Everyone quietly trained and waited during the journey. When they were free, Yishi also urged Yin Nuashing to cultivate the spirit array. At one point, he even forgot the fear of being dominated by a certain spirit array grandmaster. He also forgot that he still hadn't obtained the 9-palace dragon trapping array. In the quiet night, while everyone was resting, Yin Nuashing and Yishi worked together to open a relatively stable space passage. Unlike the transfer passage, the space passage's journey was straight and its speed was many times slower than the transfer passage. However, it won in terms of stability. They didn't want to wait for everyone to wake up and find themselves in the Ganyuan region. This space passage had been woven for a long time and could only be safely opened now. Yishi spent a lot of effort. If it wasn't for the fact that she was only at the immortal realm, opening the space passage would be a piece of cake. It's pretty good. After stabilizing the space passage, Yishi heaved a sigh of relief. When she saw that Yin Nuashing was also panting and then looked at the girl sleeping on his lap, she couldn't help but smile. Yin Nuashing looked up in confusion. When he saw Yishi looking at him with a warm smile, he was slightly taken aback. After a moment, he lowered his head as if he had understood something. He wanted to laugh bitterly, but at the same time, a warm feeling rose in his heart. This feeling of being loved and missed by someone isn't bad, right? Yishi smiled gently and sat down while leaning against him. He gently stroked Xian's long hair. That soft and smooth touch made him a little infatuated. Yes, this feeling of being missed by someone was indeed quite good. It wasn't just Xian. There were also Xianin, Yuan Qian, and even those 2 little girls. They were probably thinking about him too. Perhaps this was just his narcissistic thoughts. After speaking, the 2 of them fell silent. In the pitch-black space passage, only the sound of breathing could be heard faintly echoing. If they broke out of this pitch-black space passage, it would probably be the void they saw last time. Xiaoxi, do you have anyone you missed too? Suddenly, Yin Nuashing asked a question that made him want to slap himself to death. Yishi's people had completely disappeared hundreds of thousands of years ago. Even she herself had gone through several life and death situations. There probably weren't many people who remembered her. I don't know. Apart from that old guy, I don't know where the others are. I don't even know if they're dead or alive. Anything can happen in tens of thousands of years. He originally thought that Yi Shi would avoid this question. However, he heard her reply indifferently, as if she wasn't talking about her. Yin Nuashing fell silent. He didn't know how to continue this topic. He opened his mouth a few times, but couldn't say anything. After an unknown amount of time, Yin Nuashing suddenly felt that the pitch-black space around them didn't seem so dark anymore. At this moment, Yishi suddenly raised her gaze and looked into the darkness that still couldn't see ahead. She said softly, "Brother Nuo, we've arrived at our destination."